All the eats have woes.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Waves.
That last one?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Runner goes, and that one's hit high and deep to center field. Back goes Carter. He's at the wall, and that is gone. Wow, that's over the hitter's backdrop. A massive home run for Bobby Witt Jr.
We are getting closer and closer to not starting this program with Ranger highlights here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Hump Day edition with Sean and Bobby. Choppy out on vacation, rest of the week. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning to the chat. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Bobby back from Cowboys practice in Frisco last night. Adam Schefter is going on a Micah Parsons divorce tour, and let us know how many episodes you have watched of The Gambler on Netflix. 877-881-1053 is the way to get in as the Rangers lose again. Nadell with the call on this station. 5-2 Royals as they take the first two games. You're 7.5 back in the West. You're 6 games back in the wild card.
We look for silver linings here.
What a great job by the boys.
It's a great job by the boys. Joc Pederson, fantastic job. Got a home run yesterday. That's nice. We hit a couple home runs yesterday. Those are positives. And then we got the Bobby Witt home run, and he's obviously a local guy.
Yeah.
Those are positives. Merrill Kelly, only 2 runs allowed. That's good. The sucks they were both home runs, as the home run ball has been plaguing him a little bit since he got here. But this is just, I feel like I can reliably predict what every single game they play like over the last 2 weeks is going to look like. Like, if you would have asked me yesterday, hey, what do you think is going to happen in this game tonight? I would have thought probably something similar to a 5-2 loss where they give up a couple home runs that are just really backbreaking. That's the kind of feel that they've given off over the last 2 weeks since the deadline. And I think we haven't had that just death blow yet like we thought we might get on Sunday, like if they would have gotten swept. But it feels almost like just this slow bleed out, basically, for the Rangers right now.
I don't understand why Cole Winn went back out there to give up the death blow to Bobby Witt. If you saw the inning before, and Bobby, you were probably in Frisco on the practice fields or driving out there, It was like 50 Cent on the mound. He immediately throwing over guys' heads, hitting guys, bases loaded. Instantly, the Rangers lose the lead, and I thought it was miraculous that they got out of the inning only allowing 1, and then Winn is back out there again for the 2 additional runs to end any Ranger chances. Like, hold on tight. You're down 3-2. You got the 8th inning, you got the 9th inning, but no, Boch sends Winn back out, and see you later. And that's after Milner was not good either, giving up 3 consecutive hits to end up taking the loss. I guess you could question why Merrill Kelly was pulled. You could argue third time through. His final stat line looks good. 6 innings, 2 earned, 3 strikeouts with the 2 home runs. But that was my immediate question to start off. Why did Cole Winn go back out? Because he was Wild Thing out there.
It's nice. Other than the 2 home runs by Merrill Kelly, he was perfect. He was perfect in 6 innings, other than 2 home runs that he'd given up. He was pounding the strike zone. It was basically he was throwing, 3 strikes for every ball that he was throwing in this game. So, like, at 71 pitches, that does feel early. Like, what did you trade? Why did you trade for him if not to pitch in these kind of games? Like to help bring you back, to give you that bounce back, especially on a day and we'll get into it, especially on a day where you get some bad news about Jacob deGrom's injury situation. And Nathan Eovaldi, who's been great this season, Nathan Eovaldi started getting hit a little bit these last couple starts. Like, it's not just perfect anymore, which you couldn't expect him to be. It's like, at 71 pitches, you can bring him back out there, I would think. That's not a ridiculous amount. He's thrown 90-something in every other start for them this year.
Pepe, what'd you think watching it again?
Where's my white towel here? Let me start waving that around. No, and now all of a sudden the long ball's hurting them. This is 6 home runs the pitchers have given up in the last 2 games. I think they gave up 6 against the Blue Jays as well. It's just the long ball, and they're not losing these games, 15-5 or anything. They're in these games. They're just giving up the solo home run. Their offense isn't doing much. Corey Seager's finally getting going, but whenever you're not winning games and you're relying on Joc Pederson and Rowdy Tellez, things are going to go south quickly.
Especially if you're banging on Rowdy, I would say the other thing that's a frustrating point here right now, and Look, I think a lot of people are frustrated with the Rangers right now, so it's hard to get a sense of what Rangers narrative is on social media or anything else. People are gearing up for Cowboys. It feels like they're almost just like, put the Rangers out of my head. But I don't know if this is just a lack of Rangers intensity right now or if there's just not a lot of this being talked about. Josh Smith is awful in the leadoff spot right now. He's been terrible the last. I mean, if you take outside of just.
Remember, we went through those OPS rankings. Leadoff was not good.
513 is his OPS this month. He's just awful. He's been bad. He's not. It's just you're not even getting the plate patience you were getting earlier in the year or the reliable contact. He does not look like the same hitter out there. And that is just crushing them at the top of the order.
Let's see how he's progressed or regressed throughout the season. He was hitting in June 311. Then it dropped to 250 in July. August down to 190.
Oh, those are great numbers if we're talking about weight. Like if you go from 311 to 250 to 190, that's positive development. You don't want that as your your leadoff hitter's batting average over the course of this, especially as things are getting. I like that one. I know. Especially as things are getting, they're getting more serious now, and then they're getting more intense. That now he hit really well in April. He was good in June. But I mean, you're not getting enough out of him right now. And Josh Young all of a sudden has gone cold again after coming up and looking like, all right, he's fixed everything. He's got like a 12-game hitting streak. He's just gone ice cold all over again.
The other night, when you're trying to get back in the game and Rowdy's up hitting cleanup, I was getting some tweets from people saying, what an indictment of Josh Young. That's supposed to be Adolis. That's supposed to be Josh Young. No Josh Young. It said Rowdy Tellez is hitting cleanup for you, and you're more often than not going to be screwed.
When he got back up to the majors, his first, what is this? This was the first 10 games back. He was 13 for 34. Josh Young. Yeah, you would love that. You'll take that every day of the week. The OPS was over 1,000 for those 10 games. That's great. Since then, he's 5 for 37. He's just not giving you anything all over again.
Brett Boone is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. Thought he was in a bad mood last week. What about right now?
And we don't even have Funny Choppy to break the tension this week. That's going to be tough for us.
The Rangers are going to skip DeGrom's start today due to shoulder fatigue. Chris Young said he came back home to see the doctor and everything checked out well. More of a workload management situation. Why, though, did he travel back to Texas to get the shoulder looked at?
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good about specifically this team and the way they have duped us on arm injuries before. I will always say, okay, if you're telling us that's what it is, I'll say that's what it is. But you're not going to calm anything in my mind. There will be something back there that tells me they could just be sandbagging us here because they've consistently done that. And Chris Young, like, God love him as the competitor he is. You know what kind of a competitor he is, Sean. You can't stop talking about it during breaks.
Like Dak leadership.
It is. You love it. Chris Young, all right, this is a former pitcher who probably didn't want to let everybody know how banged up he was during his career if he had an injury or something else. He's going to have that mindset, too, of just nobody's business. They don't need to know. This doesn't need to be out there. It always gets you a little bit of pause, especially when last start was fine. But before that, there was a 3-start stretch there where DeGrom did not look good at all. And so, I mean, it's got a little bit of concern to it for me right now.
Wheels falling off, no doubt about it. They're back at it again tonight. The Rangers don't have a starter named yet with a 6 o'clock pregame, 6:40 first pitch here on 105.3 The Fan.
I was driving back. I heard Nadell talking, said there's a shot it was going to be a Jacob Latz day, that they might give a call up to Latz. And so, look, I mean, Jacob Latz has been good. Maybe that's our savior for this season.
Cowboys practicing in front of the fans. Ford Center, the Star in Frisco. Jerry Jones. That's a bold move for Jerry to address the crowd there, even though it's in his own house, as "Pay Micah, we want Micah" was shouted, that I heard in the background from the fans in the stands. Take us inside practice, Bobby.
Look, I mean, there was a lot that was going on in the team period and stuff like that where, this is interesting, this is cool. In fact, Aiden's going to throw up a video here. There was the play of training camp so far, the George Pickens catch on the sideline. Did you see that play yesterday? We're throwing it up on the fan cam now from DallasCowboys.com. That was beautiful throw, but I mean, his awareness of the sideline and the foot drag, as you'll see it right now on the fan cam, that's what you bring him in for. It's that kind of ball tracking and that kind of skill. So those sort of things are great. it was really hard to keep your eyes on what was actually happening on the field, though, because just off to the sideline, there was a chair that was set up, and that was Micah Parsons' chair, where he just plopped down and sat there in his 11 jersey, kind of taking everything in. Meanwhile, about, 10 to 15 feet to his right is just Stephen Jones the entire time, watching practice, talking with people, which I would expect him to be. I'd expect him to be down there, but it's just this awkward, it's this completely awkward visual that you wouldn't have thought would have been that awkward a month ago even. But it's just like, ships in the night and no looking that way, no interaction, nothing else. It is so clearly it's almost, it feels like a married couple that's just like, on its last legs, and they're just kind of drifting through the house and not even acknowledging the other one's there anymore. That's what it felt like watching them at practice yesterday. And Trayvon Diggs sat there pretty much off to the side, right there with Micah the entire time. He was up on the sideline watching practice a little bit more. And Micah, to his credit, like, he stood up for the team period, stood up on the sideline, was taking it in more there. It was the individual stuff he was mainly sitting for. But he didn't look thrilled. He didn't look like he was just super happy to be sitting there in that chair watching everything.
What are the other reporters saying out there about what's going to end up happening?
It's super split. Just when you're chatting with people up there, there's some who will say, they're going to get it done. They'll play on the option this year and they'll get something done next year. This is just, this is the process. Got to let the feeling smooth over. And then there are other people who are like, no, he's going to play on the option this year, and then he's probably out of here. Like, they'll have to work something out. And so it's so difficult to project this one and to read this one. And I saw some people bitching about this on Twitter yesterday of just like, how come none of these insiders can get us an answer? Because literally, you got to be in Jerry's head on this one to know when he's going to pick up the phone or when Steven's going to pick up the phone. Right now, they're not. And they're not talking to anybody about picking up the phone. In fact, their public position is they're not going to.
And David Mulugeta doesn't talk.
No, and David has, we talked about it when I had spoken to him a couple weeks ago. He had said, we talked to them in Indianapolis 2 years ago. We talked to them in Indianapolis this year and said, we're ready to do business. Guys, call us. Like, we're open, we're ready. Let's get things started. You guys told us to wait last year. All right, we waited. Y'all got it done. Now we're ready. And the Cowboys still haven't called yet. And so you don't know. It's just really difficult to predict what's going on in the minds of the Joneses right now in terms of if this is a play for them or if this is a genuine, no, we're holding here. And that's the hardest thing to project. Now, I'm leaning towards right now, I think where this ends up is maybe 40% they get a deal done before the season. But if they don't, if game one he is like still on his 5th-year option, then I think Mike is gone next spring. I think he has said he wanted out. I think at that point the Cowboys would let the season run out and they'd go, all right, this isn't profitable. We need to just move on.
What did Adam Schefter do later in the day after interrupting, as he does daily, you're 840 below the belt?
He said exactly what he said earlier in the day. He used the exact quote. He did some podcast of his own and said the exact same language he did in the interview earlier in the day with Unsportsman, which was fine. Like, you wouldn't think anything of that typically if somebody just repeats, all right, yeah, they've got a point that they're talking through. Here's the thing that caught my eye about it, though, with Schefter. Schefter has been, and insiders will have this happen sometimes, they'll say something and then they come back later and they have to correct and go, I didn't word that exactly right. I think Schefter did that with us during the interview. We had asked him about something specifically. He said, he was like, I should have been clear, by the way, that this is what it was.
Yeah.
This doubling down, this is what Schefter thinks is he didn't misspeak in the interview earlier in the day where he'd said Cowboys and Mike are heading for a divorce eventually, whether it's now, a year from now, 2 years from now. He thinks this is clearly something that he believes. So for Cowboys fans, you have to ask or deal with one or two truths. One, either Schefter has been completely convinced by Micah's side and Micah's side only that this is what's happening, which I can't imagine Schefter would draw such a hard line on. Or two, he has gotten the sense from the Cowboys that this is going to end at some point. And I think that's more likely, is that the Cowboys, and that may be posturing too, somewhere the Cowboys are intimating to him now that yeah, this probably has an expiration date.
There is your practice and Micah recap. Inside the Star, we have our insider living there, Bobby Belt here on Sean and RJ. It's your home officially of the Rangers and Cowboys, and the Hump Day edition is just getting started. Since we knocked out the present, let's look at some of the past. The early episodes from the Cowboys documentary, The Gambler Review with the audio. All of us have watched the first few episodes. Let us know where you are in the series. We'll start reviewing the Cowboys Netflix documentary after this.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
2023. With Frank on Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's start diving into The Gambler, Jerry Jones and his Cowboys. The Netflix documentary dropped yesterday. We had the director on yesterday's show. People were raving about that interview. He was absolutely fantastic. This is Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt with you, Cowboys Insider, with Choppy out on vacation, 105.3 The Fan. We decided as a show to watch the first 2 episodes and kind of take it 2, and then try to squeeze it in, before the actual football starts. I ended up probably like 5.5 episodes in.
I kind of wondered based on your tweeting and the way you were texting. I was kind of wondering, and when I saw your email and some of the notes you put in there, I was like, I think he watched more than 2, or he at least saw clips on social. I had no idea it was 5.5 though.
Well, you got to make up for Chop. You got to take over for him. So
that's why. Yeah, we can't just fit it in before the season. We got to fit it in before RJ's back from vacation and doesn't watch it and has to just fake react.
Yeah, remember RJ schedules vacation around must-cover Netflix documentaries and shows because for some reason he doesn't have that, but is 15 shots of tequila in with a brand that isn't Rail at the airport. He's like, I don't understand why this Patron is more expensive here at the airport. I don't get it. So this thing is getting rave reviews. Awful announcing saying it's already better than The Last Dance. Mike Florio and others saying I'm a half an episode in, or I'm 1 episode in, and I'm already mesmerized. Cowboy haters are saying, all right, I got to admit, this thing is badass. Before we get to it, let us know how many you're in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. And I guess you can answer this from Brandon Laurie, who does a great job of just collecting Cowboys content, and he'll send over clips and interviews. He does a lot of the dirty work behind the scenes that I think is extremely valuable. He put out a poll question yesterday asking if you're actually going to watch it. That I'll watch no matter what, which is in the minority. And this is the reason I wanted to bring this up on the show, because I was surprised. The other option is I will not be watching it because they haven't been able to reach the same success since. And he's got 400 votes on here, but still 53 to 46 and change said, no, I will not be watching it. I don't want to contribute. I don't want to become even more bitter over the state of things today. So I just thought of 400 people, more than half saying, no, I'm not going to check it out.
Yeah, I think it doesn't surprise me that's more than half. I think...
You don't believe it?
No. I think that's the same bluster of, I'm not following them this year. Yes, you are. And the other thing that I think is important for anybody who's hesitant to watch this, yes, there's a glorifying aspect to Jerry to it, but this feels more to me like it's just, so far through 2 episodes that I've seen, it's a glorification of what that was, like what the 90s Cowboys were and how they were. There are long stretches of this. What was episode 1, like halfway through episode 1 until like most episode 2, I didn't see Jerry for like a long stretch where they didn't cut to a Jerry quote. I was like, it's been like 40 minutes since they've shown Jerry on here talking.
Yeah, Jerry gets his nuts kicked in a lot of times. The director, I think, went on Dan Patrick after us and said that Dan asked, who set the parameters? What were the rules? And as we try to tell everyone who interviews us about the Cowboys, there are no parameters. There are no rules. There are no instructions. And Jerry, when watching it back, broke down and was in pain during a number of different scenes over reliving some of that stuff. So it's not a total glorification, in my opinion. But it starts with, obviously, the downfall of Tom Landry and, Jerry immediately coming in and giving the double middle finger to all of Texas over a walking god being pushed out. And Michael Irvin is talking about Tom Landry forgetting names. Irvin was in a pregame, and he's used to Jimmy Johnson at Miami, rah-rah speech. And he said that Tom Landry told them before the Steelers opener, let's just try and keep it close. And Mike looked around like, huh? What?
And this is somebody who grew up idolizing Landry and whose dad idolized Landry. And so like this was a god to him, and he talks about walking in there just being like, you're kidding me. This is what I'm getting. And it made him sick. And we've heard before Michael talk about that first year in Dallas made him just sick to his stomach of I got the list. He references the list again here. But he's told the story 1,000 times. It's just, I got the list, and here's the list to Jimmy when he gets here. These guys all got to go.
This is Michael Jordan, rookie season, Chicago, last dance. Everyone's doing blow and smoking weed and drinking and smoking cigarettes in their hotel room, and Michael's off to the side drinking orange juice. And he's looking around saying, these guys are a bunch of losers. I can't say anything right now because I'm this young whippersnapper, but I've told Michael Irvin this in the past. He's got an exact MJ mentality. He just does in terms of being a killer and a winner. And Michael was looking around saying, you got to go. No matter how cutthroat Jimmy Johnson was, Michael Irvin agreed with it because all Michael wanted to do was win like MJ 23. So that was Michael Irvin just observing Tom Landry and saying, oh. And, you know, the dirty little secret is that the Cowboys for 2 or 3 straight years had been losing.
Mm-hmm. They were bad. They had been bad for a couple of years, and they weren't hitting on draft picks anymore. They were just they were not talented, other than Herschel Walker. Pretty much, that's what they had. They had a guy who a lot of people thought was one of the best players in football at the time, but that was it.
So the optics are bad that Jerry flies to Austin to track down Tom, I think while he's playing golf, to go out there and fire him. And then the optics got even worse because he had Jimmy Johnson, right, sitting there on deck. And he goes, let's go out and celebrate. And Jimmy's like, I'm I got a decent profile. Like, I'm a national championship winning coach at the University of Miami. Someone's going to see us. And Jerry's like, nah, don't worry. No one's going to see us. And then this happened.
Jerry says, let's go celebrate. He said, I know you like Mexican food. Jerry, I said, I've been on national television a lot. I said, I can't go out in public. He said, no. It's a little out of the way place and nobody's going to pay any attention to us. Well, we got spotted immediately, and someone took our photo. The next morning, it was front page news.
That single photo showed me how volatile the bomb was called the Dallas Cowboys.
Sherry Gamble figured she'd answered the Cowboys' main switchboard 1,200 times by noon. Mostly it's the same message.
Coach Landry doesn't know anything. Coach Landry's here. He still has his job. We still have our jobs.
To add insult to injury, turns out that Mexican restaurant was Tom Landry's favorite place. That same day, we flew to Austin to find Coach Landry. My words were generally, Coach, I'm here. I respect how much you've done for Dallas. But, I need to go in a different direction.
And how did he take that news?
There's no question that he was emotional, but there was no doubt in my mind I had to be the one to do it.
Dude, some of the fallout that they portray, which everybody knows the Landry fallout was bad. And there are people to this day who do not forgive him for it.
Yeah.
But he's on World News Tonight, a news show, getting live grilled by Sam Donaldson about it. I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah.
That to me is like, all right.
Well, this is America's coach.
Yeah, 100%. And they're having
this is Nolan Ryan.
They showed grown men crying during Landry's goodbye speech.
There was 100,000. I didn't know they had a parade. I didn't know they had a Tom Landry parade to say goodbye. There was 100,000 people there. They called it the Saturday Night Massacre.
And Jerry is still so...
Every optic looks so terrible. Arkansas coming in. Business guy coming in. Fumbling and bumbling at the opening press conference. Like, oh my, I'm gonna be an expert of the cleats. I'm gonna be an expert of the
Jocks and socks.
Jocks and socks. Yeah, that's a good line. After he was bumbling through, I'm gonna know the cleat situation. That's what it was. And then you get rid of Tom, God here, and then you go to his restaurant. What are the odds of that? That's Tom Landry. It looked and came across as cruel.
And then he's still Jerry. I had never seen that clip of him at the press conference where they're talking to him, and he goes, yeah, we met earlier. We ate Mexican. And then he winks at the reporters. And I'm like, holy cow, that's ballsy right now, dude.
Salt in it, yeah.
Holy cow. But he's still salty to this day. The only thing I've seen so far that I was like, that's something I didn't know about Jerry. I haven't heard Jerry say that before. He is still clearly salty over his Arkansas background being dragged.
Yeah, he goes, I didn't know growing up the first 30 years of my life that being from Arkansas was a bad thing, that I'm a bumpkin.
Yeah, all this BS, and he used the full term, all this BS that's out there. He clearly still, like, that, he dislikes that was brought up when he first got
Think
here.
about this happening today. A new coach is introduced, the announcement, he's not at the presser. That's how bad it was. Jerry got 2 death threats, and he sent Jimmy back home on a plane. He announced Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was not at the press conference. And he also says at the opening press conference, I want his job over there too. And that's Tex Schramm. I mean, Rich Dalrymple was early PR coming over from Miami with Jimmy. This showed early on no one was going to control Jerry Jones, or Dalrymple was horrible at his job.
Not there yet. He hadn't gotten there yet.
No.
So that was part of the process of blowing everybody out. He fired the PR director the first day. So that was before he had gotten there.
He fired the PR director. He fired the damn trumpet player who played the anthem, and he fired the public address announcer as well.
It's
gone.
We all know the reputation of what happened there in terms of just how much people were so angry about it. But man, the intensity with it, it was in that clip right there. People were answering calls at Valley Range from fans going like, Coach Landry doesn't know anything yet. He hasn't been fired. We all still have our job. I didn't include it in there, but there's a clip of Dale Hansen on WFAA the night of that going, we can report to you that Jimmy Johnson is still here. He's under an alias. Well, it's like, what the hell are these reports? What were you guys doing? Like, this is the most intense hatred. The fact that he ever rallied from that, Jerry, is a miracle. The fact that he didn't just get run out, especially losing as much money as they were early on.
877-881-1053. Let us know what you took. How many episodes are you in? And what have you taken from it so far on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line? AI has gotten so scary that it now knows Bobby Belt inside and out. This is frightening. We'll take you through it next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Arch Manning says, whoa, 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 Grandpa. Not so fast. College football kegger is coming up at 7 o'clock. Back to the Cowboys documentary at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. It's Sean and Bobby with Choppy out on vacation. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Peyton, just to go backwards for a second, you watched the first 2 episodes yesterday, so we just want the younger perspective because I was worried, they're just going to go ahead and repeat the same old stories for the Gambler Netflix documentary. People are raving about it so far, so I think you'll probably have the most interesting perspective with the younger age group.
Yeah, so I was born in 1996, so obviously I guess technically I'm a 90s baby, but I don't remember any of the 90s. I barely remember, anything before, we joke about it, probably 2010. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff, I know the surface of the story, but not the in-depth stories. The stuff that you guys know 95% of, I don't know that. I know the surface, I know the Herschel Walker trade. I didn't know the impact it had on the fans and how frustrated they were. The Tom Landry parade thing. I didn't know, you fire a head coach. I didn't know they worshipped him there. I knew, obviously, he was really good throughout the 70s and 80s, but, I didn't know he was that, an icon, really, for all the fans. And so it was kind of weird seeing Jerry, his first couple years here, kind of have no idea what he's doing. And kind of like how, wow, this is an S show to begin things. So first 2 episodes in, really good stuff. I'm excited. I hate that, people, I know you brought up the poll of fans who have maybe turned away because, it's Cowboys, I don't want to deal with it. I'm still going to watch. I'm a fan. I'm a diehard fan. I don't care if they go 0-17 this year. I'm still going to watch whenever you give Cowboys content to me.
The fan text, by the way, we didn't get to it, but the vast majority of them who have watched it are like, oh, it's good. People who even had reservations about it are telling us that they really like it. Because it's different than what I think you're probably thinking. This isn't just an 8-episode, hey, here's Jerry's life story. It's not quite like that. It really is telling everybody's story throughout the thing.
It's like The Last Dance. Mm-hmm. It's taking you inside the games, putting you on the field against San Francisco and the practice footage and all that stuff. It's kind of like The Last Dance. As they get further into it, they start doing The Last Dance style of jumping back and forth with the years. So they're kind of copying them. when it comes to that. I don't know if that's a usual documentary thing, but got a lot of Last Dance similarities in terms of footage and the way they're trying to tell it, I think.
I think somebody had said yesterday out at the Star that I think there were crossover people who worked on The Last Dance who worked on this. Like some of the people were involved. So that probably is, that's probably why some of the storytelling looks similar.
These guys also did like the untold stories like Manziel, Connor Stallions, that type of stuff on Netflix. Did you know that you can have Caitlin Clark dunking on LeBron James in NBA 2K? As they said, you'll be able to play as both men and women on the same court in NBA 2K26.
So they're going to put a chair out there for her to jump off of?
Well, you might need a chair out there for them to sit down because it feels like all the WNBA players are hurt.
I mean, all the ones in Indiana are. Sophie Cunningham is done for the season. They're talking about, well, we hope we can get Caitlin Clark back before the end of the season so that she can go 1 for 17 from the field again. They're hurting in Indiana right now.
So 2K26, you can mix it up.
Yeah, because they've had like the WNBA portions of the game before, where you can just play WNBA side. That's been in the last few years, but they've never had it to where you can actually match them up against each other. And be interested to see how realistic that is.
Okay, the breast milk ice cream that Pepe brought up last week, it has been unveiled, and there's someone who caught heat for talking about his enjoyment of breast milk back in the day. So he was the first one in line. This is New York Knick Josh Hart sampling the new breast milk ice cream that has just come out.
What's up, guys? It's Josh Hart, man. So everyone killed me 2 years ago when I made my tweet about trying my significant other's breast milk. Everyone called me out, really. Obviously, Jalen called me out. Stephen A. Smith did a whole little segment on his podcast or radio show, whatever it was. And now Frida came out with a breast milk flavored ice cream. Seems only fitting that I come here and I try it. So here we go. That's right. And I'm not going to lie, it hits. It hits different. Super sweet, kind of like vanilla, with a little bit of saltiness to it. It's very accurate in terms of flavor of breast milk. I hope my wife's not mad at me with saying there's a hint of salt. Shay, I'm sorry about that. It's actually very fire. Make sure you guys get up, go get one. When y'all do that, make sure y'all tweet at me and let me know that y'all like it, because y'all were killing me in the comments and in the mentions that I was tripping, I was bugging, I was all that. So now y'all can try it and then let me know what y'all think.
He didn't do that one time. He didn't drink the breast milk one time. If he's giving tasting notes of like, no, it's got the saltiness, the acidity. This is pretty damn close to what breast milk. That's not
sommelier like we dealt with the other night at Carbone.
Yeah, he's like sitting there swirling it around a glass and like sniffing it first or whatever. That he 100% has continued consuming the breast milk is what that tells me.
I also couldn't tell if he was like involved in a sponsorship type deal. I don't know. He was like showing off the brand and everything, but this doesn't gross me out like it does Choppy.
Well, it's not real either. It's just meant to
simulate.
I'll take a little sip.
Similac.
It's like a Similac.
It's meant to Similac.
It's like we've got the when you've got the the gross sodas or the gross jelly beans that they're meant to taste like. You're not actually consuming whatever that is. It may taste disgusting, but you're not actually consuming that. So if you were ever going to try the breast milk, I would think that this would actually be a nice way to just kind of put your toe in the water and just see, like, does the ice cream taste okay?
I think the experiment here, Pepe, I nominate you for this.
Yes.
You go to the store, you get a little carton, and you just put it in your freezer. And you just see how long it takes for your significant other to notice and try to record her reaction. And she'll walk out to the living room, hold it up, and go, "What's this?"
Yep.
How would they react? That's a good little prank.
Yeah, the problem is that's what Mackenzie listens to, are his segments. So he did that segment already, so she's going to have the awareness of it.
Oh. Does she still listen?
She does, yeah.
Just his segments.
Yeah, she went back and she'll go back in the Odyssey.
No, she listened to RJ's, if you know what I mean.
But yeah, no, and I've talked to Mackenzie about it. I was like, okay, like, I think I would try this if they had it at stores here locally in DFW. And she's like, okay, like, I mean, that's weird that you would like, breast milk like that, even though it's not actual breast milk. But, I made the joke earlier on that, I'd try, someone else's breast milk if, like, they gave it to me. Because, I mean, I've never had it before, but, can't knock it till you try it.
Hold on. So wait, what do you mean? Like, you're saying when you say someone else's, that makes it sound like you were saying you try someone, like just any random person that offered it to you.
I'd have to make sure, they're healthy, everything like that. I don't want to get some contaminated stuff. But yeah, no, I would definitely, I think, try breast milk, just a little bit of it, just to see.
We often make jokes about Bobby being homeschooled, having no friends, and all those jokes are going to be magnified right now as like I'm thinking of you as like Mark Wahlberg with the teddy bear. Ted. Chat GPT has become Bobby's Ted. This is who he talks to. This is who he confides in. This is who he communicates with, I think, by far the most on a weekly basis.
Yeah, no, I like to see how far along is or how far away are we from being taken over is basically what it is. So I will like sometimes argue with it about stuff, or I'll just randomly, like if I'm just sitting there and like don't have anything to do, or I'm just kind of casually watching, I'll put in questions like, hey, what do you think are the 5 most important things somebody should know? And then when they hit it, then I'll just start arguing with them about it, just cause a lot of times, or whatever else. But I guess I've argued with it enough that it's developed a psychological profile of me. So I just was curious the other day, and I was asked, I was like, hey, tell me 5 things you think I need to hear.
All right, I'm going to read these. Peyton, you sign off. All right? You sign off or reject them.
I swear, by the way, I did not prime this thing at all.
This is pretty frightening.
It nailed me pretty close.
This is like all psychics are going to be put out of business with this thing, for real. Your dad's saying hi from above. He loves you. You protect your pride more than your progress.
Yep.
Admitting where you failed would accelerate growth, but you often frame setbacks as circumstantial instead of personal responsibility. My God.
Anecdotal. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm asking Peyton, not you.
Yes.
I already know it's right. That first line,
Yep.
You protect your pride more than your progress. Damn, that is good. And if you're wrong, it's never my fault. This happened, and that happened, and this came out of the blue, and that came out of the blue.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mean their description's accurate. I mean it's accurate that it's just anecdotal. It's not really a big deal.
You're at risk of mistaking intensity for consistency. Bursts of effort cannot replace the steady grind, and the steady grind is what changes your trajectory. I don't necessarily agree with this one.
I do. So I will generally get really intense about like some certain project and then like pursue it for a while and then get burnout, and then I'm just like, okay.
Oh, like all the podcasts I tell you not to do it, all the different project startups. I'm going to start this. I'm going to start that. It's like the blog. It's
right.
It's
so
the
you
blog
do agree
syndrome.
with too.
Well, I was just taking this as an overall work ethic thing.
Oh, I have general work ethic, but
like you don't go, all right, today I'm going to let you really put a lot into the show.
No, yeah, but
if it's a side project, absolutely.
Yeah,
this
I'll
is
have
right.
side projects like that.
You undervalue boredom. If you follow him on Instagram, you know this with his 3 a.m. Spin Doctor music reviews.
Yep, they're good.
Or whatever is on there. Some of the most transformative habits feel dull in the moment, but chasing novelty keeps you from locking into the unglamorous routines that actually move the needle.
Yeah,
you undervalue boredom. But you say on the show, I just want to sit around. I just want to do nothing. But I think you reject boredom by being on your phone.
No, I think it's it's not that the boredom of just doing nothing. It's the boredom of routine. I don't like that. Bores me, and I don't like the routine.
You let frustration with others' flaws blind you to your own. Criticism comes easier than correction. But until you apply the same scrutiny inward, you will stay limited by the same blind spots.
That's the least accurate one right there. That's BS right there. That's no.
What's the one where you always take your initial opinion and you never change it? Isn't that this? You never move off your opinion to someone.
Yeah, but if I'm right, like I mean, that's it. Why would I move off of being right?
You talk about long-term vision, but still make too many short-term choices. Convenience keeps winning over alignment, which is why your future looks more like drift than design.
Okay, pull back a little now, ChatGPT. Your future looks more like drift than design. That's a little.
He's humbling you.
That's a little much.
How do you know it's a he?
Yeah, it's a they them.
Yeah, NBA 2K.
No, but that would be the one probably I think that Krista would look at and go like, that's you right there. Like where you just you want to just be free flowing. You don't want to stick to any structure or anything else.
So I just want to like, how much would I have to interact with this thing in order to get close to this type of accurate feedback? Because this is pretty crazy. I'm not going to argue with it like Bobby does. Like I ask a question that I need info for. You know, it's like my new school Wikipedia. But Bobby, of course, wants to fight with a computer.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that
deep belt over here instead of deep blue.
I think it doesn't take much to get a general vibe of a lot of my personality traits. Those are usually pretty upfront pretty quickly. So it probably doesn't take as much for other people, or it probably takes less for me than it would for other people, for them to really figure out what kind of complex individual they are, because I'm just very binary, and it's this way and that way.
So what are you taking from this as a aha moment to maybe fix and address, to alter, to grow?
What I learned from this is that I need to be more manipulative when I'm talking to ChatGPT. That's what I thought. Oh, you want to see what Sean Sharif's personality is according to ChatGPT?
I don't know how I would know.
Direct and assertive. Tends to lead conversations with confidence and bluntness. Analytical but provocative. Sean often takes a step back from surface level sports talk and looks at the broader implications. Competitive and combative.
Oh my God.
Structured but adaptable. Underlying theme: control. They did nail you.
Underline.
You didn't even have to talk to him for them to nail you.
That is scary. It really is scary. All right, thanks for being a Tolo. 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Back to the Cowboys documentary at 7:20 when we have all the time in the commercial-free expressway. But we need to get in a college football kegger where Arch Manning has said, "Slow down, Grandpa." That's next.
Disagree with the... FM.
And that ball hit high into the air, deep right field. Osuna going back. He turns to look. It's gone. What a poke. Deep into the Kansas City bullpen for Yastrzemski. His second home run in as many games. Give him 13 on the year, and we're tied at 2.
And the Rangers bullpen gets blown up. Matt Hicks with the call on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. They lose 5-2, and that's the second game of this series that they dropped. They're 7.5 back in the American League West, 6 games back in the wild card. This time it was Wynn and Milner going along with an offense that did nothing besides Corey Seager.
This is maybe this is a little too out of left field, not to turn a pun, but how much worse does it have to get in the second half? Like, how much worse does this spiral have to get before there's Chris Young questions about, like, whether he's even back?
Well, he just got an extension.
I know, but, like, I mean, if you're talking about this is back-to-back years where you've flubbed the deadline, essentially, and you've spiraled into the second half of the season, and there's a lot of people who already feel like 23 was a large John Daniels construction.
Nah, I'm not, based on the circumstance, I'm not getting ready to see why after this, because I'm also going to blame ownership for the tax.
Yeah, there's that.
What were you allowed? How many bats moved? We do have to actually look at reality and facts. Sandler went through the bats the other day. How many bats moved? Maybe you should have done something, before the trade deadline. You should have done something last offseason versus have too much faith in this offense. But a lot of people were sitting here saying, the offense is going to be fine. But this season will be remembered for wasting the greatest starting pitching in franchise history and being a 500 team. That's the way it's going to be remembered because your offense sucked. Get rid of Chris Young this soon for that, especially since I think he had financial restraints. No.
Then when they have money next year, is he on notice next year?
Maybe.
I feel like the patience is where it. I know it is for me, but I feel like other Rangers fans are starting to wear a little bit thin of just like, okay, what exactly are you responsible for that has led to the
How
success?
are you divvying up the championship team with John Daniels involved?
I think if you look at the vast majority of the players that were there for that core, it was John Daniels players and John Daniels acquisitions. There were a handful that Chris Young was part of, but the vast majority were John Daniels players.
Rangers are also skipping DeGrom's start today due to shoulder fatigue. He came back to Texas to see the doctor. The report is everything checked out well, more of a workload management situation. Right. The odds from Vegas and Bet Online. Give me the teams favored right now today to win the World Series.
The Los Angeles Dodgers.
Correct. They are the favorite at 7-2. Now you're going to start to struggle. Pepe, you're up next.
The New York Yankees.
No.
The Milwaukee Brewers.
No.
The Blue Jays.
No.
Damn it. The Padres.
Nope.
It's not the Astros, is it?
Nope.
The Phillies.
The Phillies are 13-2.
Nailed it.
Followed by Milwaukee, then San Diego. This is the first time I can remember, with all the odds that we do, the first 4 teams from the same league having all the odds to win, because they usually have to balance it out to have an American League team on the other side just in case, because these teams are going to knock each other out. So the top 4 teams to win it all reside in the National League. And since 2000, which makes us even crazier, 13 NL teams have won it, and that means 12 American League teams have won it. So it's been balanced. The next 5 teams are all American League teams. Led by Seattle.
Hell yes.
They're tied with Toronto. Then you get Detroit, the Armpit, the Yankees, the Cubs, the Mets, the Red Sox. The Red Sox are 20-1, and then the odds fall off a cliff to the Rangers at 66-1 to win everything, followed by Cleveland, who the Rangers have coming up next.
RJ would say that's great value, 66-1.
It's great value at 66-1, but not for the actual
$10
bet place.
Have any of these great value, like make your rich bets ever hit for Choppy anyway? They're always great value, but none of them ever hit. So
speaking of Choppy, let's tap the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I always say this about mothers of newly drafted kids going on their podcasts, whether it's Zach Wilson, who was the corner whose mom?
Eli Apple.
Eli Apple's, just shut up. Just stop making life more miserable and causing distractions for your child. I got to apply the same rule, FAF, to Archie Manning. Stop talking.
Yeah, hasn't Archie, overly controlled one generation? Isn't that enough? Does he need to get into the second generation?
Archie talked about, right, the Dallas Cowboys and his grandson, and then he came out the other day and made all the headlines, ruined everyone's tank plans, and said Arch is not coming out after this season. So forget about tanking for him. He'll be at Texas for the next 2 years.
Which Field Yates just put out a fresh mock draft for 2026, and Arch Manning is still the number one pick. So
wouldn't it be hilarious if over the past 2 weeks an NFL team actually made some moves to lose and tank based upon Arch's announcement, and they're like, "No, we need to make sure we really stink." Like Indianapolis naming Daniel Jones as the starter. RG3 said, "I'm convinced they're doing that just to tank for Arch," and then it gets reversed because.
Now we'll know why the Micah deal got done, if it gets done this week.
That's right, because Arch Manning was asked about what his grandfather said.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
Put up the phone, Archie. Stay away from the reporters. Stop talking about your grandson's plans. You're starting to mess these stories up a little bit too much. The funny thing that Arch did say is that Archie said he ends every single conversation, okay? Every time they have a phone call, Archie ends it with, "Get down or get out of bounds."
That's nice. A lot of people say, "I love you."
Yeah.
If it's a family member.
That's his goodbye. Get down or get out of bounds.
Yeah, get down or get out of bounds, or get the hell out of my family if you're not going to make it to the pros. That's, I guess, his whole thing. But Archie does not catch near enough heat to this day for everything that went down with Eli. That I still, and I don't know if I've ever told you this. This is probably where my deep-seated hatred of John Elway comes from, is the way he handled the draft process. I hate the idea of Elway, Eli, I'm just going to dictate where I'm going, screw the rules that everyone else has played. I hate the entitlement, and Archie is the shining representation to me of just oh, I'm going to get it my way. I'm going to do I cannot stand Archie Manning.
You get to choose where you work. You could have gone to the Freak and been unemployed.
Okay, well, I mean, if I was making $10 million or whatever, then I wouldn't be. The job comparison clearly is not the same. It's not. And you will reach free agency at some point. The first 4 years, though, yeah, you kind of just get whatever job you get.
All right, Ohio State has named their quarterback to face the Texas Longhorns. Are you worried?
No, I mean, it's just good to know who's getting the loss on their ledger. I saw the ESPN analytics. They just threw up there 53% that Texas wins the game. So they're feeling good about them.
Really? Ohio State's favored.
Yeah, but I mean, the ESPN FBI is a different thing. They look at other things like other things, I guess.
Ed Orgeron, the best voice in all of sports, went on Pardon My Take, and he was asked to talk about the one player, because he said he's starting to get the itch again. I think his payoff from LSU actually just ran out.
I think Fish reported something like that.
And he said, I'm starting to get the itch again. And he was asked, who's the one player, I give you anyone in college football, who would you want to come back and coach?
All right, so going into this college football season, if you were coaching a team and I was like, hey, you get any player you want, what quarterback would you want to be coaching?
Archie Manning.
Yeah? He's the real deal?
No doubt.
What makes you say that?
You know, I had an opportunity to go to Texas and speak to the clinic, and speak at their clinic, and I watched practice. Now, we knew Archie Manning as a young kid from Louisiana. He liked Joe Brady. We watched him. But I watched his practice, and I'll say this conservatively, okay? And Garrett, we recruited Garrett. Garrett's a great player. You know, it's kind of, they got some great quarterbacks there. But Arch is as close to, or maybe as good as Joe as I've seen.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And I've never said that about anybody.
And Joe is Joe Burrow. Wow. So there he is. It's fueling up the Arch hype train.
It's great. It's a great endorsement. Ed Orgeron is also a defensive line coach, though. So, he doesn't even know good quarterbacks when he sees them. Garrett Nussmeier is great, by the way. No disrespect to Garrett Nussmeier. Shout out Marcus High School. That's the dude. But look, Arch there's a ton that needs to be answered about him still. As a Texas fan who is going to see things through burnt orange all the time, I still will tell you there's a ton that Arch still has to answer this year. I hope he does it. I think he's going to do it, but there's still a ton that he needs to actually prove.
Nick Saban put an end to the speculation that he's coming back in coaching. His former quarterback, Greg McElroy, said, I got a pretty good source who said he's interested. Saban responded, I went and listened to the clip. It was said with kind of a laugh at the end because the headline did not read like it. He said, you know what? Greg McElroy played quarterback for us. And if he'd have done something like that when he was a player, he would have got his ass kicked. I don't even know what that really means, but that is Nick Saban saying, no, it is not true. It's really to Colin Cowherd, who tried to tie together Saban and Arch to the Cleveland Browns next year. But that is Nick Saban saying, no, I'm not coming back to coach at the age of 73.
Yeah, and
he said there's no opportunity that I know of right now that would entice me to go back to coaching. I did it for 50 years. I loved it, but it's another station of life now.
I swear, and I think you disagreed with this, or maybe Chop did. I can't remember. I think if Saban returns to coaching, I could totally see it being he's one of these guys who just goes, I'm going to coach a high school team next year. Where it's just a thing of like, those are still people that I can have an impact on, I can mold, and they'll listen to my discipline, and it's not as tainted as the college level. But he absolutely, you can tell he still has the itch to coach. He just doesn't want to under these terms. That's why he's become basically a lobbyist to change everything with NIL.
People, including Jake Rietma, are destroying the Michigan punishment. They're killing the NCAA.
What more did they need? They had $20 million. That's a lot of money, man.
Bob Stoops, Urban Meyer, the NCAA as an enforcement arm no longer exists. Stoops said they basically invited cheating with this little slap on the wrist penalty. There's $20 million in show causes to Jim Harbaugh, who is probably not coming back to coach college. Although you never know with Harbaugh.
Yeah.
The coach got like 3 games spread out over 2 years.
Yeah, it's look. I mean, they've got to pick and choose. You don't want to just totally destroy Michigan. That's a big program. That's one you rely on. Look, I think this is another example of like the NCAA is neutered. It's no longer what it was. Like NIL killed it. Like NIL, the NCAA went from the most powerful authoritarian sports organization in existence. You were under their thumb and they made sure you felt them. They just had nothing. That's why I have such a visceral reaction to somebody like Nick Saban and somebody like Dabo Swinney and like these guys who just like, let's go back. No, let's not go back. Let's not go back to the NCAA being essentially like flat out. They were an abusive organization and they can't do it anymore. So like, sorry if there's some collateral damage, like a Michigan gets away with some things because the NCAA has been neutered. Well worth it because they've ruined the careers of so many different athletes. They almost destroyed Des Bryant's career over some dumb stuff. They've destroyed so many people's careers over dumb stuff. And so I have no pity or no sympathy for them in any way.
College football kegger here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out in Michigan on vacation. We got Bobby, we got Peyton, we got Aiden, and we got you on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Is Micah Parsons Jerry Jones' chance for Herschel Walker 2.0. Back to the Cowboys Gambler documentary on Netflix, commercial free with the Expressway after this.
time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are commercial free. How many episodes in are you to Jerry Jones, The Gambler on Netflix? Let us know how many and what your thoughts are on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt with you. We got Peyton and Aiden on the not on the back. Maybe on the back. In the back. Hey, do what you want. All right, we recap episode 1 with Jerry coming in, taking over, and getting Tom Landry out and all the backlash that came with that. We each watched the first 2 episodes. I actually watched like 5.5. I'll go home and just finish it.
Yeah, you will.
I'd rather just go ahead on the back. I'd rather just go ahead and watch this over Ranger games.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, I just put this on my computer with the Ranger game on mute in the background because the Rangers are just wearing me out.
Can I have or I'm going to share what undoubtedly will be an unpopular take, because it's what I do.
From you?
Yep.
Shocking.
I'm not saying he was good. It was fascinating watching Skip Bayless talk as much as he did without firing off takes. Like, where he's just basically telling history or like giving like, yeah, you know, the Dallas really felt like the community felt like this. Where I was like, that convinces me now you are a character. And you're because you were able to just, all right, this is Netflix. This is my thing. I'm going to button it up. Because the way he acted in that, like, if I had not known who Skip Bayless was, I would have just watched that and been like, oh, yeah, this is some historian who was there at the time and is just recounting what the climate was.
Yeah, so the old school media, by the way, I'm curious which old school media is really bitter that they got left out of that. I know a couple names I could think of, but the old school media that was included, you had Dale, you had Skip. Who else locally? I'm trying to think. Oh,
I haven't seen it yet. I know later on somebody told me Gosling's in it.
You got Werder and Goose.
Which, yeah, they have to be in it because they were so big.
They were at the Orlando event.
They broke the Jimmy story.
Yeah, I think that was it. But there's no Sham in there.
There isn't? That's surprising.
I haven't seen Sham.
That's surprising.
His calls might be, but he's not sitting down talking about any interview. You also, because they're showing so much game footage too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not just going to be everyone's perspective. It's so much game footage.
I loved the rookie clip early on of unedited, mic'd up Michael Irvin as a rookie going, get those mother effers out, where I was like, I didn't even know like NFL Films would still have that stashed away, or if they like would even have a clean copy of that. Some of the footage they've gotten this so far is great. It's stuff I haven't seen from NFL Films before.
It's probably stuff the Cowboys just kept.
Yeah, I mean the Jerry Home videos like on the beach and stuff like that. And you haven't gotten to episode 7 yet, so yeah. I haven't seen it either. I know that a big focus that is Michael Irvin. Somebody with the Cowboys was telling me yesterday, they're like, wait till you see the home videos in episode 7 because those are insane.
And he's the only one that would come out and speak on the White House. But let's get to episode 2 with Herschel Walker and the moment that turned everything around. This guy, I'm trying the third person stuff. I couldn't stop.
And he calls it out. He's like, yeah, I know I'm talking in third person, but I don't care. Herschel Walker does that or whatever. I was like, yeah. Dude, this is not 1988. You are not Herschel Walker anymore.
Yes. Michael Jordan would sometimes goes third person. I'm trying to think who else goes third person this much.
It's not there. I don't know that I would find it acceptable from a single human, like not even Michael Jordan. I don't know that I would ever find third person acceptable from a single human being that's not in a comedy format. Like you're clearly just doing a bit of, you know, the one person who I might take it as like, not even legitimate, but just like, yeah, that tracks this whole Prince. If Prince would refer to himself as Prince, I would get that a little bit.
And Troy Aikman was inspired by Herschel Walker early on.
Yeah, he talked about that. They were talking about what just a massive impact Herschel Walker was on football in the 80s. And he was a superstar. And Aikman had said that he started writing poetry in high school because he read a Sports Illustrated piece where Herschel Walker talked about writing poetry as like one of his cathartic things. That was funny. They were like, you got the poems? And he gave a smirk and it was like, they were not very good. But he didn't say no. I think he still has them. I think he still has a few of those poems saved somewhere.
And then it was just funny watching Donald Trump back in the day praise Herschel Walker. Everyone's like, this is the best player in the league. He's definitely the best player on the Cowboys. And then politically what happened with Herschel Walker and Trump down the line. But the point is, he was a beast. He was their number one asset, not even close. And then Jerry, Jimmy, they still fight about it today. They came up with the idea to execute and pull off brilliance.
Herschel Walker to Minnesota for 5 players.
No one had ever even heard of these guys.
Who in the hell does he think he is?
The devil has come to Dallas in the form of Jerry Jones.
Ultimately, we were optimistic because we had an ace up our sleeve. Now, the thing people didn't realize about the Herschel trade, there was actually a catch. If we cut 5 players, then Minnesota would have to give us 5 picks, 1 for every player. Mike Land, who was the general manager, conjured up this idea that since we were losing so many games, he thought we would fall in love with the player and want to take the player rather than the picks. I called Mike Land up. I said, Mike, we're going to release the players. And he said, I don't believe you'll do it. We did it. And we got the picks.
That's amazing. So Minnesota never thought that desperate Dallas would cut the players and get all the picks, and that's exactly what they did, starting off with the Emmett draft, which they traded up for from, I think it was 22 to 17.
Yeah, and there's some of this it's either, I guess we're getting a different side of it, or they're leaving out some details. That's the one hesitation I have on some things. I was talking about this with somebody yesterday. They didn't cover at all the Steve Walsh, Troy Aikman tension, which was a little odd. And in the Herschel thing, there's been a very famous story that's gone around for years about how that idea was even conceived, which is Jimmy Johnson used to jog around MacArthur in Irving with his coaches, and one day they're in the middle of the jog, and he basically just stops. He goes, guys, we suck. We got to do something.
Yeah, that is included in this.
In this story? I didn't hear it in the second episode. So
no, it's in the later one.
Oh, okay.
It just goes back to like their ego fight
of who gets credit or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's the whole thing of.
And then Jerry said it came from, I think, Tex or Bum. One of the two. When he was taking over the team, they said, Herschel really is our best player. You may want to consider trading him.
Herschel was, if you look at the first 3 years going into 89.
His numbers are actually not as good as I thought.
So like throughout his career, no. But if you look at it as like
throughout his career, no. Like the only thing that matters.
The first 3 years, they went 3-13. He was 5th in the MVP voting in 88. So if you look at what for instance, nowadays 17 games because he had some injuries in 87 and there was a strike that year for a portion of it. His 17 game averages, his first 3 years in the league, were 2,000 yards from scrimmage and 12 touchdowns. Like he was a dynamic receiving running threat and was a freak athlete. I mean, everybody I think remembers who lived through that era. Remembers like what Herschel Walker as a college football player was and what Herschel Walker's reputation was. But I mean, like, yeah, you were talking about an awful football team that said, let's get rid of our only player that anybody thinks is any good. That is, and this is on the heels of just months after everybody wants to run you out of town for everything that you did. I obviously wasn't alive for it.
All-time balls and brilliance.
I wasn't alive for it. I wonder how much intensity peaked there just from Herschel to Landry, how similar it was to Nico. Like in the Luka.
Yes.
Like was the hatred that intense?
Yes.
And did he rebound from it? And I mean, we know he rebounded from it. And so if he rebounded from it, like, I mean, I guess that gives Nico some hope of like, well, it wasn't as bad as that.
Well, the problem with the Nico thing is there's no surprise element to the trade that could catch us all off guard. No one knew at the time. No one was thinking of 5 players being cut and then 5 picks being used like that.
Yeah. And
we know this is about Anthony Davis.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were like, do you want some extra picks? He's like, no.
Yeah.
You can keep that extra first round pick.
Right.
I don't want it.
Yes. All right, so this is episode 2. They go back and forth with lifestyle and family and record. Jimmy Johnson divorced after the age. He was divorced after 26. He basically was like, I'm living in this facility 26 years.
Yeah, 26 years.
26 years. And he's like, no, it's about to be all football for me. So I'm married to the football team.
The way they said the sacrifice that they clearly, whatever they want to say about their credit and everything else, the clear sacrifices that both Jerry and Jimmy made in personal lives to get this thing going are like, I mean, the way that's told, it doesn't sound like Jimmy fell out of love or Jimmy. It was literally just, I have to focus on this. You have to go.
Yeah.
And
it
it's
was
like,
cold. Jimmy Johnson, the cold-blooded a-hole assassin.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean,
the asthma field thing actually like made me angry. We were talking about what would happen today. Jimmy Johnson would be banned from sports.
The league would suspend him while they investigated. Like they'd be like, you're on an exempt list while we check this out.
The guy's on the ground. I have asthma. I don't care that you have asthma. Get off the field. Then he went to the reporters afterwards. The transparency with the press back then, that's what I was jealous of. With these guys just going out and just insulting each other.
Just like anything.
Back and forth. And he's, I don't care. I don't want to hear asthma fields. Get the job done. He said that with a media gathering. You'd be banned from all sports. Be gone. So then 7-9 season. Bad offense. Emmett said it was just too complicated. And then they bring in Norv for the balance and to relate to these guys. One of the things that did catch me off guard was the Steve Berline run. Because like you, I was just waiting for Troy Aikman, Steve Walsh. I was waiting for that drama. I have forgotten and not realized that Steve Berline caught fire with them. Troy's hurt in the Washington game. They're actually winning the game. That's the measuring stick. The Redskins at the time, they're the measuring stick in the East. Troy gets hurt, and then Steve Berline comes in, wins 5 straight. They go to the playoffs.
Yeah, and it was...
And there's a Dak Romo comparison there where they go on a roll, Troy's ready and healthy, and Jimmy, according to Troy, says, you're playing the playoff game. You're coming back for the postseason. I'm just resting you 1 extra week. When Troy said he's actually ready to go that week, and maybe even the week before, and then the headlines come out that Steve Berline is starting, and that's very Dak Romo-esque.
Yeah, 100%. And now, see, this was final 5 games of the season, 6 games of the season, something like that, is when Berline came in. And if you actually look at it, they were winning games. He wasn't playing great necessarily in a lot of these games. Like the last game of the season, I was just trying to pull up the stats because I remember he didn't. So the last 2 games of the season.
You talking about Berline?
Yeah, last 2 games of the season, they beat Philly. He went 9 of 31 for 145 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions. Last game of the season against Atlanta, they win 31-27. He goes 18 for 35, 228, a touchdown, and 2 picks. So it's not like he had played great. But you remember that was also the discussion about Dak and Romo, too. It was about people were like, well, Romo's better right now. And they're like, it doesn't matter. The team plays better with him. And the team, they felt like at the time, and Jimmy, still no apologies about it, is like, yeah, I'm not sorry, but I played who I thought was better.
And Jimmy, well, also the master psychologist, Troy said Jimmy misread my burning desire to win. Troy was not fiery enough for Jimmy. Berline was. Berline was that loud, outward leader, the emotion, the rage. And Troy was more quiet, walk into a room, may not even look at you, may not even talk to you, but it didn't mean he wanted to win any less. RJ would love that because he was always picking at leadership and the study of it. And he's like, just because I'm not in there announcing I'm the leader doesn't mean I'm not a leader. And that was Jimmy's problem with Aikman, according to Troy.
I thought it was really, really interesting to hear him talk about his dad, Aikman, and saying that, like, from the time I was 6 years old, he treated me like an adult. He's like there was just a certain way. He was very stoic, and he was tough. He was hard on me and everything. And like you see where a lot of, because I think we all have that opinion of Aikman, that Aikman's kind of a stoic individual. And like it was the first time I've heard him kind of like give some context that says like, all right, this is where it came from. Is clearly his dad was a certain way and treated him a certain way where he was like, I wasn't really ever treated like a kid. I was always, no, you're an adult, whether you're a kid or not.
So they beat Chicago. I think Chris Farley was on the field as one of the Ditkas giving the hype speech. Mm-hmm. They lose at Detroit. Troy's thrown in for garbage time, and he tells his agent after that, I want out. Jerry has to step in and tell Jimmy, hey now, just so you know, Aikman's the guy, okay? Let's just refresh and reset this in the offseason. We're not going to have any of this drama. Aikman is the guy. So that's A little recap of episode 2 with The Gambler, Jerry Jones, Netflix. I thought the most important soundbite of the first 2 episodes was Aikman talking about Jimmy always, kicked them even though they were winning. And he's getting more intense and getting more aggravated. And they're like, dude, right? The plain story. You're not eating after this loss to Washington, even though they're having a fantastic season. Well, Troy describes the scene in the locker room. Jimmy's finally about to give them their flowers after the regular season. Finally about to give them their praise. And this sounded like the beginning of Jerry and Jimmy's relationship fraying.
When the season finally ended, Jimmy walks into the locker room to talk to the team. We just had our best season, and he's starting into this speech about having won the division and the postseason, and he was giving us that moment that we had never gotten. And that moment was about to happen. And then the door to the locker room opened up, and he stops and turns around, and it was Jerry and a few of his friends. And Jimmy just stopped and said congratulations and went to his locker, and it was over. And so we didn't get that moment that we thought we deserved.
Yeah, Jimmy closed down his AOL email and just said, I'm out of here.
This is...
That right there, that was my first whoa. That's the one soundbite we need for today's show.
That is... Boy, that's all the ammo you probably need out of this documentary if you're somebody who thinks Jerry's the problem with this team. Like, if you listen to that, then you go like, see, look, it's that. Like, he can't even let them have their moment. He took that from the team. Like, that's what you'd say. My first reaction to that was... Yeah, it's okay. Was that the time and place to maybe bring people in there? Probably not. As the players, the way that's described there for Aikman, that almost sounds like that was their "I'm proud of you, son." Yeah. Like at 18, like pat on the back, like, "Oh my gosh, my dad finally told me he loves me," or something like that.
Yep.
And they didn't get it. But the longer I thought about it and sat there and kind of thought about the context of what happened, I'm like, how Jimmy knows they want it, like that the players want this pat on the back. How like petty is it to me that like Jerry walks in and he can't just like
finish
giving the guys that? It's almost like he's looking for the bailout, or it's just like, to be honest, you know what? It's me with the wings when we were in Oxnard last year. Where I ordered the wings, and you're like, I was waiting for somebody to say something, and you went, "We're about to go eat." And I went, "Fine, here, take my wings." And he threw the wings. That's what Jimmy did.
Yeah,
fine, I'll go to my locker. And it's like, finish the thought. And I don't know if we're gonna play it here now, but like, I mean, Troy continues to talk about the growth of their relationship. It sounds like
we're going to talk about the aquarium as final clip.
Yeah. And so in that, we're going to hear in this clip then that it sounds like there were some players though who did fault Jimmy in that instance for not just finishing the thought. That there were people upset by it.
Let me actually finish my thought. That was the tease. So I just reminded myself of it, and I'm seeing Cowboys on television like normal. I wonder. I'm like, you obviously can't rip someone off to that degree, I don't think, anymore. You're not going to surprise anyone because now the equity is the draft picks. I just wonder if Micah Parsons maybe being dealt after the divorce that Adam Schefter is now talking about nonstop. I just wonder if you sit down, you rehash all this, you talk about it all over again, you watch it, and you're like, let's get some depth. I just wonder if this could be his Herschel 2.0, although obviously not to that degree. Although you'll get, I don't know how many. Where did their 5 picks end up? I need to go back and see that.
Oh no, they cleaned up a lot of them. So that was
like
one of
how many firsts?
So if you look at the fact that, so it was they had a ton of firsts. Some of them were second round picks, and they even ended up swinging deals because some of the, like one of the guys that was cut was Isaac Holt, and that got them a pick. But they liked Isaac Holt and they wanted to keep him. And so they ended up having to, like, they still swindled them. They called Minnesota back and, like, somehow swung a deal to be able to keep Isaac Holt and still get the pick.
There was $2 million involved in that as well, I wrote down.
Yeah, the Cowboys sent $2 million. That's why at the time the deal looked even worse to people. They're like, you're also throwing them $2 million? What are you doing?
Yes. Traded for 5 nobodies and $2 million.
Yeah, and that's the thing that when you look at the way they swung that deal, it was so far advanced ahead of what everybody else was doing at the time.
Here it is. 1st, 2nd, and 6 in 1990. 1st and 2nd in 91. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in 92.
Yeah, and so it was basically with the triggers with the different guys that would end up, like which picks you get. And a lot of times they were wheeling and dealing. So what they would do is they would take those picks sometimes and they would package them to trade up, or they'd move. So they didn't even use all those picks all the time. I'm trying to remember, Emmett, Emmett, Darren Woodson, and Russell Maryland were all part of it. Like those were what you got back with those picks. And so, I mean, that it's something where, fortune favors the bold, Sean.
So I just wonder. I'm like, all right, rehashing all this and saying, hey, we traded a star because the Cowboys don't trade stars. They don't get rid of superstars. So I was just saying, I wonder if going down memory lane, bringing up some of those big blockbuster trade feelings.
It could.
I'm reaching with that.
No, I will say this. It's not I don't know about Jerry. It's not the first time it's crossed somebody's mind over there that they've thought, what would he get back? And would it that's why we've heard this chatter before about they've questioned it. I'm just like, man, that's a lot of money to pay. And man, we were waiting for him to mature a little bit. And maybe it'd just be worth it to go get a bunch of stuff for him. Like there were people that thought that, but it is obviously a big gamble. I mean, this one specifically, again, I don't know if they touch on it later in the series. They didn't in this episode, but the story's been out there that Dave Wannstedt after the trade told Jimmy hey, you're gonna need to assure me I'm gonna have a job wherever you land after we get fired, because we're getting fired for this.
And then final clip, we talked about the relationship being strained after Aikman got replaced by Berline. This is how it came back together over a love of fish.
The next night we had our Christmas party, and the guy said they're not going. And I said, well, I've got to go. I mean, I'm the quarterback. I have to go. I showed up. There wasn't anyone there. Jimmy and I were talking, and I told him, I said, players aren't happy. And one conversation led to another. We started talking about aquariums. And I said, I always thought about getting an aquarium.
Had 3 or 4 in my home in Dallas. It's really a peaceful thing, seeing the fish and then seeing the predators too, fish eating other fish. It was an outlet for me.
And then he says, hey, what do you say we go get you an aquarium after practice? So I said, okay. So we did. And the next thing you know, he came, put it together in my house.
So it just kind of helped build a relationship talking about things other than football.
After that, he'd come over with a 6-pack of Heineken, and the aquarium was in my master bedroom. And I had a chair in there. He'd just go plop down in that chair and drink his Heinekens and watch the fish. It was the beginning of a new chapter for us.
Amazing. First off, just relaxing watching these predators eat the other ones. It's just calms my soul watching the destruction and annihilation of the other fish. And then are you telling me that Jimmy Johnson walked in Troy's house with the 6-pack, said, "What's up, 8?" Walked past him to the bedroom and sat by himself in Troy's room with a chair looking at the aquarium? Are you telling me that is what I'm seeing there? Or is it a bench seating? Do we have a recliner for Aikman in the bedroom? But Jimmy would just go in there and watch the fish with his Heineken.
Yeah, look, whatever it takes to bond. And the thing that stood out to me about that, and we've always known they had some tension, but that was the end of 92 when that happened. So you're talking about Jimmy was here for 5 years. 4 of the 5 years he had a not great relationship with Aikman. And it's something where then in the 5th year, we see Aikman crying when Jimmy's going into the Hall of Fame. Aikman has told the story before that he knew that near the end of the 93 season when he was looking at his own contract that he had asked something to Jimmy about hey, I want to know that you're going to be here, or talked about something like that. And Jimmy had said something I don't know that I'm going to be here. I would not make my plans based on this. And that Aikman at that point had gotten to the point where he mattered so much to him, where it's I kind of am going to make my contract decision based on if you're going to be with me. And it's wild to just think about 80% of the time they were together, it was tense or wasn't good necessarily. And then it strengthened over time to where now they're as close as they are.
In watching this, because they both united over the common goal, Jimmy was like, okay, he does care. In watching this, you can see, and I don't even know if there's another guy as close, why Jimmy and Belichick are so tight. There's so much Belichick in Jimmy. Ruthless. Does not care what you've done for him. It's all about the W. I don't care about your feelings. Jimmy has a cold-blooded ass clip in this that I'm going to have to find where he goes, a lot of people, I think it's a hard conversation and really, really awkward when you cut someone. Not for me. And I was like, damn, this guy's a ruthless tyrant. And that's Belichick. And that's why they hang out on Jimmy's boat all the time. So
Jordan Hudson ruined that.
That's right.
Jimmy would have never let Jordan Hudson get in the way.
So in terms of being revolutionary, cutthroat, managing your cap, looking at all those things, I don't even think Parcells was as similar to Belichick as Jimmy in rewatching all this.
Yeah, and I mean, man, Jimmy's such a unique case. So I remember talking with Goose Goslin about this.
Well,
10 years ago or something.
You talking about their special teams?
No. We were talking about why the Cowboys had the success they did early on. And he had said, like, it was just they were in such a unique position because Jimmy was the top recruiter basically in the country at the time, knew all the ins and outs of all these different guys, and had this head start to where for the next 4 to 5 years, I know all these players who are coming out and I know exactly who they are, what their makeup is. I've been in their homes. I know their families. I know all of their backstories, all their dirt that nobody else in the NFL knows. I know who can handle stuff, who can't, and that it just gave them this tremendous advantage that kind of got maxed out, I guess. Like when he gets to the end of that 5 years and he's gone, like we don't know. He went to Miami. He didn't draft nearly the same. And it was something where that intensity and everything else he had, it's like all that Belichick advantage, plus he knew all of the players coming out. And that gave him just a ridiculous advantage.
Sports Buckaroo on Twitter said, why watch someone bragging about 3 decades of failure and no redemption? People have lost the plot. I get it. That was my attitude going in. It's like, okay, we're sitting here, this is pathetic. We're basically putting on our starter jackets and remembering the good old days for the 500th time. And that's why I would have liked there when the director came on yesterday and said it's 80-20, 80% pass. I was hoping for my dream would have been like 60-40, so I can see how they're operating today and how we can go ahead and use that to explain the drought. But I'm just, it just takes me back to just being a sports geek. Like I loved Sports Century and the storytelling of it. And that's why people are raving and comparing it and even saying it's better than The Last Dance. Yes, it may make you even more bitter that you're not getting any of this over the past 30 years. So I understand.
Yeah, and I think that everybody on the fan text who's weighed in so far who's watched it, just about everybody who said they had a reservation or they weren't looking forward to see it, it's been good. And that's the thing. It's if you're just a fan of made, really well told stories about sports, it's really good. It is these guys have done so many of these different films at this point. They know how to tell the story, and it is a fascinating story to be told.
All right, I will end this by making you the bad guy. It was Choppy last week defending Jerry, saying
so funny.
His only problem, his only real problem is not going with a first-round quarterback. That's Jerry's only real problem, which sent the fan text into a tizzy. You were loving Jerry a little bit last night.
Yeah, or I should be. Here's the context. I don't.
Hey, man. This is through the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, through the first 2 episodes. When you see it all laid out, and he's referenced these stories all the time. When you hear it, it's like, yeah, we know, we've heard it. You gambled, you did this, you did that. When it's cut up and interspliced with all of the reaction and all the intense scrutiny that they were under, and you really, like I said, sitting up there on World News Tonight with Sam Donaldson having zero respect for you.
Got a funny way of showing it, Jones. Like, screw you, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a funny way of showing your toupee.
Just zero respect. Like you could tell, like Sam Donaldson thought you're a moron.
Yes.
And I'm talking to a moron right now.
Yes.
And all of that built in to then weather it and become as successful an organization as they are as a business, and then also winning 3 Super Bowls. I understand how that could give somebody a forever middle finger to you don't get to question. I'm not saying it's right, but I understand it helps, I think, understand the perspective a little bit more of, if I was in his shoes, I might have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder too, of just like, you're not going to tell me anything.
Well, I think back to our blow up with him, And his basic main energy was, you think that I'm worried and you think that I am being affected by getting killed over not signing Derrick Henry? You have no idea what I went through and what I've survived. And when you do watch all this and the beginning of it, it is nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, it's Nico. It's Nico for Landry. It's Nico for immediately saying that you are the general manager. It's Nico. Again, multiply the magnitude, the heat, the hatred of Nico Harrison after Luka for those subjects I just named. And then you add in Jimmy gone after 2 Super Bowls, being from Arkansas. Like, he went through it 4 times. At least. He went through it 4 times. And then the stress of the finances. That's why Jerry, it's an all-time resilient story. The problem is he just hangs on to it 30 years later with that same energy to not question what he does 30 years later with nothing close to a Super Bowl.
Because I think that's that.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that last part you mentioned.
He's like,
there.
I survived this. It's like if you go through a cancer scare, right? And it's like, I came back from cancer 3 times. You think that this is going to affect me? You think you can get to me after what I went through dealing with all that? That's a health thing.
Yeah, no, but it was all that Nico stuff, but then that last aspect you just mentioned there. It wasn't just like tight finances. He was literally putting the financial future of his lineage on the line, like with like his children and his grandchildren was on the line if this blew up.
Yeah. Oh, and then the advertising stuff, getting sued for $300 million. You could just lose the team, challenging the entire league and all those owners. You'll see that later on.
And so that aspect of all the Nico said. So like I said, does Jerry handle everything right? No. There's a lot that Jerry needs to change. I think Jerry's biggest mishandling occurred from 1994 till about 2013, though. Like, I do think since 2014, a lot of it has, and McClain Way referenced it yesterday, the director of this documentary, that Jerry today is somebody who, he makes the decision. Yeah, buck stops with him, but he does generally take in all the counsel that people are giving him. So, like, the brain trust that is there is a lot of times guiding him on what's going to happen here. So, again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it gave me, I had a better understanding for, I see how somebody could get to such a, going through all that, I could see how it'd be like, you've challenged me before in much more serious circumstances, and you were wrong, and I was right.
Yeah.
And you're not going to tell me I'm wrong. I can see how somebody would get that sort of confidence to just say, I'm not going to bow to anybody's pressure on anything, because if I did that, we wouldn't have won.
More recapping of the Gambler Netflix series throughout the show and tomorrow here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy out for the rest of the week on vacation. All right, we've talked plenty about the Cowboys. Micah Parsons, Adam Schefter is repeating that divorce seems imminent right now. That's the update on that. But what about the rest of the National Football League? Super Bowl or unemployment for Kyle Shanahan? Terry McLaurin and Brian Robinson are going to have the Commanders struggle. That's just part of the questions for overreactions or not on the rest of the NFL after this. But I love the motto over at Frankel and Frankel.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the surprise Wednesday wheel spin coming up at 8:20. It is Sean and RJ. Choppy out on vacation for the rest of the week. We got Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's see if Adam Schefter once again interrupts Below the Belt at 8:40 for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Nick Eatman recapping practice yesterday in Frisco at 9. Brett Boone, your Rangers hitting coach, at 9:20 after they lose again to Kansas City 5-2.
Boy, that's how are we going to break the ice there?
I don't know.
How do we like come in with just like a joke or something? I don't know. There's got to be something because he's not going to be happy. He didn't look happy last week. This is not going to be good.
Not going to be good. Okay, let's go around the rest of the NFL. Bobby has the overreactions or not.
Yep, let's do NFL overreactions or not. These will not be as funny because RJ Choppy is not here, and he is funnier than I am, and so we know that those will be better when he's back. But I've got some NFL overreactions or not. Number one, whether he starts another game or not, the Anthony Richardson era in Indianapolis effectively ended on Tuesday. Overreaction or not?
Not an overreaction. Daniel Jones beats him out for the job. Man, that is bad, and that is depressing as a Colts fan, as I talked about yesterday in Crosstalk. Why are you just not even going? You don't even want to go with the young kid to go ahead and start off the season, then go to Daniel Jones? Yeah, this thing is effectively done there.
And there's a tweet of somebody on the Colts beat like sharing Shane Steichen talking about this yesterday. And I don't know. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but it's just it read funny to me. It said, "This is probably already obvious, but Shane Steichen made this quarterback decision without regard for the future. This is about 2025 and 2025 only. Wanted to make sure there's no confusion on this point." So like basically just trying to say like, no, look, we're just trying to win now. This has nothing to do with Anthony, which you're going to say that. You're going to try to underline that because you don't want to lose a guy. And Anthony Richardson seemed to handle it like a pro yesterday. From what I saw, he was just very like, yeah, it sucks. Like you compete, you hope to win. But he seemed to hold his head up. But I agree. I think this is not an overreaction. I think it's done.
Would you trade Joe Milton for Anthony Richardson?
No.
Wow.
Nope.
Wow.
Because the Anthony Richardson, as somebody, I've referenced this before, somebody told me they're like, I don't see a whole hell of a lot of difference between Anthony Richardson and Joe Milton when they were coming out. And that was half a slight towards Richardson and half a praise for Milton. More just saying, like, I would never take Milton in the top 5 either. But that's where people want to put Anthony Richardson. Richardson still has that top 5 glow to him that he would cost more. So, no, I think they're relatively similar players at this point. All right, NFL overreactions or not. You can weigh in on these on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. Overreaction or not, it's Super Bowl or unemployment line for Kyle Shanahan this season.
I don't know what all the reports are out of San Francisco and how they feel about him there in town, how much the heat is actually on. I would lean towards overreaction still, especially after all the departures this offseason. Like, everyone is kind of thinking, now John Lynch may not agree with this because he, as the GM would say, I'm still putting the players out there that are good enough for us to be a true contender. But Jerry Rice came out and said they changed too much this offseason. So with that being said, I think it leans towards overreaction, but he feels like it's slowly starting with him.
I think it's an overreaction, but I don't think it should be. Like there is a Kyle Shanahan is brilliant. I love his coaching style. I love his X's and O's. I would just at some point you got to do it, dude. Like right now, you feel like coaching Dan Marino right now, where it's just like, yeah, you've got all this great stuff, but like, why can't you win? And he's been in a position to win a couple different times and just hasn't followed through.
Jerry Rice says it's got too much youth, in his opinion. Too many young guys.
682 Shanahan should be on the hot seat. 214 overreaction for Kyle Shanahan. NFL overreactions or not, Terry McLaurin and Brian Robinson, who have both requested trades because they're not happy with the Commanders, are evidence that the Commanders are still the Commanders, meaning the Dan Snyder era has not been completely washed away from there.
Overreaction. Now, Brian Robinson, Dan Quinn basically said he was getting dealt. I get the McLaurin thing. We haven't talked about it as much as we should. Mm-hmm. It's a fascinating topic because Terry McLaurin's worth to Washington is probably more than anywhere else. But is Terry McLaurin DK Metcalf? No, he's not as an athlete. You can make the argument that he is and maybe is even better in terms of the production. then you have to factor in the age. Like, I think Terry McLaurin is one of these fascinating players that you could have a 2-hour-long argument deciding his value. And that's what they're obviously going through right now.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say overreaction because I think McLaurin's going to get done. I think theirs is gamesmanship. And Robinson is just clearly they don't agree any longer. Like, they don't agree on what his role should be, what he's worth, anything like that. That's just a split. That happens. The McLaurin thing gave me some pause early on as to whether or not they were falling back into bad ways, because I was like, how? He's not asking for 40, is he? So, like, what would be the problem? And even though he's not asking for 40, it doesn't sound like he's asking for way more than what somebody would pay you or what they'd want to pay Terry McLaurin. So I get it. I think that one's going to get done, though. They'll clean it up.
I do think that we need to talk about, no one is bringing up, well, I don't know if the first fake shows are, like, Washington over us in the East. We may need to pump the brakes on that a little bit with what they're going through with this drama. Okay? Your team leader and your best receiver,
your best soldier through really, really rough times,
may not be there to start the year. Now, he may just step out there and play like we think Micah is going to do, but with that type of unhappiness, or they end up dealing him, that's a problem for them, a big problem for them.
Yeah, I think he's viewed not totally similarly, because I know you don't like this guy. But, like, I think it's viewed similarly in a lot of ways to, like, Derek Carr, where it's like, that dude kind of soldiered up through some really ugly times for you guys, and he's probably due a little bit more than you would give to somebody else.
Like, stop me when the slot fits here for McLaurin's value. Jamar's making 40, Jefferson's making 35, Lamb's making 34.
Stop there. 940 says 33 million. If 33 million is what they're asking for, you need to pay it, because they said that's not unreasonable for McLaurin. I think given where the cap is at, 32, 33 might be fair.
Okay, well, 33 is DK, and then Garrett Wilson is 32.5.
That might be. I would shorter term deal it probably, but on an average annual value, I would probably give McLaurin that. All right, NFL overreactions or not, let's do a Cowboys one. Let's do an uncomfortable Cowboys one. Naming Joe Milton the backup would damage Brian Schottenheimer's competition mantra credibility. Overreaction or not?
Ooh, that's a good one. Damage it? That might be a little short. Like, or pretending like Will Grier is like this definite solid dude. He's played like 2 games.
2 games.
How much better do you think Will Grier is than Joe Milton?
Like today as a player, not ability, but just as somebody who can function in an NFL game?
Like when we're out of practice, right? Is it a no-brainer that Will Grier is better than Joe? Is it just like, if you go in the locker room and it's like, tell me who's been better? Like, are we going to get a split decision?
Will Grier's ability is not as good as Joe Milton's at all. And I'm saying, so in those practice contexts, it's really hard to see why Grier is a more functional quarterback. I would say, when we talk about the point value difference, to me, I would right now say Will Grier versus Joe Milton would be like 2 to 3 points on a spread to me difference. Like, that's how much better I think Will Grier is right now. And not even necessarily better, but just ready to handle an NFL game. I think this would damage the credibility with fans. I don't think it would damage credibility with the team. I think the team kind of understands how a lot of these things work and understand, Joe's kind of the future of what they're trying to develop here. They need the time. I think they wouldn't feel like it does anything to the competition line, but I think a lot of fans would feel like, you've said competition, meritocracy, all that, and the very first decision we see on that, and you're just letting him pass? No.
Yeah, I don't want to overpraise Will Grier by saying, yes, it would question the competition mantra. I don't want to overpraise him, but like I said, I would start Will Grier Friday night and give him all the reps in practice to go into the season as Dak's number 2. It will be Milton Friday.
All right, NFL overreactions or not, keeping the quarterback theme. If Caleb Williams struggles this season, that says more about Caleb Williams than it does Ben Johnson. Overreaction or not?
That's not an overreaction. No, that's not an overreaction. Second year in, still early. But yeah, the pressure is on Ben Johnson. Even the other night when they destroyed Buffalo, I was like, look at the Ben Johnson genius right there. Look at all these points. Look at Caleb's drives.
Yeah, it's impressive. This is what gives me pause. And I'm sort of on right. I don't know. That's probably like my most RJ choppy take right now. You know how choppy sometimes we'll just be like, why is he taking this take? And all of a sudden he just starts going further into it because he's like, well, I'm in it now.
Yeah.
That's how I feel like I'm probably getting with Ben Johnson at this point. where I was just like, we don't have to crown him yet. And then people freak out at that. I'm like, all right, well, we'll go even further aside. Ben Johnson's awful. So, like, I'm trying to guard against that a little bit. But it does, I naturally think Caleb Williams, it feels like with the way things were reported, how things went there, it feels like he almost lost the year in a lot of ways. And so I don't know how much this is truly a year 2 for him. And there's so much of an assumption that just Ben Johnson is it, and he's a genius, that I don't know if there's going to be enough latitude given towards, well, Caleb's still, like, this isn't necessarily just all going to be on Caleb, like, to me. And so I personally feel like it's an overreaction to say it's definitely more on Caleb than Ben Johnson if there's struggles this year. Because to me, if Ben Johnson is who he says he is, or who they've talked about, Kyle Shanahan made a Super Bowl run with Jimmy Garoppolo. Caleb Williams has talent. If Ben Johnson is who he says he is, then he should be better this year. What do you think? You're saying overreaction?
Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's an overreaction just to be like, okay, one of them is not the guy. It's their first year together. It's Caleb's second in the league. Let's have a little bit of patience.
NFL overreaction or not, Aaron Rodgers has reached the, quote, he's starting to harm his legacy stage of holding on too long.
I can read, though.
Ooh, that's a fascinating one.
I'm interested in your fascinating.
By the way, is it Art Rooney, Dan Rooney, whoever the owner left is, the Rooney owner was he's been a model citizen. Everything you think of, everything you hear about with Aaron Rodgers, everything you expect, he has delivered. No, it is not going to affect his legacy for me. His legacy for me is all-time great talent, all-time great thrower of the football, who at one point was arguably the best quarterback. He was so good, people were saying he was better than Tom Brady. And then you got all the off-the-field stuff. But that's my on-the-field, and probably should have ended up with another one. That is Aaron Rodgers' legacy. But it's not being ruined for me, because in my mind, I think last year showed that he's done or about to be done.
Didn't change his legacy, but how did your perspective in retrospect on Brett Favre's career change with the years with the Jets and the Vikings? Did it do anything at all?
It reinforced to me that Minnesota year reinforced that he was a freaking beast.
If it had stopped at the Jets, would it have been like?
I don't remember what they were.
They were like 8-8. They were mid.
Probably wouldn't. I don't know that. I don't knock MJ. I'm not an end of your run legacy detractor. Like, people are like, oh, Michael to the Wizards. I don't care. Michael's last shot was in Utah in 1998.
Right. But it's like Scrubs season 8. I don't even pay attention to last season Scrubs. Michael, the difference I would say with him, though, is Michael won 6 titles. Like, Michael had established his career narrative. Aaron's narrative, his career trajectory is partially thought of as like, you didn't win enough.
And I'll hold that against him for Green Bay. You didn't win enough in Green Bay.
And look, I think when you look at the numbers, he was not as bad last year as we talk about him being. I'll say this. You mentioned the Vikings thing saved it. Rodgers might be able to boost his legacy a little bit if he does anything in Pittsburgh this year.
Well, it would have been more impressive in New York.
Yeah.
I question his lead. I did hold out some hope. Oh my God, Aaron Rodgers is that much of a winner. He's going to go into New York. He's going to clean that up. He'll be the difference maker. And he did not. So it's not as impressive for Aaron Rodgers to win in Pittsburgh than it would be with the Jets because of the dumpster fire. Overreactions or not around the rest of the National Football League here on Sean and RJ. It's a hump day.
Hump day.
It's about to be 8:20. That means we spin the wheel.
Ooh, I didn't take Dear Choppy off here. I just thought of that. Thank God we're not getting that. We are getting Am I the A-hole? All right, so 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text us in your different issues that are arising in your life, and you got to get the answer. Hey, am I in the wrong here, or is it the other person? We'll get into those next here on 105.3 The Fan. But first...
This has low B products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
One 333 with Franklin Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He's an asshole, sir. I know that. What's his name? That is his name, sir. Asshole, major asshole.
It is time for Am I the A-Hole here on 105.3 Fan. This is what won the wheel spin today. We've done this a few times now, and the basic premise here is just you present a problem to us that you have in your life where there's a disagreement of who is in the wrong, and we will tell you if you are the a-hole or if it is the other person. And we've also got some others that have been submitted over on Reddit, but we're going to go to the fan text for these first ones. And Sean, I feel like this is these are the kind of things that you'll be a good judge of telling people who's right and who's wrong. You do it with me all the time.
Love being tied to the topic of are you the a-hole? You're great for this segment.
You're good. No, you are good at identifying who's in the wrong.
Well, what would ChatGPT say, Sean?
That's a good. I should submit these to ChatGPT after and see if you were in lockstep with them. All right, first one, 817. Our old accountant retired, and the new accountant has been learning the ins and outs, but it's been a challenge. Coming along a little slow. Yesterday, the retired accountant was in the building, and I softly yelled out. I don't know how you softly yell, but I softly yelled out, "You're here to save us." My boss heard and scolded me for saying that, and now I feel like S. Am I the a-hole?
Well, how many people heard it?
Let's assume they'll text it. I'm sure. Let's assume the new accountant did hear it.
Yeah. Well, if you're not cool with the new accountant, you are an a-hole. If you are cool with them and you've made jokes like, "Oh, I can eat this week. I got paid. You didn't mess up my direct deposit." Depends whether you're cool with them and how many people heard it. If you don't have that warm and fuzzy relationship and the person heard it, yes, you are the a-hole.
Yeah, I guess it also depends on why are they struggling? Are they improving? Are you kicking somebody when they're clearly just trying to get through and develop? Yeah, then you might be. But the fact that you feel guilt and you feel like S probably means you understand you maybe were. Maybe you apologize to them if they heard it or something else. Peyton, what do you think?
Yeah, Sean's right. It's all about the relationship. You can't do the ball busting unless you're close enough. We bust each other's balls all the time on the show. If someone new came on the show, was hosting, filling in or whatever, unless we actually knew that person, let's just say.
We thought we were close with G-Bag. We were wrong.
Right, yeah. So it's all about the relationship.
I'm close with them again.
But yeah, because that's always my issue is that if I know someone new, it's like I got to get to know you before I'm that funny guy. Just like when I first joined the show, you guys thought I was lame. But then, you got to know me, and maybe you still think I'm lame. But
now you're third funniest on the show. Why are you close with them again?
Because I won G-Bag of the Day yesterday. So
for what?
Scott Braun. They're just happy that somebody's defending them, and so they were like, Dawson was ready to 5-time it yesterday. He's like, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Run that through. But Scott Braun won yesterday. All right, 901. We're doing Am I the A-hole here? Text in your predicaments, and we'll rule on them. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. 901 says, my wife is friends with some deadbeat parents who aren't throwing their 4-year-old a birthday party because they say he won't remember stuff. That's not very nice. But am I the a-hole for wondering why we are even friends with these losers?
Because they just don't want to throw the party?
Yeah, that would be enough to just say, I don't want to even be friends with you anymore.
I think that's a little extreme. Man, 4, I think you got to throw one at 4.
I do too.
1, 2.
I remember my 4th birthday party. It was Aladdin. I loved it.
Are you for real?
Yeah, 100%.
Wow. I don't know. Do you remember 5th, 6th, 7th?
No.
Or does 4 stick out for some reason?
No, I was obsessed with the movie that year.
Okay.
And so when that came out, I remember when my mom made she did this like Cave of Wonders setup
Yeah.
thing that she made, and it was really cool. So that still sticks out to me.
I don't think you're the a-hole. If I have to rule on it hard and fast, I'm not saying you're the a-hole for wondering whether you should still be friends with them, but I don't think you should defriend for that reason. That's not strong enough.
Depends on how bad of friends they are, maybe. Like if you're not like that close to them, you're just kind of like, we kind of socially hang out with them. It's like, well, now I just think I don't like these people anymore. I wouldn't think it's so, maybe a little petty, but I'm petty.
Hanging on the thread. You know, you're looking for a reason.
Yeah, and I bet like Jimmy looking for the reason to not finish the speech. Oh, sorry, Jerry walked in, guys. I gotta go. Peyton, what do you say?
Yeah, not the a-hole here. It's just, it's weird to like, question someone else's, not parenting skills on that, but for throwing a birthday party, but just, their knowledge of, like, if it's all for the memories, I guess. I mean, Sean, you've thrown, birthday parties for, your 1-year-old and everything, all the way through Ollie. Like, I mean, it's all about the memories and stuff. I have no problem with them doing
we have an adjustment here, by the way. 901 is saying, come on, read the rest. It broke it up into different pieces, so I didn't see the other added part of this. They said that they aren't wasting the money. His wife is now throwing a party for their kid at their house, buying all the decorations, tons of gifts, and all that stuff. So they're actually throwing the party for this one, and he doesn't want to be friends with them anymore over this.
Oh, the other thing is, what are the people's finances?
Yeah.
Do you have $300 just to throw away, or burn, or however much you're going to do it? Every time I think we're having the party and event at my house, I'm going to save versus paying for a venue and food and drink, and then I'm going to a fast food place for 250 nuggets, and then buying all the kids drinks, and then getting alcohol for all the parents.
But see, like, I know our Aladdin, the Aladdin party I had that is vivid in my head. That didn't I know that wasn't like super expensive.
Yeah, because you had no friends. It was like 2 people.
Exactly. It wasn't a big thing.
Like you and Teddy Ruxpin.
I did something super disgusting at that party that I'll have to tell you about during the break, because I don't know if
do something with the bottle.
No. I'll tell you during the break. You'll hear it. But I was
rubbing the lamp too much.
No, I had plenty of friends there. There was like a dozen kids there that day.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it was good. That's why it sticks out to me. It's the only time there were a dozen kids around me other than my siblings. All right.
We're doing 9 of them were your siblings.
Yeah, we're doing Am I the A-Hole here on 105.3 The Fan. Text in your predicaments, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. 702 texts in. Ooh, my girlfriend will come home from the gym or from the airport and will take a shower without washing her hair. A lot of women, they will not wash their hair every day.
Yeah.
I don't want to sleep in the same bed with her if she's not going to wash her hair after that.
Dang.
Am I the a-hole?
No, it's all about hygiene, personal hygiene preference, really. I mean, if you don't want to, then you could probably.
What is she doing at the gym though? Like RJ doesn't do cardio, so if she's going to the gym and she's lifting at 5 different. Women, they're not. Guys don't even. Josh Smith came on here and he's like, no. I have this beautiful head of hair because I don't wash my hair every day. Women don't wash their hair every day. Is that a rule?
It can damage it, like if you wash out all the oils and stuff. But
is that a rule you can set that you have to set in your house? You want her to go to the gym every day. That's awesome. But that means you have a rule. She has to wash her hair every day. A-hole strong, but you're in the wrong.
Some funky hair, man.
You can't smell it.
If you're like, but it depends on, what if you're a spooner? What if that's how you like to lay down at night? And then you've got like a face full of gym
You have
hair.
to trust that she knows when it has to be washed. If she's going through a workout and it's drenched and it's like, oh my God, I have no choice. But if she's going through enough workouts and not, stinking, if you're with someone and they don't know their own sense of smell, then you need to get out of the relationship. If they don't know when they smell or stink, that's a red flag. You got to bail.
Can you use the perfume? Is that fine if you just say, hey, can you spray your hair right before bed? Just so I don't smell the stench of your hair.
Hey, babe, I got your necklace, sweetheart. Why is it this pine cone tree? Why is this?
Hey, that's an ethical life hack. I like it. 706, I'm a billionaire sports owner and I won't pay my best defensive player. Am I the a-hole?
I'm not commenting.
Not do that one? Okay, all right, next one. 314.
Depends what the best defensive player is asking for.
314 texts in, am I the a-hole for wanting to throat punch the new worker at my racetrack because every time I try to pay, I have to wait for him to get off his phone?
No, you're not the a-hole. That person, I would go outside, I would look at the customer service phone number, I'd get in my car, and I would call to try to get them fired.
Oh, yeah. See, you would go petty with that.
It's not petty. It's do your freaking job. Do your damn job.
With urgency,
get off your phone.
They do it. They got to get off their phone.
Yes, with urgency. Yes, you have to do it with urgency. Get off the phone. You should be gone.
It's probably a Gen Z person, too. Always on the cell phone.
I mean, I'm always on the cell phone, and I'm not Gen Z. Look, I mean, it's...
What time of the morning? What time of day is it? All right, I'll stop sometimes to get gas before I come in here at 5:15 in the morning. If someone's doing something on there, I don't care. Like, no one's in the store. It's the dead of night or the dead of morning. If it's 3 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 a.m., get off your phone. If it's overnight or wee hours of the morning, I'm fine with it.
I would imagine this is, if this is somebody who's up now listening to us, I would imagine this is probably somebody who it's during daylight hours. So, all right, 214 here in Am I the A-Hole, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Half my buddies are burned out on fantasy football, but I keep pushing them for our 10-year league to continue. Am I the a-hole?
Absolutely not. You want to keep the camaraderie. You want to keep participating.
What if they're guilting them? They're just like, I'm burned out. I don't have time. You're making me commit to something I don't want to do.
Oh, they should take it as a compliment that person still kind of wants you around. Like right now, people are slowly turning in the building on Carter. Carter's our commissioner. He won't set the draft date. He won't. Now I think he's just doing it out of rebellion. Like last year at this time, we did it Labor Day weekend, but we knew. I think we got the notification, and I think Carter is just like he's just being defiant because we don't have a draft date yet, and people are starting to get uneasy. I'm getting side texts about it. So hey man, maybe you can come into our league if we ever get a draft date set.
Oh, look at that! You're gonna make him commit to that now.
I thought I did Monday when I said it to him after our meeting, but
no, I mean you're gonna make I'm saying the listeners are gonna be like, hell yeah, I'll jump in on your league now.
Can you imagine we took this random total over?
He sounds like he's oh gosh, oh my gosh.
He asked me this morning. He was like, so what about this fantasy league? I was like, I don't know.
Speaking of Reetma, Fan Phenom tomorrow night, Thursday, Zach Wolchuk hosting
Fort Worth.
They're gonna be out at Jake's in Fort Worth. Peyton, what's your ruling on this one?
No. Look, fantasy football is it's a difference. You really have to like for some people. Not saying it's life or death, but I mean, some people are really like this is part of their lives and stuff. So I have no problem with them like edging the guys on. Like come on, like let's keep this going.
It's more annoying than a-hole.
Come on, guys, it's tradition. Yeah, like I get it, but like it is a sweet sentiment.
I need to throw in one. I need to put myself in here. Am I the a-hole? Y'all seriously, I'm asking for the education. I don't know, because I just have a kid going to kindergarten. Am I the a-hole for 1 week into my kid's new school thinking about complaining or raising a ruckus that it takes 25 to 30 minutes to drop them off and pick them up every day?
Combined or each time?
Each time. My wife is sitting in a car line for half an hour every drop off and pick up. Is that common?
Yeah. Kristen will go.
How is this possible? Now again, I grew up in a podunk town, 10,000 people.
Most dangerous city in America.
It's definitely not a well. So we don't have the numbers. This is insane. Like, people have lives, people have jobs, and you're sitting there 25 to 30. She's getting there 20 minutes before he's supposed to be at school, and by the time he gets out of the car, he's being rung up for being late. Work out a freaking system. You all have walkie-talkies and microphones. Like, is this common? Please tell me.
Drop-off should not. I don't feel like
I don't want to be this parent 1 weekend.
I don't feel like drop-off should take that long. Pickup, yeah, the lines and everything else, that can take forever. I don't know that you're the a-hole. You just maybe have unrealistic expectations. It's a little bit like you're not the a-hole for complaining about how much we're taxed and you don't want to pay taxes, but it's like, yeah, but like we all know you got to.
Yeah.
And so like it is one of those things where it's just like it's society. So I think if you complain about it, they're going to go, oh, congratulations, you're the millionth person to tell us you hate pickup and drop off.
You have any idea of Mackenzie's school? Like, is taking forever?
Yeah, I don't know so much about drop off. I know like pickup, it does take a while, but it comes back to I know it's an eye rolling thing, but it's the safety thing.
972 says that always takes a week or two to start smoothing out. Everybody has to deal with it.
I was told first day, and now I'm hearing week, and now I'm in second week.
I think if you had a plan, like to pitch to them, then maybe that would be easier. If you just went in there complaining.
They just adopt my plan, my proposal. We got guys parking in handicap spots, walking up to get the kids. What happens then if it rains? People are trying to put their kids on the bus, but now the Facebook page says there's not air conditioning on the bus. Every kid's coming in sunburnt apparently to their house from the bus.
We walked to
They're
pick up.
standing outside for 25 minutes getting burned by the heat, and then apparently the bus is not cooling them down. That's what's going on the Facebook page.
We're close enough to pick up Laura by walking, so we walk to avoid car line because it's that brutal. So, but we have to do car line for Addison, and that's a pain.
Has Adam Schefter popped off on TV again this morning, or will we finally talk about the 53-man roster? That's next.
God.
In Below the Belt, Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the...
That's a low of B products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
No Adam Schefter audio. So we won't talk about the departure of the Cowboys 2021 first-round pick. Let's talk about the departure of the Cowboys 2023 first-round pick. Let's do it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation.
And just to follow up on all the Adam Schefter stuff, you felt like he doubled down after the audio we played yesterday?
Yeah, so we played the audio yesterday from an interview he did with Michelle Smallman, Chris Canty, and Evan, I keep forgetting his last name. Evan Cohen, yeah.
Wolchuk would be happy with you.
Where he did the he had basically told them like he thinks the Cowboys and Mike are heading for a divorce, and that this is what's eventually going to happen. Whether it's now, a year from now, 2 years from now, long-term deal doesn't get done. And so that's one thing. People say stuff all the time, be a little flippant with some things. When you do a million interviews like that, you have a tendency to maybe sometimes have to double back and say, hey, by the way, this is actually what I meant to say, or this is this or that. And he did not do that yesterday. He went on his podcast and said the exact same thing and said, I think they're heading for a divorce. So that to me says when you're doubling down, you've thought about this and it wasn't just said something kind of just, in a loose moment and you weren't like super locked in. This is like a big story to you that you think needs to be talked about. And the fact that he's all of a sudden going this direction. The trade request has been out there. Did we talk? I'm trying to remember. Did we talk to him after the request was made?
Talk to
Schefter when we had him on last.
No.
Okay, so it was before the request was made. Either way, he's talked about they want the request. To all of a sudden pivot to a divorce is coming. I can't imagine it's just Mike Asai going, hey, really start pushing this request, though. He must sense something from Dallas's side. Whether he's been told directly or heard through league circles, he must sense that there's a problem between the two of them now, and it's not just one party wanting out.
And I think Jerry's like, I'll have a full season to fix it. I can turn on the charm whenever I want. We got a full year.
Yeah.
We got over 20 weeks to work it out.
Yeah.
And until then, we will save $20 million in making you play for 24 or 21, whatever it is.
I mean, if they don't want him to go anywhere, if they just legitimately are like, you're playing here and this is what we're doing, they can keep him here for 3 more years.
Yeah.
Like without a problem. And so that's the thing that is faced with that Mike is facing right now, that like you've mentioned before, does Micah just have to like really raise a stink? Does the Charles Haley line, where Charles Haley in this documentary, they talk about Charles Haley walked into the office of the general manager
in San
Francisco, peed on his desk in front of him and looked at him and said, this is how bad I want out of here.
And swung at George Seifert.
And it's like,
threw a punch.
Yeah, I mean, if Micah did that, maybe he gets traded. I don't think Micah wants to do that. I don't think Micah's at that level.
Well, Charles almost hit Jerry with a helmet, and that didn't get him out of here. So I don't know if that.
In fact,
would work
that got
with
a
Jerry.
contract done. That got Emmett's deal done.
Emmett's deal done.
Maybe that's how we get Micah's deal done. You just have Charles walk back in there and pop off a little bit. But I do think that this is indicative that there's at least a I don't think it's a 100% certainty to Dallas of like, nope, he's here. And we're just keeping him here. It at least opens up to the idea that Dallas must be looking at, people in Dallas must be looking at like, hey, we got to talk about what it might look like if he's not here, if this doesn't get fixed. Because they haven't called. I mean, that's the thing that we keep hearing is that there's not been anything that's occurred yet. It's like, all right, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to work on this? Are you going to do anything about this? Or are you just going to kind of sit back and let it happen? So we were out there at practice yesterday. Micah Parsons was in attendance. He showed up about 30 minutes into practice. Missed a lot of the stretching stuff, but showed up and parked his chair outside and just
not getting the back worked on.
No. So I mean, he needed to sit because of his back, I guess, and so he had the chair set up there. Was sitting there talking with Trayvon Diggs for a lot of the day. I saw a lot of people on social media sharing pictures of him on the side, and they're like, "Who's this guy standing there talking to him all day? Is this somebody in the salary cap department?" It's like, no, that's Tad. That's Tad Carper, the Cowboys PR director. So he was just sitting there chatting with Micah for a lot of the afternoon. So if you were out at practice yesterday and wondered who that was, that's Tad Carper, their PR director. But when that all was going on and Micah's sitting there for that whole practice.
How was the crowd out there? Anyone yell, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's so hard to hear, and like the noise of them yelling my name, like, it's hard to distinguish which one of you is it. And so, like, I'm a little bit like, guys, please, like, I got to work. But, like, yeah, the love was definitely being showered upon me, and I just had to act too cool to even hear it. But it was mostly, all right, Peyton, you want these?
How many people?
So I don't know. I'm trying to think how many
was
people.
Was it packed? Was it half full? Was it 3/4?
It was full on one side, and then the other side was like maybe 70% full or something like that. There were a lot of people. I don't know. There were a lot of people like walking in the little like end zone area for some reason.
What
like,
about the physicality that we kept hearing about?
I mean, there was a fight at one point. It was I'm trying to remember who it was. Damone Clark mixed it up with one of the like back end of the roster backs, and I can't remember who it was. But he had basically not liked to chip it as he kind of walked up and like blindside knocked him down during a Joe Milton scramble, and that started some pushing and shoving for a few minutes that had to be broken up, but a little chippy. I mean, we had the great George Pickens catch, which we played earlier. The coolest thing I saw at training camp yesterday was
Schoon got banged up. Jaden Blue back.
Schoon had left the field with a trainer midway through practice. Not sure what the issue is there yet. Jaden Blue said he feels good. He feels like he doesn't have any limitations. So he says that he feels healthy and ready to go. But the coolest thing I saw was when we went down there and we walked down to the field to do post-practice interviews with players on the field, two guys that were working off to the side, and Aiden will have this video up here, Donovan Ezeraku and Lyle Collins were spending 15 minutes working together. And we've seen this before, and you'll see it right there on the fan cam. It's a cool thing when you see the veteran taking somebody other way and just trying to hey, this is what you got to watch out for here. I know there was something similar going on with Tyler Booker and Osa Odigizua, that he was trying to show Tyler, like, hey, these are some certain things that people are going to do. But, I mean, we just finished watching the Wall documentary that the Cowboys did, and they talked about how big an impact DeMarcus Ware had on Tyron Smith for sharing insight as a young player. Tyron did that for Micah, and Micah has talked about how much he appreciated it. So I always think this is cool whenever you see a veteran who's spending time with the younger players and being like, hey, let's give you a hand here. And especially somebody like LC, who just came back into the fold recently and is basically a 13. They were not kidding. You know how sometimes you hear about he's in the best shape of his life. LC is, look at him there. He is lighter. Like when I first got down there, I had to look and I was like, wait, that's Lyle. Like that doesn't even look like him.
Yeah.
He's genuinely as fit as I've seen him in a really long time. All right, let's talk about the Cowboys first round pick that I just teased a second ago. John Machota had an article up over at The Athletic yesterday that was, the headline alone is one that's going to make you raise an eyebrow a little bit, because I think some people have felt like, as bad as Mazi Smith has been, or as frustrating as Mazi Smith has been, I think everybody's just been like, yeah, but 3-year rule, he'll be around. They don't have any defensive tackles, whatever else. John writes, the actions speak for themselves. Dallas Cowboys defensive tackles Osa Odigizua and Solomon Thomas have not played one snap in the preseason. Mazi Smith has played in both games, 42 total snaps. He was still on the field in the second half of Saturday's second preseason game. That is a bad sign for you. If you're not in there getting reps to get stronger, if you are just a normal player and you're in there in the second half of a preseason game, that's usually, show us something, dude.
Yeah.
He says it's clear the Cowboys still need to see more from their 2023 first-round pick. If Smith was meeting expectations, he would not be playing more than a series or two, if at all, in the preseason. While many assume he'll be on the 53-man roster, his name is one to think about when hearing Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer talk Monday. Schotty said, "We're still in the information gathering process. We'll sit down after we play Friday, and we'll make some decisions about the entire roster. There will probably be some surprises from some of the mock things that are out there in terms of, hey, I thought for sure that guy was going to make it." I think right now, if we're looking at the Cowboys and the roster decisions that they're making, I think Mazi's probably off. I think the Cowboys, when we talk about bubble guys of, you're on the bubble, but are you in the bubble or are you out the bubble and trying to play in or may play your way out? Mazi's on the outside and he's got to play in. This is, I think, reached a point for the Cowboys where they're like, time to show it, dude. And I wonder, to a lesser extent, this is more just a sense or a question that I have right now, is if Luke Schoonmaker's similar. And Schoonmaker, he left the field yesterday, like we said, with the injury. He was a little banged up. They've talked positively about some of the work he's done. I've heard more positive things about him than Mazi in some of their public comments. But it's just some of the work that he's done and some of the teams that he's run with during these practices. I just wonder if they're getting a little frustrated with, hey, we got to start setting an example of you're not just going to be here because of where you were picked.
Yeah.
And Mazi, I think right now is definitely out. I think Schoonmaker might be kind of waffling there. And if that's the case, DeMarvion Overshown's not going to be available for you at the beginning of the season. That would mean if those two were gone, at minimum, all of your first your picks from the first 4 rounds of the draft 2 years ago would not be on your team to start the season.
Wow.
Just 2 years ago. Because they had Junior Fehoko that they took. And even if you look behind that, Eric Scott is not here anymore. The others that are on the roster, Awesome Richards, who I think is on, but I mean, he's had some struggles at times. They like a lot of different guys on the offensive line. Deuce Vaughn was in the 6th, and then Jalen Brooks in the 7th. I'm just saying, it's not impossible that none of them could be available. It's not likely, but it's not impossible that your 2023 draft class is all unavailable to you at the start of the season.
Will McClay, a pristine reputation.
So this is where I think this is actually not a credit, but I guess this is I think a something that should be used as an example of why scouting is what it is. So they've been so good for so long at hitting these things that you're going to hit a class like they did. I think 2019 was one of those. You're going to hit a class where you don't hit anybody. It's just the law of averages. You're not going to be able to just correctly project out everybody consistently like that. And so the pressure you put on the personnel department every year to, hey, repopulate this roster. We're not going to spend anything. Go find us 4 starters. And then if you have a draft like 23 where you may have ended up with none to start the season and 1 depending on how Overshown comes back from his knee, that's where, yeah, you may look at the scouting department and go like, oh, why didn't you guys miss them? Well, the law of averages says out of 10 of them, yeah, 1 of them's going to miss. And that's what you've done, is that was the draft class that you had some swings and misses on, and that's unfortunate. But now you've put yourself in a bad position and set your roster back because of it. And it's because you won't spend more aggressively in free agency.
All right, we have the guest list in the final hour of the Hump Day edition. Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone at 9:20. What type of mood is he going to be in after last night and this Royal series? But what does Nick Eatman think about the Adam Schefter divorce report on Micah Now and his surprises from the Cowboys Netflix documentary? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins us next. Fist Pump Time on the Fan Cam, getting it here on Twitch, YouTube as well, the Odyssey app, and of course, the radio. Here for Sean and RJ Choppy out on vacation. We have our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who was at the Ford Center last night for Cowboys practice in Frisco.
Did you say radio? Did you know it's National Radio Day, Sean? Happy National Radio Day.
I saw Peyton's tweet.
Yep, it's blowing up. Happy National Radio Day, guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How many Gambler episodes are you in?
I've seen 5, I think. 5, I believe I'm at 5, yeah.
Okay, I'm at about the same point.
But I had to restart it, so I saw 1 and 2 last night because my wife wants to watch it now. So now I'm going backwards again, which is still awesome, though, because there's a lot of stuff I needed to kind of see again.
And that is perfect for us. So we've just been covering 1 and 2 this morning. So just give us your observations, surprises, just sum it up, 1 and 2.
Well, I look at it from a different lens a little bit just because with, like I'm in the middle of doing another documentary right now.
Oh,
so you kind of understand. Yeah, thank you. You understand footage and rights and all that kind of stuff. And so what's blown me away is the fact that I didn't know there was more footage that I hadn't seen about this Cowboys team from that era. And it's just been really amazing. I've seen a Sam Donaldson interview, but not the behind-the-scenes shots and some of that kind of stuff. So Michael Irvin's entire party when he was drafted, it's just been really cool to see all the digging that was done because, I grew up in that era, and when they were winning championships, I've seen all the videos. But I didn't know there's just a lot of footage that I hadn't seen. So that's the biggest takeaway for me was that just how well researched this documentary is.
Were the Landry optics worse than the actual Landry move, considering the state of the team and Michael Irvin at least suggesting that he had kind of lost it?
Yes. I mean, I obviously there's no easy way to do it, and he's recognized that. He said it. I mean, I'm a little surprised that they didn't use the quote that I have seen in another documentary that he goes, if I had to grade myself on that, I would have got an F. Because he did say that in a press conference about how he handled the Landry situation. And he said it now. I mean, he's as stubborn as anybody, and we all know that. And I think there's a player that knows that here. But he has said it for the last, 35, 40 years? I mean, he said he made a mistake. I mean, he has admitted that as much as anybody could admit it. And so, that's kind of where...
But the mistake was what?
Not handling it with grace, I believe. Not handling the iconic person that Tom Landry was and maybe handling it different. Not flying out to go get him and find him and firing him that way. Maybe figuring out a role in the organization, something.
Or a restaurant that wasn't his favorite.
Yeah, do a little more research there too, and it didn't look good, and as somebody that has got tons of family from Arkansas, and I've lived there, I can tell you that the view for people in Texas and from Arkansas is different. So he is viewed differently. I have parents that grew up and still live in Texarkana, where there's a street that divides the state. You can go to this restaurant on the right or this restaurant on the left, and you're in a different state.
Wow.
And they get treated differently. Arkansas and Texas are just viewed differently. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So him coming in, I mean, he was an unbelievable, figure, but also an outsider. So I thought Netflix has done a really, really good job of portraying it so far, though.
One of the things that stands out to me, we were talking to Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, who also has another documentary coming out Thursday on Joe Avzano. Nick, you're welcome. When you look at the way this is set up, and this has just kind of been my impression through 2 episodes, and I've kind of always thought this, but it's kind of being driven home here watching it again. I think they might have always had an expiration date. Like you watch the way how combustible it was and how everything was just kind of held together. Like the way it even came together was almost miraculous. But holding that together seems like it was always going to be a really impossible task to where, maybe a little softening that is to say, you know what, it probably went about as long as it went. Maybe it could have gone one more, but I don't know if it could have gone much more than that.
Are you talking about Jimmy Johnson and Jerry? I mean,
yeah.
What are you talking about? As I kind of gone a little bit more, like their relationship together?
Yeah, like they basically, that was always going. It feels like it was almost doomed to go only about 5-6 years.
Yeah, every time when I think about the Jerry-Jimmy situation, I always go back to quotes that I've seen Jimmy say several times, is he's never worked in a place longer than really 5 years.
Yeah.
Now, Fox, different scenario, obviously, and a lot less, stress, I would imagine, than coaching. But when he was talking about coaching, he had never really been in a place more than 5 years. And so, but
I did leave that, Nick, sorry to interrupt. I did leave that with a little bit more sympathy and understanding for Jerry.
Yeah.
Jimmy was defiant and disrespectful and outright flirting with other organizations while at the Super Bowl, getting ready for the big game.
Yeah, that was so weird. To the fact that they're up there on the stage talking about that kind of stuff in the middle of a press conference,
and insulting each other. Like, these aren't Jason Garrett generic answers. He's sitting next to Jimmy, and Bob Costas said, "Jerry, you told Frank DeFord that anyone could do this. Care to respond?" And Jimmy's sitting right next to him. They're asking Jimmy on the podium, like, "Hey, what do you think of these other teams?" And he's not shutting it down, like outright. I miss that media.
So here's another thing. When we did this interview or the documentary for Coach Joe Avezzano, we went down to Miami. We interviewed Jimmy, and so and we were getting set up and all that. Jimmy said he would do it at noon, and then at 11:15 he was like, "You guys ready?" We weren't. But the good thing was he just sat there with a beer, and he was like, "Nick, did I ever tell you the time?" And I was like, "Oh, this is like Christmas. Go, anything you want, let's talk." And he actually mentioned the story of what happened with Jimmy and the toast. And I know that's a little further on in the documentary, maybe.
Yeah.
But as far as the point where there was a toast in Jacksonville and no one raised their glass. Well, Jimmy pointed out there were 3 or 4 former employees there that had recently been fired, and so they weren't raising a toast either. And Jimmy was very awkward with raising a toast in front of 3 or 4 other Cowboy personnel that had been let go. And so it wasn't just defiant. It was more, this little, this isn't the right
awkward
time of everything. Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to praise you in front of my guys. They just got canned.
Yeah, exactly. So it was just poor timing there, and then all of a sudden, it didn't go over well, for different reasons. But that was what Jimmy. But the good thing is that they have hashed it out, and I believe yes, egos are always going to be there. But, what I do like is I've heard that some of the things that, Jerry has said is, hey, I was okay because I knew I had Jimmy Johnson. We had Jimmy Johnson. And, when he made that comment, he'll be worth 5 first-round picks and 5 Heisman Trophy winners and all that. It sounds so crazy, but it was worth it. It really was. It was worth it.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. They just won too early, in my opinion. The success came too early. If they had gone through 7, 8, what's that, Nick?
Not to me. I mean, I grew up in the 80s. I dealt with all of it. So I thought it was one of the greatest moments for me. It really was. It was one of the greatest moments of my, lifetime to have the Cowboys win back-to-back Super Bowls when I was in high school. But just, I was just a huge fan, and I know how much it meant to everyone.
I'm just saying it was too early for their relationship because they're like, this is easy. And then like we start fighting. I'm a genius because I hired you, and I'm a genius because I went from college here. And I just thought if they had, I'm not saying it should be different, but if they had maybe 3 more years of this, they were tight through the struggle. They were tight through the struggle of it. If they had maybe like 3 or 4 more years to be like, this is freaking hard, maybe you relish the struggle a little bit more versus, it happening pretty fast. Just a guess.
Right.
Who knows? You're older, you're wiser, you're more mature.
Fair. Yeah.
Who came up with the Herschel deal?
It sounded like maybe Tex Ram.
Yeah, right.
You know, but again, I think both things can be true. You know, I think you can talk about it. You know, like, Tex said we should maybe trade Herschel. Like, really? You know, I kind of thought about that too. And someone has a conversation with this coach, and he said maybe you should do that. And then you kind of bring it to meetings, and next thing you know, you're doing it. And just because Jerry's on the phone for 3 hours talking to the Vikings or Jimmy or whatever, you feel like you're in it. But I think they both, did it. I mean, I really do. I think they both had a big part of it. And how dumb was that for the Vikings? But when you look at it, and because it was funny, one of the guys that was cut, I believe they cut Isaac Holt also.
Mm-hmm.
But he definitely came back and played. Now, I'm not 100% sure how that all went down, but he was one of the trade members, but he was a big part of the team for 3 or 4 years. But yeah, I mean, just the way it was structured, wow, Minnesota made a lot of mistakes there, but it was huge for the Cowboys. I would give them both credit for that.
Nick Eatman joining us here from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, Micah Parsons was present at practice yesterday in his chair that he had posted up on the sideline, just a few feet from Stephen Jones. Adam Schefter yesterday had said on 2 different spots he believes they're heading for a divorce. Your thoughts just in general on where the Micah thing stands, and if your confidence level has shifted at all on them getting a deal done before the season.
Well, my deadline has been passed. I thought this August 19th was my deadline for this, so it didn't work out. I still think obviously it could. I just don't believe they're headed for divorce. I don't understand if Micah Parsons is going to sit there, practice as the jersey on and all this thing. I just don't think is he going to miss games. I'm not buying that part. And so, okay. So you just play it out through, but headed for a divorce. I mean, we got 2 years of this at least. I think.
What do you mean? What do you mean 2 years?
Well, we got 2 seasons, right? This season, they can tag him.
They can. I think Schefter speculating he plays this year out. They tag him and trade him in next offseason.
Okay. I mean, I just don't see it. I mean, that's fine. He thinks that way. He's obviously listened to certain people, and he's got a lot of people that he chats with. But for me, I don't think that's happened. I'll be shocked if there's not a deal done before the season. I think they had a handshake deal. Now they got somebody's feelings got hurt or whatever. But I think they weren't far off from what it sounds like for what it sounds like they were pretty close to what that needs to be now to still be the highest paid non-quarterback. Since then, I think T.J. Watt has signed, but you're still not that far away. I just think once everyone's agenda gets to the right spot, I think that they'll get it done. I still think a deal will be done before he plays against Philly.
Great stuff, brother. We appreciate it. We'll talk on Friday.
All right. See you guys.
There he is, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's try to salvage some hope from Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, joining us on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, right after this.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-481-733-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Runner goes, and that one's hit high and deep to center field. Back goes Carter. He's at the wall, and that is gone. Wow, that's over the hitter's backdrop. A massive home run for Bobby Witt Jr.
And that ended it. Last night on your home for Rangers baseball. They will do it again today on DFW Sports Station. Choppy out on vacay golfing in Michigan. It's Sean and Bobby along with Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. Brought to you by Grainger for the ones who get it done. On the road with us from KC. Good morning, Brett. How are you?
I've been better.
Yeah.
I've been better.
How's team morale?
It's okay. That's kind of, I take that on personally as it's kind of my job to keep it as good as I can. It's not something that's easy to do, because big league players are smart. They're not dumb. You can't go in and Tony Robbins them and think, oh yeah, they'll buy everything you say. You got to kind of do it in organic and a natural way. But, the one thing they know that I have bringing to the table, I've been here. I've been in these situations. Throughout my career, I've been in every situation you can be in, winning, losing, on the cusp. And the one thing I know and the experience I have is you just keep playing. You keep playing this game, and there's no woe is me. We've had a tough stretch, so we're getting to the end of this. No, you keep playing this game. You never know what's going to happen. Obviously, we put ourselves in a tough position. We came out of the break and rattled off 8-1 at home, and we're off to a great start, putting us in a great position for a push. And lately we've fallen on some tough times. We haven't hit when we needed to hit. We haven't pitched when we needed to pitch. And we've kind of backed ourselves into a corner, but this isn't a time to wave the white flag. It's the time to keep playing this game. And, that's the only way I know how to do it.
Brett, I feel like this question you're talking about right now is one of the bigger sports psychology questions that has existed over the years, of just like when a team is struggling, how much do you potentially really beat them down, for lack of a better term, of just like, hey guys, you got to be better, versus try to maybe uplift them a little bit, but then you're worried about the risk of, well, are they taking this seriously enough? How do you balance that dynamic when you're trying to keep these players engaged?
No, absolutely. That's all about managing people, and that's personalities, and that's knowing the type of team you have, the who's on that roster, what kind of personality do they have, how will they respond to tough love? How some guys need tough love, some guys need a hug, like you were mentioning. So there's a balance. It's a high wire act on who you're engaging with, how you're engaging with them, and I think it's just it's life. And it's dealing with people. It's no different in the sports world than dealing with a company. When you're the CEO and you've got to get the best out of your employees, you don't give the same speech to every employee, because they're not going to respond. Certain guys will respond to that tough love, and certain guys, kind of go into a shell. So you have to kind of balance that, and it's team to team, and it's personality to personality. I've developed relationships with these guys, and the one thing that players see through is if you're BSing them, so I never do that. I always look on the positive side of things. I never want to be negative about anything, but I'm also a realist. I'm not going to sit there and tell them it's sunny when it's raining. And they know that. So it's that fine line that you got to walk, and you've got to be able to maneuver it. And, I do the best job I can. And the bottom line is my messages, and because this is true. And I said it at the opening, and I continue to say, we got to keep playing this game. We have a rough road trip. We had a rough homestand. Well, that doesn't mean it's over. That means you play. Anything could happen. We're in a tough position now, but anything could happen. We went 8-1 before. We can go 8-1 right now. And now you're back in a position, if this happens, we got a chance to get in there. So that's my message at this point. We got a little less than 6 weeks to go.
Rangers
so
City
it's like, huh?
I was just saying, Rangers City coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Brett, sorry, go ahead and finish that.
No, so we've got a little less than 6 weeks to go. We'll talk in a couple weeks and see where we are. But as of right now, my message today is keep playing this damn game and keep sticking it to them every night. It hasn't been fun, but we've got to turn this thing around right now.
The other aspect of that I find interesting, because you're talking about all the relationships and things that you do, but you're also saying, like,
sure,
hey, these guys are professionals. They understand. How much of when these things happen are you saying to yourself, hey, I'm gonna help as much as I can, but there is some limitations to this. I also need some player leadership here. I need some other guys in the clubhouse to step up and kind of take the reins as a player leader to get these guys on track.
Absolutely. There's always a pecking order, and there's always so much. I played for a lot of managers and a lot of coaches. At the end of the day, the players move the needle. The players win games and the players lose games. The players lead that dugout every single day. We can do so much. And that's why I say all the time, I laugh at our players when they ask me a question, Booney, can we hit early on the field? I said, well, and I'll tease and I'll say, well, I don't feel like getting the field ready. Obviously I'm kidding, but I look at him, I said, listen, here's my experience. The player's always right. You're the player. I'm the background player. I'm not getting, as a coach, I don't get you to the playoffs. You get me to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So if you want to hit early, damn it, we're hitting early. I have suggestions here and there. But, yeah, at the end of the day, it's the players in that dugout that bring it on the field. And there's only so much that coaches can do. We do our best to do it. And if we can have a little bit of a positive impact on them, I think we're doing our jobs. But at the end of the day, players win and players lose. When we're raking and we're scoring and we're getting 15 hits, that makes me feel proud as the hitting coach that lives with these guys. But I know at the end of the day, I can look in the mirror and say, it wasn't me out there hitting. It was them. So, players always move the needle.
Who have been some of those leaders who have tried to step up vocally and get guys going?
Well, and that's another tough position to be put in. You got to have a feel for your team, for your teammates, and it's not always the vocal leadership. It might be a little statement here, a little statement there, but it's more of how they go about their business on the field. That's how the great leaders that I played with throughout my career did it. It wasn't that they were rah, get up on their soapbox and make a speech. It was how they came to the ballpark, every day, their attitude and how they went about playing. That's what true leaders do, not the guys that make a great speech. I've been on teams where, we call this big meeting and everybody gets on their soapbox and has a great speech and we all leave and, half the guys roll their eyes and it's like, whatever, bud. And we go out and there's no difference. But sometimes there are some guys that step up and say something that's really valid and really at the right time. Picking the right time, right spot to say the right thing is kind of a skill. And there are guys here that definitely have that skill set. And, we try to give the players their time. We spend a lot of time with them throughout the day. But we also try to give the players their space and to let them do what they've got to do as players in that clubhouse. We're always separated a little bit. We got our coach's room. We got the playoff room. The cage is a public spot. That dugout, we're all together. But we try to give them their time to because sometimes it's the players. They just got to get together and work it out amongst themselves and say the right thing at the right time. Not an easy thing to do, but there's definitely guys in that clubhouse with that skill set. So hopefully that's going on when we're not around. When we have a team flight, all the players are in the back. They got their own section. That's a time to kind of get down and really have some heart-to-heart talks with one another and find out, hey, how are we going to do this without the coaches, without the skipper, without management being around? I mean, that's where it comes. That's the nuts and bolts of it. It's that player to player. Let's find what's left in the tank and let's put it to them.
Brett, when we were talking about players kind of clicking in place last night, obviously not a great performance at the plate for a few guys, but in recent days, we have seen Wyatt Langford have a couple of good games in a row. Corey Seager kind of breaking out of a mini slump that he was in. Simeon had some good at-bats over the weekend. Is that kind of the core of what you're leaning on right now is, hey, those three guys are kind of our three big bats right there. We're really going to lean on them to kind of find their stride here.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at a Corey Seager and his not a rap sheet, but his body of work, and it speaks for itself. Marcus Simeon just had a tremendous career, a veteran out there. Wyatt's a young up and coming player. Evan Carter, he's 22 years old, but he's starting to swing the bat right now a little bit. So, you're going to look to the Seagers and the Simeons of the world, obviously, because they have the tenure down there. On the pitching side, you're going to look to the DeGroms. You're going to look to the Nathan Eovaldi's, the guys to step up and have something to say. Those are the guys that have been there, done that, got it done in the postseason, as a lot of these guys have, on the position side. But it's a Simeon Seager thing for me. I mean, these guys are the guys with the biggest resume down there and have played the longest and have seen the most and have the most experience. So it's tough for a young guy like a Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter to step to the forefront in a leadership role when they're so early into their career. So I would look to the guys with the tenure.
Great stuff as always, boss. We really appreciate it. Class act. Go and get one today.
Guys, thank you very much.
He is Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us. Brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
That wasn't too bad. He's see, I should know better.
He's the man.
He is. He is.
He doesn't have to do this.
No,
he doesn't have to do this. It seems like, but again, that message, that's the big challenge. It has to be in coaching, preaching the same thing every single day. And then it's like with us, we have to talk about the Micah thing in as many different ways as possible because you get sick of it and just got to play the game. Okay. Obviously we know just got to play the game, but really that is like the best, most steady baseline advice.
It's like yesterday. You're clowning me a little bit for saying it just made me miss Jason Garrett a little bit watching The Wall 2.0. But I will say that is something that players would routinely tell you about Jason's message. It became a droning thing for fans of trust the process. Never get too high, never get too low.
Yeah.
But like the players used to, like whenever they would talk about that, they would say, you don't understand how hard it is to keep that level whenever it's bad or good.
It's like the number one best piece of advice. It's also just like the same piece of advice you're going to hear over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, which is honestly had kind of becomes the goal for some people. Belichick is a lot that way. Where Belichick, it's like, it's droning on and on. Well, that's what I want it to be. I want it to basically become a repetitive thing that's just like muscle memory for you. That's like, we're doing this. Because I don't want you to go emotional and get too high and get too low. That's where volatility comes into play.
What is not repetitive are the crosstalks with the KNC Masterpiece. You never know what is going to happen. And Kevin Hagelin actually got a Tolo vote for being the funniest in the crosstalk room. Find out why that is not true next on Sean and RJ. But let me go.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your...
So visit ClassicChevrolet.com and Business Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on Sean and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Corey, what's coming up this morning?
We do have Bruce Bochy today at 12:30, and Kevin said it earlier, and I agree. I wish they would have won so we could have a better conversation.
Yeah, how's his mood gone?
Yeah, I don't know. Man, sometimes he's in a good mood, sometimes he's joking around, and then sometimes it sounds like he wants to jump off the top of a building, and you're just like, oh no, but he's been pretty steady with us. We've also been out at the ballpark a couple times interviewing him, but he's been pretty steady. I feel bad for him, man. That offense is just atrocious. And what's he supposed to do?
Ask him.
Not put Cole Winn back out of the second inning.
Ask him if his walks are getting longer these days. Have you guys read his book?
He actually talked about that one day, and he goes, "I know it looks painful, but it doesn't hurt when I walk."
Well, no, so we did this on the show. The Athletic did a whole profile piece on him. Walking is like his thing.
Yes,
and he wrote he wrote a book about it like 6 years ago. He said he makes most of his lineup decisions while walking, like just going for a walk and thinking, and it clears his head.
And that would make sense if they're longer now because of how much you have to think about.
That's what you should add. Just be like, hey, have you missed your walks? Is maybe that part of the problem? Do you think you need to change up the walk?
Have you guys gotten any sense from him that he's leaving? Have you asked if this is it?
I think I have a couple of questions today that might lead him in that direction, but we've not asked him. We've avoided that. But as I told you guys yesterday, that was one loss away from waving the white flag, and now I have done it. I'm sorry.
Wearing the white shirt.
Yep, wearing the white shirt, waving the white flag.
Yesterday did it.
That was it. It was this road trip. Was the 7-game road trip? Was the stint? I was like, okay. They need a certain record, and they are below. They are already there. They're already below the record. So we're done.
You know, it's too bad we weren't interviewing Jerry today because we could ask the question as if something was already fact, and we would be like, "Is this a tough season, especially since it's your last season?" And he would just answer it as if, "Well, I guess everybody already knows that." So,
speaking of Jerry, how much Gambler have you watched?
I've seen the first 2 episodes.
Perfect.
I finished it yesterday.
You did?
Yeah. Woo! I felt that it was a challenge by Kevin.
Finished earlier than you.
He had hey, I finished first a lot, all right?
Oh my God.
It's a race. Kevin had said I would finish it by 3:00 in the morning on yesterday, and I felt that it was a challenge. So I just sat down and watched every scene. And my daughter doesn't care to talk to me anymore because she's got a friend on her iPad, and my son is sick, and then my oldest has a girlfriend, and my wife was just like, hey, I got work to do. I was like, awesome. None of y'all care about me? I'll just do this.
Yeah.
That sounds depressing.
Yeah.
You said it.
But, today's a new day.
But I am proud of you for finishing the documentary.
Yes. Yeah, it was not 80-20. I did not feel that it was 80-20.
Last present?
Yeah, I just felt like it was so much past stuff, and but there was a question that I wanted answered that I didn't get.
I'll tell it to you.
The question was, they asked Jerry, in your own words, what happened to the Dallas Cowboys, and then they end the episode and they never answer that. And I don't know if they answered it in the credits or something, but
like the Sopranos ending.
I would have loved to have heard that answer because
that's a great answer.
Yeah, so. But I thought it was really good.
Well, we should ask him that the first interview of the year.
Yes.
See if it really goes sideways right out of the jump.
Yeah.
Well, let's all answer it.
What's he going to do? Threaten to fire you again?
Yeah, that's right.
Give me the exact wording. What was it again?
What happened to the Dallas Cowboys?
In your words, what happened to the Dallas Cowboys? And it kind of I think the timing is like right after the third Super Bowl, and it starts to fall apart. It all starts to crumble. Right around the Michael Irvin episode is, I think, when this is.
If you're talking specifically about that core, what happened to them, it was too much instability, and they lost the adult. They lost the discipline.
No,
like,
the
that was
answer
what it was.
like 96 on.
Yeah, I know.
To hear what happened.
I think that's valid. That what he's saying is pretty valid. They didn't have.
Who was the adult?
Yeah,
Jimmy.
Jimmy was the adult, and Barry was not going to be that kind of guy.
Barry was
that's not his
pouring their
style.
shots.
Yeah,
they were
but
drinking.
you're going to get to this. The amount of love for Barry.
Oh my gosh,
that
you're right.
surprised
Yeah.
me.
Yes,
that surprised me to hear so many guys vouch for Barry.
Even from Aikman?
Not him.
Okay.
No,
After Barry accused him of being
Charles.
After Barry accused him of being a racist, that was it.
I've had a couple. So a lot of guys don't want to talk about it on the record. So like whenever I've talked to different 90s players or stuff, and I'll ask them if we're doing Cowboys crosstalk or whatever, I'll ask them a similar question when we're off the air. The vast majority of them will say they liked Barry more. Like as a dude, they liked him more than they liked Jimmy.
Yeah.
But there's like, yeah, but we loved winning, and Jimmy was better for winning.
Yeah.
And so we loved Jimmy.
This man cared about us. This man, his way of showing
Cared
us he
about
cared
winning.
about us. Yeah, was winning.
All right, so then after that.
So that's the thing is that what happened to the Dallas Cowboys is so bright because like you would argue, I'm sure Jerry's argument would be nothing. We are still the Dallas Cowboys. We are the Cowboys. That's what we are. The fact that we still carry our name 30 years later is why we are nothing has happened to
What
us.
happened to the titles?
So, you know what
bad drafting for several years puts you in a hole, and then in the last 10 years, it's just been.
What's your point?
It hasn't clicked yet with your quarterback.
You just said in the last 10 years. I'd be curious how you guys would break down this 30 years. Because I know everyone talks about like 30 years without a title, and I'm guilty of this as well.
You want to break it down by coach?
I mean, maybe as if it's all the same. Like, do you go up to like the loss in 07 and then you separate it into a different period? Like, how do you chop that up?
96-13. 96-13 was the era where things were not being done properly.
And since then,
14 on, I think I think the way that I think starting in about 2014 when it was Will taking over the draft and doing everything that they've done.
They have a different focus.
I think it's just I think the way they operate isn't inherently wrong. I think their structure, their organizational structure is a good way to do it. It's just it hasn't worked for them yet, and they still don't spend enough in free agency.
Yeah, that was it 98, 99 was the line from Troy where he says, Jerry was learning the business on my time. He decided he's going to throw himself into being the real GM of this thing, and making all these decisions. And it was my career and my time that he messed up.
I don't know what all they cover in this thing. 97, 98, that whole era was awful for this football team. Not just even the stuff of like what was going on in the football field, but I mean you had all the different things like Switzer getting arrested in the airport, Irvin and his case, Mark Tuanay dying right after retirement. Like there were so many things that went wrong and that just like devastated the organization that I think that sent them into kind of a spiral.
What are your takeaways from the first two episodes?
It's all right. It's very well made, but like it kind of reminds me of the Mr. McMahon documentary. I was really excited to watch it. It's a fun watch, but there's not really too much in there that I didn't know.
Right.
And just based off of all the controversy Bobby was just talking about, I heard Jerry Jones gets off pretty scot-free down the stretch in this documentary where they don't really dive into any of his off-the-field concerns, just the players and whatnot, which is interesting. That's a choice.
Yeah. But what else did you think of the first two episodes?
Is there something I'm supposed to think in particular?
I just didn't know there's something in particular.
I didn't remember Tom
Any
Landry
surprise,
a parade because I was so young. I didn't remember a parade.
True. I was excited. I thought that was Super Bowl footage that they were showing, and then they were like, "Nope, that's his retirement
It
parade."
was VHS.
I really wish we could have followed up, and this is something I've always wanted to see. Follow up with every single one of those people who was like, I'll never cheer for the Cowboys again. Like, I just wanted to see them like 5 years later if they were at the parade or whatever. I will tell you this. The tease at the end of episode 2 is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So, like, they just advanced to the NFC Championship game, and you hear a voice, and you know it's Jerry Rice, and he goes, and the Cowboys, they're not going to win that game. And then you zoom in, and he sits down in the chair, and I was like, oh, yes, we are. And so I'm excited to see that episode.
I didn't realize. I knew the Cowboys were not winning with Landry's final years, but Michael saying that, and others saying names were being forgotten.
I have heard that.
And he walked in the locker room and said, let's just keep it close against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I did not know that. I did not know they went to Landry's favorite Mexican restaurant, which I really don't blame them for.
Yeah.
It's either no doubt intentionally cruel or just no way you could have known that.
They just wanted crispy tacos.
Yeah.
See, I thought it was the second one. Maybe I'm being naive about that, and they really did know. But
I don't think they'd
thought
be
it was
that. I don't think they'd be that cruel.
I just think the fact that the next day of the press conference, when he's like, "Yeah, I told Jerry at 3 a.m. we're not coming. We were eating Mexican," and he winks at it. It was like, okay, well then that's just like no awareness trying to joke about
That's
it
like
already.
the flame dying out. Jerry's going.
Yeah, that's Jerry though, right?
And they showed sad Tex Schramm when Jerry's like, I want his job. That
guy right there taking his job.
Fired the trumpet.
So sad
And he
about
fired the trumpet player and the PA boys.
Yes.
Everyone got wiped out.
Here's one thing I've never known, and I don't know that. I mean, Tom Landry's no longer alive, so I don't know where we're going to get this. True. How did when Jerry talked to him? What did Tom Landry do? Did he just go, okay?
He said he got emotional.
Did he?
But that for
did he try and punch him?
Could just be like,
okay.
Yeah. I don't know what he did.
Do you guys agree?
Do you know?
No, I just was about to. I'm going to say something. I'm not going to say anything because Sean would probably say it's unlikable, so I'm not going to say it. I'll say it during the break.
You gonna say it about Tom?
I'm going to say just the impression I was left with about how the whole thing. It felt a little bit like, well, he's not going to follow me to Austin. I'll go to Austin. He can't fire me from an Austin.
And then he did.
And then he traveled to Austin.
He's trying to say Ted Cruz'd it?
They literally were talking to, they were answering calls that morning going, Tom doesn't know anything, hasn't been fired yet. We all still have jobs. And they're like, Tom Landry's hopped on a plane and left the sound.
that was a lot of information from that lady answering the phone.
I imagine that like last year, people going like, hey, does McCarthy still have his job? And them answering the calls at the switchboard and giving you an answer.
But do you all agree that Jerry was dealing with Nico hate times what? Let me ask that. Fill in the blank.
It's different
times
because
what?
we didn't have social media, but it felt more personal because of the letters, the calls, the face-to-face interactions.
Yeah.
It was
Because that's like comparing
insane.
Landry to Luka.
Yeah.
So it's just so hard to say.
Then you trade
right
Herschel.
now.
So it's if Nico then would have traded Kyrie this offseason and just be like, bye, you can go too.
If in 36 years the Mavericks have won 3 championships with Cooper Flagg and everyone is still mad, then I'll think it's comparable. But like, people are still mad to this day, even though it was the right thing to do. That is proven by what happened. People are still mad to this day. That was the other thing I was a little disappointed by. I thought
proven by Jimmy's winning.
Yeah, that's true. I thought they really glossed over the Herschel Walker trade. There's a great 30 for 30 short, the great trade robbery about that I thought was phenomenal. Here, I thought they were just like...
You don't think they gave enough to it?
No, because I thought they were like, oh yeah, we got 5 picks, 5 players, and so we're ready to rock and roll. Like, I would really like to be like, this was this, this was this, this was this.
Well, this is so last...
You just said there was a 30 for 30 on it.
It's
they
so
were like, there's already one out.
It's so last dancey with the game footage. They got to get all this game footage in.
Yeah.
Yes, and they have amazing still photos as well. Like I said, it's very similar to Mr. McMahon, where I can see where it'll be exceedingly popular.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things that people in the Metroplex probably
Totally
are
agree.
aware of.
It's
And
getting
Steve
rave reviews.
Berline still thinks he's better than Troy Aikman.
Dude, that Steve Berline stuff was really fun.
That's what a
getting
lot of the
after
beat
it.
was talking about yesterday. It was like, ooh, Berline still seems to think he is a better football player than Troy Aikman today.
Absolutely. That is what I took from that as well.
We're back tomorrow morning, the Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of the KNC Masterpiece. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Fun Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
True.
And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Well, today is a Wednesday, Kevin, which means it's the middle of the week. referred often as hump day, if you will. And I'm cruising to the weekend. I've started the cruise to the weekend, not like put it in cruise control.
Right.
But this is where you start zeroing in on what you got going on this weekend. I got a lot going on. Got a fantasy draft at Jake's going on this weekend. So that's one thing. It's awesome, dude. I'm so excited to be on their patio and just hanging out and doing that. So it's going to be fun, man. And everybody out there that's looking for a place, Jake's is the place.
Alec, is Tuesday the worst day? Now, I know this could be dependent on what your actual work schedule is, but hear me out.
It's the second day.
Let's
Tuesday.
say you work Monday through Friday. Monday, you sometimes get a holiday, and you might still be resonating off of that weekend buzz, where Corey's right about Wednesday. You're like, I'm at least almost halfway there, again, if you work the Monday through Friday parameters. Whereas Tuesday, it's not going to be a holiday, and you're not right there to halfway through the work week. Tuesday feels like the worst day. Of course, keeping in mind, depending on what your actual work schedule is.
Tuesday's pretty pointless, if you ask me. Like, what's its deal? There's nothing going on outside of what? Maybe a Taco Tuesday, if that's even allowed. Yeah. I don't know if LeBron owns that or not.
There was Tank Top Tuesday, but...
See? Yeah. Like, my Tuesdays used to have purpose for what? Like, maybe 4 weeks, Corey? And now that we've put that on the back burner until next year, my Tuesdays have no purpose other than doing 4 hours of radio, and then I'm like, we're not even close to the weekend. Wow.
And the weekend's really what it's all about. Monday's a recovery from the weekend. Friday is basically the weekend. And then Thursday, it's the third day, so that's always cool.
Man, there was a time at A&M where I had a semester where I had no classes on Friday.
Genius.
And Thursday was awesome because it felt like a bonus weekend night.
Yes, I remember that. And that's what I've told Avery as he's getting ready for college. I'm like, look, dude, you don't have to fill your day with classes, all right? Like you can spread it out. You don't have to go every day. And he's like, what? Yeah, it's blowing his mind that college is so much better than high school.
From the 940, I hate Thursdays because I always felt like my week should have been over, but I have another day. Man, that is the best anti-Thursday argument I have ever heard in my life. Yeah. Well done from the 940. Now, unfortunately, as has frequently been the case this year, we're killing a little bit of time before we have to get to the inevitable. Go ahead and play me cut number 3 because, Corey, you said you were one loss away, and unsurprisingly, guess what? The Rangers lost last night.
And that ball hit high into the air, deep right field. Osuna going back. He turns to look. It's gone. What a poke deep into the Kansas City bullpen for Yastrzemski. His second home run in as many games. Give him 13 on the year, and we're tied at 2.
Did he mention the Pope just now?
He said, what a poke.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Kevin,
is it over?
I got a text from my friend yesterday, and he was like, I just feel so bad for Boch. Like this, and we were saying this as we were leaving the show yesterday to G-Bag. He's got the lineup. His job. What is his job? To try and motivate them, to try and kickstart them, try and find the right lineup, try and find the right moments. And everything he's tried this year, these guys just cannot seem to put runs together to win games. And it's so poor. It's so poor, and it's almost impossible to watch. And that's where I am right now. Is I can't watch a group that looks like. They're just waiting for a moment to be let down and to let themselves down. And that's what I feel out of this bunch.
Yesterday's game felt like it encapsulated every issue that you've had this season all into one, right?
You needed more Joc Pederson home runs.
Yes. Look, at this point, I'll take more home runs from literally anybody on this roster. But think about it. You have an early lead due to outstanding starting pitching. Check. but you don't have a good enough offense to really make it a sizable lead. Check.
Yep.
So eventually your bullpen comes in, and guess what?
Check.
They're not going to be able to hold the lead.
Oh.
Check. And then 4, you still don't have enough offense, certainly, to make a comeback, which equals a loss. Check, 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 check.
You know, Evan Grant tweeted out something yesterday, and it was to the effect of, but still, the offense is exhausting every other aspect of the team.
I agree.
Like the defense, no matter how good the defense is, they have to be perfect.
Yes.
And while you attempt to be perfect, the defense and pitching have to be, because the offense can't be productive. And they are so far from perfect. They are, Kevin, if you will, imperfect. That means not perfect.
True.
But that's been the strain all season long. We talk about the innings, the pitchers. Like Merrill Kelly was pretty good last night until the cramps. You know, like these things.
Joc Pederson hit the home run, like you said.
We talk about all these
So did Seager.
things that have been so amazing, but every time a pitcher goes to the mound, Kevin, it's high leverage. Every pitcher that steps on the mound is in a high leverage situation, and it feels like that's just something you can't work 162 games like that.
So I thought a lot about what you said yesterday and what the potential loss would mean. I put this together. I don't know if this will encourage or maybe discourage you. Rangers right now are 62 and 65. Okay? It feels reasonable to think you're going to need to go at least 86 and 76.
Okay.
To make a wild card spot. That means you need to go 24 and 11 the rest of the way. I'm going to do the positive real quick.
Are you trying to get me there?
No.
What? Are you trying to get no? Are you trying to bring Kevin? I tweeted out the white flag yesterday. It's the cartoon from Bugs Bunny with the white flag. I tweeted it out. That's official.
Okay.
You're trying to make me flip flop here?
I'm not.
I'm not a flip flopper.
I'm going to present possibility versus reality. All right. That means, Alec, you would need to go 24 and 11 the rest of the way. We can all agree, at least in theory, that is a conceivable record. Okay? It's not like you have to go, like 29 and 6 or something. Like you could see a team going 24 and 11. Here's the tough part.
The schedule?
I went back, you know what? It's not even the teams on the schedule. I went through the entire Rangers schedule. The best baseball I could find that they've played all season was June 24th to July 7th when they went 18 and 9.
Oh yeah,
which would
that was
not
a good time.
Would not be good enough if you factor that out.
Crap.
And so I even took it further to when they were still solid in the stretch.
So at no point this season have they gone 24 and 11.
That is correct.
Oh, crap.
The best run they've had is that 18 and 9 run. If you want to expand it out closer to the beginning of June, they were 27 and 15. But you are correct when you talk about the white flag. At no point this season have the Texas Rangers played that good of a baseball for that amount of time.
Not even July.
Nope.
Oh, man. Kevin, that's sad. The rest of their schedule's not easy. Like you'd like to think you can beat Cleveland, but I don't think you can. And I don't know if you can win a series. The A's aren't great. Diamondbacks, you just got beat by.
Right.
Houston, you got to play twice down the stretch here, and they're vying for something. Milwaukee, are they ever going to lose a baseball game for the rest of their lives? Probably not.
I guess I'd say probably yes.
I don't know.
But this will be the 4th straight series that the Rangers do not win. Now, I realize you could still split the series, and Lord knows you need that.
Coming out of the break, all you talked about was, well, all right, let's win series.
We have to win every series, and this is now the 4th straight series that you have not won.
They feel like, whenever you were you pushed off your assignment until the last night of the assignment, and you're like, I can get this done.
Yeah.
And that's what they feel like is, I keep going, all right, if I just shrink it, because you keep giving me different. We were at 42-20 at one point. Now we're at 24-11, and you know what? Okay, now we're at 18, and I feel like I keep going. You're trying to draw me back into this thing.
No, I'm really not, because you're going to squeeze it down to you're going to need to go 15-1 in the last 16 games. Like, that's where we're going to get to, right? To go along with your analogy, that is absolutely who the Rangers are. But this is the pre-internet era, and they thought they were going to write the paper overnight, except the book they wanted, they forgot to get at the library. Like, that's what this Rangers team is. They're ready to write the paper in the pre-internet era, but they didn't get the book they needed from the library.
That's actually...
So, like, what time is the library open? That's what you're trying to find out. And you're like, can I write my paper from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.? I don't know. Yeah. Probably not.
And so what is there left to do then here? Just finish out the schedule? This isn't a team that gets fired up.
Okay.
These aren't guys that get all... Something's going to happen. The Houston Astros are going to have to spit on them.
Right.
That's
probably literally.
Like, that might have to happen to fire these guys back up, because they aren't the kind of guys that do that for whatever reason. And I don't even know what personality they have in that clubhouse that is.
And so it's kind of a Cowboys-esque situation where they're not good, but they're not as bad as you need them to be to totally give up, right? So, like, we just went through it. I think mathematically it's been proven it is highly unlikely that the Rangers make the playoffs. But on the flip side, it's not impossible. I think you got like an 8% chance. If they were 52-75, then you could be like, okay, the hell with it. Osuna starts and plays every single day. Rocker is back out there pitching in the rotation. You stick with Leiter. Like, you just push all of these young pieces up. But unfortunately, like I said,
Walcott.
Yes.
Seager.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to go that
Seager
far.
to first and Sebastian Walcott to short.
I don't know if I'm going to go that far.
Oh, that's right, because we have Abel. We got Abel we can throw at first base. He's in AA.
Man, look at you ready to push all these kids up. But where you sit right now, what Boch is going to say, what Chris Young said on Monday, and guess what? Spoiler, I think he's going to say again this next Monday on the G-Bag Nation is, we've got to the point where we just need to focus and try to win every single game because we're still in this. And, like, that's what Boch is going to say later today, I think. That's what Chris Young is going to continue to say. And they're going to tell you they're not out of it because they're right. Even if it feels like they're out of it, when you look at the standings, they are not out of it yet, and that's the response that you're going to get. Even if nothing you've seen from this team leads you to believe they can make the playoffs, which I totally get.
Yeah. Do you think Bochy has a positive thing? Do you think at 12:30, if I said, Boch, what is there positive about this all right now? Because even with the starting pitching being effective at times, because you can see it's wearing them. It is wearing on them.
Right.
Even with that, you still, the negative exists. So I'm trying to find a positive thing, and Seager hit a home run.
So I have a couple. I think you're going to...
The defense is still good.
Yes. I think you're going to undercut one of these for logical reasons. Nathan Eovaldi, and we'll get into this more later, is having a Cy Young-esque season. Jacob deGrom has been healthy. Now, I realize...
Those are two silver linings.
Yes, yeah. The potential undercut to the deGrom thing, and we'll certainly
I hate wasting a Nathan Eovaldi season.
Yes.
That's this good for him. You know, it feels like you let him down. And, man, he's not going to say it, right? He's not going to go into the clubhouse and be like, guys, y'all are letting me down. He's not that guy.
I think he'll say you're letting yourself down.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because he's the dude he's supportive. He's there for everybody. But do you think that would matter to those guys? And I don't know if they're just not good or they just aren't. But if he walked in and was like, guys, I need this from you for this last 35 games. We got to go 24-11, like Kevin said, is what he says. Nathan Eovaldi says, Kevin said we got to go 24-11.
Right.
I don't want you guys to waste this last season for me. Please give me everything you got.
I do think that would have an impact on Marcus Semien and a handful of other people.
Sebastian Walcott, probably.
Okay, I don't know about Sebastian Walcott's intrinsic motivation. I'm probably not going to speak to that right now.
Okay.
Maybe later.
When they bring him up.
But the thing is, I don't know how many people in the clubhouse are like that. I just, unfortunately, it's hard to tell because even when somebody tells you the right thing, you don't know for sure. Because I'm sure everybody will tell you, oh yeah, I'm definitely motivated to do my best. But is that really true? Like when the S hits the fan, are things at its lowest? Are you like, I'm going to pick myself up for me? Or are you like, well, the season's over, so what's the point?
Yeah, you can only have. I'm sorry, clock's good. I got so much more to discuss, and we'll talk about it with Boch later.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
5-3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Alec Medford. In just a few minutes, we're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. But in the meantime, Corey Majors, I wanted to throw something out for you. Did you see that Arch Manning, and this is a smart thing to do, this is how I think you create leverage, address what Archie Manning said about the quarterback? He was like, look, Arch isn't going anywhere. I believe he said he would be at Texas through 2027.
Okay.
And
yes, he said that.
And so Arch stepped out and goes, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that. I'm really just taking it day by day right now. Which, look, Archie, no, but his grandfather.
UT fans must be like, oh, I love this guy.
But his grandfather might be right. But I could see how Arch would be like, hey,
Grandpa,
we're not really talking about
that's really
all right?
Screw up my negotiation down the road. And what happens if, what happens if next year the Cowboys have the number 1 overall pick and I want to be a Cowboy?
Yeah.
Then that's like the perfect timing, even though the next year would be.
Why are you putting that out into the air?
Because
what if the Cowboys
Archie
had the number 1 pick and got Arch Manning? You know how people are going to react
Archie
to that.
did that. He was like, I think he's going to go to the Cowboys. That's what Archie did a long time ago. So that's not me.
It does really seem like this kid has a good head on his shoulders. And I feel like I want him to succeed, even though obviously I don't love the Texas Longhorns. I want him personally to succeed.
I mean, yeah, because we did see, Eli, we hated because he was a Giant, right? Like,
yes.
And there's lots of other reasons.
So then we'd have to hate Arch if he joined a nemesis.
He did quarterback championship teams. Like that's undeniable. Peyton was the most unique quarterback we'd ever seen. Like he changed what we think of. I think he changed what we think of quarterbacks. Honestly,
really,
their control of the game, the way he was his own offensive coordinator. So like that's where I think that he just kind of changed it. And they're great commercial actors. So like because Peyton Manning has probably made more doing commercial acting than he did in his football career.
I could see that.
And so like I think yes, we do kind of want to see is he like those guys and will he help our fantasy teams in the future?
Now, it's funny because I was kind of thinking of that movie. I know it's obscure. I don't know how many people in our audience have seen it. Celtic Pride, where they kidnap Damon Wayans, and they're like, if I can go through all the channels without seeing a commercial of you, that's what I think of with Peyton Manning. It's like, and I know he's not even playing anymore, but I'm like, if I can go through all the channels.
I bet you can't.
Yeah.
Especially with how many channels we have now.
That is a great point. All right. We're going to do some Cowboys questions that matter right here and right now, if you guys don't mind.
I'm down.
First question. Will Micah Parsons be on the field for the Cowboys in Game 1?
No.
Now, I know, Now, I know Adam Schefter's like, oh, it's heading for divorce. And, like, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I appreciate he's got his thoughts and his sources. So I want to go more short term. When the Cowboys line up against the Philadelphia Eagles Thursday to kick off the 2025 NFL season, will Micah Parsons be active and play for the Cowboys?
I don't even know. The active part's an interesting addition to that because if he's active, he's playing.
I would assume.
He's not and Kevin, did you see him at practice yesterday? Just sitting. He wants to be on the field.
He does look sad just watching.
He loved. This is Ron Washington not being able to be around baseball. Do you think that breaks Ron Washington's heart because he's going through his health situation?
Absolutely, I do.
Micah, and you not being able to look at cards, that would just break your heart.
Yes.
That's where I think Micah is right now. It breaks his heart that he's not out there, but he's got an agent telling him he can't, and he's got an owner who won't relay any other information back. So he's stuck in the middle with this thing. One other thing I wanted to revisit. This gets brought up a lot, and I don't know how much it affects you in the conversation. In 24, he became eligible for an extension. Correct?
Correct.
So that is his open window to start negotiating, correct? In whatever form he sees fit.
That is correct. And I remember very much having an agitating conversation with Stephen Jones that we had at the time, like in the tent. And they had just gotten the CD deal done. And I was like, now will you turn your attention to Micah? And he was like, well, like that just happened. It didn't just happen. You knew for 3 years that that's when the window was going to open.
Maybe it takes them longer to do those things. You know how it takes you longer to put together a baby bed than it does somebody else? Maybe that's what it is. But I guess the question I'm asking, though, is a lot of people say, hey, he's under contract still. He needs to honor the contract.
Right.
Whenever you actually have it in your contract that you're eligible to negotiate an extension, should you not try to negotiate the extension?
Yeah, no, I think you should try to negotiate the extension. I am at a point, and this is just my personal belief, and if people disagree, that's totally fine. I understand why they would disagree. I would honor my contract, and I would play. And he very well might. Like, I don't know. But if there's no contract extension that gets done, I still think he should be out there ready to go and ready to play. That's my opinion just because that's what I personally believe. But
if you got injured, would you just be like, that's just the luck of it?
And that's the other part of it. The Cowboys have a pretty good history as of recently of going ahead and paying players anyway if they got injured.
Yeah.
Whether it's Michael Gallup, Dak Prescott, like that doesn't seem to really give them a leverage advantage for whatever reason when you think you would. So if I'm Micah Parsons, I know you have to worry about getting injured, but I actually do not think that would necessarily deter the Cowboys from giving him money. All right, Alec, do you believe Micah Parsons will be on the field active and playing for the Cowboys in game 1?
I've seesawed on this, but I think I'm back to believing that he will be. You just said it. He looks so sad sitting there at practice. I know that's judging from a still picture that somebody took during a, 2-hour practice. Right. But still, he looks like he's not enjoying himself. And I think they are going to use what the Cowboys' leverage is going to be. You love this game more than you hate this situation that you're in. So I do think that it's going to get to him. He's going to say, look, I don't want to lose my contract status just because I'm upset about not getting a new one. I don't want to lose that year. And he just loves this game. He really does. Like, football is his life. Of course, he's got his podcast and everything, but what's that about? Football. He loves football. So I think he will be there. And I think it will be kind of like Bobby's talked about. It will be like obvious pass rush downs and situations.
Right.
Don't think he plays the full game like he typically would. But I'd say today, I think he does play.
And from the 682, and I think some people would argue down this line, but if you suck, can we renegotiate and pay you less? Players need to pay under the deal they signed. I think players would argue, and people on their side would argue, that is literally exactly what the NFL does. Whether it's cutting you, whether it's renegotiating your contract, absolutely.
Okay, interesting part of this conversation then too. Do you feel you have to be out there for practice or the games? If this contract, like if he says, okay, I'll play the games in this then he's still fulfilling his contract. I don't know what he gets paid for practice. So
that is true.
That's a very minutia part of this.
I mean, it's really not. I just want to make clear this is just how I feel personally. I understand how other people have different beliefs. I think that contract entails you being at practice and actually practicing to help the team gear up. I understand that this is a thing that people in all walks of life have done for a really long time. So I'm not arguing that I know better than him. I'm just saying, me personally, I would continue to practice because I'm under contract. But I understand, and I think that is one of the flawed parts of the NFL, is not having the fully guaranteed contracts, because I think players on the other side of that would argue, absolutely, if you don't play well, that teams don't live up to their end of the contract.
But if you're not under contract, you walk out and you take everybody with you.
And that, yes.
That's
obviously,
how you negotiate.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And I think the other thing, I don't believe that the Cowboys would do this, but if they really wanted to play hardball, I think they have the leverage with Micah Parsons in terms of,
oh, they do.
All right, well, you have to play this season or else you won't move into into the franchise territory, and then the Cowboys are like, well, we'll franchise you in 26, we'll franchise you in 27, and you just can't envision somebody like Micah who talks so much about how they want to be great, sacrificing a season, let alone 3 seasons. All right, my next Cowboys question that matters for you, I hope. Could this Cowboys offense be outstanding? Now, I have defined outstanding as being top 7 in the league in points per game. Last season, they were 21st. Now, you could think this is the George Pickens effect. Maybe you're excited that Jaden Blue is ready to go. Whatever the case might be. Can this Cowboys offense be outstanding this season?
I don't have a clue what this offense is. I have zero clue. The history of Schottenheimer doesn't tell me that it will be, okay? If I go back and look at when he has called plays, I thought Fred brought up a really good conversation point, and Babe did as well whenever you were out, Kevin. And that was, this is the first time that Schottenheimer's calling plays not for somebody else. It's like Ben Johnson. He doesn't have
Right.
He doesn't have Dan Campbell protecting him from any bullets that fly on stupid calls he might make. So this is the first time we'll see, is he freer and more wide open, and he's just kind of been waiting for this moment to really unleash it. But the other thing, too, is, Kevin, we haven't seen any of what this offense is. Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ferguson, Dak, most of the offensive line, it has been a project to figure out who the fill-ins are going to be. That's what the preseason.
Camp.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, the preseason, we didn't. Unfortunately, Kevin, we didn't get to see the joint practice with the Rams.
Right.
That would have given us more information, I think. But I still don't have a clue if Jaden Blue's going to be. Is he playing Friday? And
Yes.
like effectively?
I don't know effectively.
I know he said he doesn't have any he's not being held back by anything, but I don't know how many plays are they going to give him. Are they going to give him a play that they might play against Philadelphia? I don't.
Right.
So I don't think so is my answer, because I don't know enough about this offense.
Alec can.
But hold on, one other thing. I'm sorry. But if the defense isn't good, they're going to have to be a top scoring offense.
It better look like the Bengals out there, and it still might not matter. Alec, can this Cowboys offense be outstanding?
This feels like one of the only questions where Corey's, I don't know, works. Because again, like he just said, we haven't seen anything. I will give you an answer, but I feel like that is a valid answer for this one. I'll lean no. I'll say they'll be fringe. They could be top 10. I could see them right around 10. Don't know about top 7, so it won't meet your qualification, Kevin. I'll say no, but just barely. I do think they will be in the better half, because I do think their offense is going to have more of a sense of direction than Mike McCarthy's. Like, I feel like they are going to have a goal every single game of, we are going to attack this point of the opposing defense because we think that this skill group is better than that position group on the defense. I do think that the run game is going to be a little bit more effective, but they don't have a lead back in my mind. So I don't think it's going to be dominant, but I think it's going to look better. I do think the play action game is going to be fun. I don't know if it'll exist, every single game, but I think it's going to look better. I think some of the pre-snap motions and whatnot are going to allow for mismatches, because you do have 2 really good receivers on the outside now. So I do think it can get close to, if not top 10. I don't think it will get inside the top 7, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where we discuss demon slayers, statues, and moon mammoths. Next on The Fan. Tolos, we're back on the road for 105.3 The Fan's Friday Football Feast. Come join me and Corey broadcasting live from Freebirds at 5000 Beltline Road, Suite 350 in Dallas from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
2025, this time in downtown Fort Worth. Join us at Jake's Burgers at 515 Main Street. We kick things off with the G-Bag Nation broadcast, followed by Fan Phenom at 7, hosted by me, Zach. Fan Phenom 2025 tomorrow night at Jake's Burgers in Fort Worth. Come out for your chance to join our team at the Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the pitch. Runner goes, and that one's hit high and deep to center field. Back goes Carter. He's at the wall, and that is gone. Wow, that's over the hitter's backdrop. A massive home run for Bobby Witt Jr.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping you're keeping everything on an even flow today. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time. We're going to talk about the Bama Nuggets.
Pearl Jam?
Oh, yeah. That was the song they were just doing. That was the song you came back with.
Is Pearl Jam the easiest band to imitate?
Especially that song. And I still was shocked when you guys told me what the name of their band meant.
Yeah, and Creed also. Creed's kind of...
Oh, I could see
Nickelback too. Hold the ground.
So if it's kind of grunt rock or...
Lumberjacking music.
Yeah.
Divorced dad rock, yeah.
Yes.
Dude,
easier to imitate.
That divorced dad rock thing is really making its way into the world.
Huh?
I'm
It's
seeing
very
it.
real.
Yeah, I'm seeing it more now.
Okay.
I'm hopeful I never have to experience that.
Sure.
Because I like my lady.
That's nice.
Now,
try not to screw it up.
With that home run,
every day,
Bobby Witt Jr. became the fastest Kansas City Royal ever to hit 100 career home runs. He made it at the age of 25 years, 66 days old, faster than Carlos Beltran. So congratulations to Bobby Witt, but also thanks for nothing for helping us lose the game.
He's good. You know, and
I'll concede that.
It's interesting because, like, he didn't come out of the gates firing whenever he started his career. It was like, oh, he's going to be really good.
Right.
And then you expected, oh, here we go. And then you're like, okay. And then all of a sudden he was like, oh, by the way, I just had to get used to the baseball.
Yes.
At this level. And then all of a sudden he's like, hey, and aren't we we're waiting on Wyatt Langford to make that transition.
Ooh, I think that's a good comp. I think we'd all flip out if he was as good as Bobby Witt Jr. offensively.
I thought he was going to be better.
Now, speaking of home runs, let's go to the New York Yankees. They became the first team in MLB history last night with multiple 9 home run games in a season. Think about that. Yesterday was their second game this year in which, as a team, they hit 9 home runs. That's bananas.
No, that's the different baseball league. They're good.
Yes.
They're dangerous.
Yes.
But I don't fear the Yankees. Like, they're a very dangerous team, but they have the ability to just disappear at times. That is a very impressive feat.
And a potential issue that still is sitting there is Aaron Judge throwing might still be impacted for the rest of 2025. There does seem to be a whole lot of discussion, debate, and disagreement about, how much he plays back out in the outfield. And so
how much do you want him to play?
I would be perfectly fine if he would just DH, because I'd be like, you're not that great defensively anyway, so I need you in the lineup. So let's not really worry about the rest of that.
You are pretty heavily invested in his card world.
Oh, what a glorious couple of years it's been to be in the Aaron Judge market.
Okay. I didn't, yeah.
Sorry.
I think I just recently found that out. So.
Yes. All right, now let's stick with home runs and go to the Moon Mammoths. Now, if you recall, the Moon Mammoths was the AA Erie team that was rebranded by John Oliver from last week tonight. So Kevin McGonigal, who is the number 2 overall prospect in the minors, He homered off a 100.2 mile per hour fastball. Well, obviously it was a fastball while playing for the Moon Mammoths with their cool purple batting helmets and everything like that. And I just felt like you should know that.
That is pretty impressive.
All right.
I think Lourdes Gurriel, while you were out, homered off like 103 mile an hour fastball.
And look, basic physics would tell you, even if you don't get all of it, there's a good chance like it could fly out of there. Absolutely. Victor Robles has been suspended 10 games for throwing a bat at a pitcher. 10 games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, throwing it at a pitcher.
And he didn't like flick it. He pulled his arm back and he fired that thing at the pitcher. Not to mention the tray of Powerade or whatever it was that he just heaved out of the dugout. I actually thought that part was pretty neat.
What a poke.
But MLB, they did not. All right. Let's see which way you want to go now. Do you want to go statues or demon slayers?
I mean, why would you want to talk about statues when you could talk about demon slayers?
Because it's Adrian Beltre, so mark that. Corey said, why would you want to talk about Adrian Beltre?
Yeah, let's talk about demon slayers.
Okay. The Texas Rangers.
That's not... Hold on. The Rangers are demon slayers?
Yeah.
Okay.
For a night. The Texas Rangers are going to host Demon Slayer Night on September 9th and give away an exclusive Tanjiro baseball jersey. Now, of course, I knew this information and didn't have to look it up.
I'm pretty sure our friend Skip told me.
Tanjiro is a fictional character and the main protagonist of the manga series Demon Slayer.
Manga.
It's manga?
It's manga.
What? I seriously thought it was manga.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got kids.
That makes sense.
That told me. Yeah.
They are in the demographic.
They are.
The manga series, Demon Slayer. So that is going to be on September 9th. And maybe some people are going to text in and it's actually Tanjiro. I apologize.
What are they giving away again?
It's a jersey. It looks pretty cool.
Is Demon Slayer a big deal?
Yes.
Yeah? Is it Hunter x Hunter? Where does it stand here?
I feel like, and I know it's not exactly the same, but in that family, hasn't like the Demon Slayer K-pop thing been number one on Netflix for forever?
You watched a lot of Netflix, so
I haven't watched that, but it is frequently.
I'll
it
ask
looks
Carter.
Like it's at
I'll ask
number
Carter
one.
today and see if he's interested. Because if he says, "Hey, oh yes," I know for a fact both my kids have watched this because one of the characters, she has like a bamboo thing on her mouth, and when they take it off, she screams and it's loud.
Oh,
I remember this
cool.
now. Yeah, they liked it.
All right, well, September 9th, if you are interested in getting that exclusive jersey with the Texas Rangers.
In the 806, I hope the Rangers can slay their demons by then. I appreciate you.
Man, me too. You've seen them play, right? All right. Let's talk about Adrian Beltre. Actually, you know what? I asked for this highlight. Let's hear this highlight. Give me cut number 7. This is Alec putting in work.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball inside third, base hit down the left field line. Mazzara gets to third. Adrian going to second. He's got a double for 3,000.
Matt Hicks is so good.
He is. I agree. So the full-size bronze statue honoring Adrian Beltre will be unveiled and dedicated outside Globe Life Field on Friday at 2:30 p.m. If you want to plan your life accordingly, the ceremony is going to take place outside of the Comerica Bank Northeast Entrance Plaza. That's a lot of
Is that
words.
where we are?
I think,
usually?
Yes.
The backyard?
I think we are right over near there, and that's where the statue is going to be permanently located. Parking lots are going to open early at 2 o'clock. So if you want to go check this out, there is your opportunity.
Kevin?
Yes?
John Blake told us a little note.
Right.
That you're going to be able to touch his head.
Right.
What do you think that the Adrian Beltre statue? Because I definitely want it to be.
It's got to be the knee down swing.
I
right?
probably so. I want it to be the one where he's moving the on deck circle. Like I just think that would be absolutely hilarious.
See, but is it something that you still think would be funny in 2 years or in 2 days?
Years.
Okay. So I think
I'll be
that
laughing in my grave about it.
I think that would be amazing for like 2 days. And then you'd be like, ooh.
877-881-1053.
Okay.
Is the on deck circle moving thing going to make you laugh forever?
Okay. Maybe.
Every time I would see it, Kevin, I would just be like, oh my gosh, remember that time he did that?
But that's different. It'll make me laugh forever. But I will look at that statue and be like, was this where we were supposed to do a bit? Like the bobblehead I get. The statue that's going to be there forever.
Statues are too serious anyway.
Oh.
Everybody's like, oh, stoic, looking like Tom Landry all the time. Like, I think more statues should be fun. Can you imagine if the Statue of Liberty had a little toilet paper coming out from under her dress? That would be hilarious.
Would it?
I don't know if they had toilet paper back then. How did they do it back then?
Oh, my God. Hey.
Next story.
Real quick. I missed my window. The top 10 prospects for the Texas Rangers per ESPN. Now, some of them we've talked about quite a bit. We just talked about Caden Scarborough the other day. Alejandro Rosario, number 4, their first-round draft pick, pops up at number 5. But wanted to focus in, Sebastian Walcott's number 1. Devin Fitzgerald. And again, remember, that's Fitz-Gerald. He went up in the Rangers system from 9th to 2nd.
Oh.
So only behind Sebastian Walcott. Now, the troubling part about all of this is outside of Sebastian Walcott, at least per ESPN, the Rangers have no other top 100 prospects.
Yeah. I mean, and they had a few before, and where they stand now, because they've got rid of a couple of pieces. How do you fill it up too? Well, like you got to hit on drafts, or some trades.
Yes, probably actually yes to both of those, and I'm sure some people are now lamenting that the Rangers weren't actually sellers at the trade deadline. But this division is really weird. The A's have 4 in the top 70. The Seattle Mariners have 8 top 100 prospects, and then the Angels and Astros combined both have 0. So it is a bizarre division for prospect ranking.
And as far as that goes, you can look at it in 2 ways. If you have you might have a stud in your farm system, right? Like you might have one that you're like, he's going to be a great pro player,
right?
Maybe you get one of those, but for the most part, aren't they currency? Like they are tradable assets because you have no clue how they're going to turn out.
Depending on your market size, absolutely.
Mostly if you're a contending team, you want something that's working right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, now it looks like we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together.
I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember the Uber Eats.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Nutmeg Lady? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We're just lucky to be here.
True. 881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation, or you can hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube, and tomorrow you can hit up Jake's off of 515 Main Street in Fort Worth to see the G-Bag Nation do their show live, but also the next chapter in Fan Phenom. If you've been wanting to try out, or if you have tried out, gotten some notes, you want to show your improvement, everything like that, tomorrow at Jake's.
I love Jake's. I love Jake's, dude. The Flamin' Rooster, phenomenal. I wouldn't get a Flamin' Rooster before going on because it's a very spicy sandwich. Like it has pico de gallo on it. That pico is pretty spicy. But I wouldn't do that. But I would be prepared with fire takes.
Oh, I like that. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It wasn't a good morning this morning.
Yeah, what happened? What do you mean?
You okay? Oh, it took like an hour and 15 minutes to drive here.
Oh, I feel like the "And Rowdy Died" drop needs to be played.
Oh,
right
my gosh. Okay, so quick rain driving question. Are you more in the group of, hey, you maniacs, slow down, there's water all over the road, or are you closer to the, hey, we can drive with caution, but that doesn't mean we have to drive 14 miles an hour?
No, I don't get in an accident when I'm on a road that I can't bail out of.
Yes, I'm right there with you.
And then it was raining so hard, then it backed up because everybody was being careful.
And it doesn't even have to rain hard for everybody to freak out and be careful.
Yeah. That is very true.
One of these days we'll learn.
So anyway, I'm here.
Have you watched any of the Netflix documentary?
I watched the first episode last night. I was trying to stay up late enough to watch the second one because I got started late. And I kept falling asleep, and so I'd back up, right? And then go, okay, I saw this, now let's go for it. And then I fall asleep, and I said, okay, I'll just say I watched the first episode.
Did you make sure to pause it when you saw your name on an article? Because I saw.
Oh, you saw that? It was real quick.
Yes, I have seen your name in that. I was watching very intently.
Did you see the mustachioed Mickey?
Yeah. What happened with that?
What do you mean?
Like,
why did it go
still
away?
Rocking that?
Yeah.
It's a story. So the next year, the Cowboys were in training camp in. They went to Austin, but they spent a week in San Diego and practicing against the Chargers. And I got in a discussion about when one of the linebackers, Jesse Solomon, was going to show up for training camp. He was holding out for a contract. And I had talked to him the night before, and he told me, I got my plane ticket. I'm coming in tomorrow. And so I got in a discussion with someone, and I said, okay, I'll bet you. What are you going to bet? I said, I'll bet my mustache. And he didn't show up.
Oh, no.
So that was during the week. So on Sunday, on Dale Hansen's sports special, he decided he heard the story that I was going to shave my mustache on the show.
Wow.
So we started, told the story, went to whatever else, and I came back without the mustache on.
Kevin, I think we need to make a bet with Mickey, and if he loses, he has to grow a mustache on our show.
Yes.
That's pretty. And you know what the other funny part was? The hotel we were staying in for training camp, we were there one night and we were talking about it, and the lady that was the bartender looked like, you guys won't remember this, but I think it was a Noxzema commercial about shaving and take it off, and we tried to talk her into shaving me on the air, and she thought we were the goofiest guys ever, and so she didn't.
And probably a little perverted.
No, it wasn't perversion.
Okay.
It was just shaving because of the commercial,
Kevin.
you know?
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
So anyway, I lost it and never grew it back. Probably a good decision.
Look, Mickey, we're going to talk about Cowboys, but I just want to let you know, all I can think about right now is how to craft that bet that will make you regrow that mustache.
We got time.
Maybe I can just say I'll cut my hair short, right?
Yes, me too. So for Jaden Blue, I'm not saying that he's like in danger of getting cut or anything like that. How important do you think that game against the Falcons is for him and for the Cowboys to like maybe get kind of a better idea of what that pecking order and that vibe is in the running room?
Yeah, I think it could, help make a decision. Now, he practiced last night. I'm sure you guys already discussed that, and that was a good sign. He got snaps, so it wasn't just going out there doing drills, and then when they go to team, he didn't do anything. And he looked decent. He sounded decent afterwards. I think it's more to do with the pecking order than anything else, because when Miles Sanders was out, he was getting snaps with the first team as the second running back behind Javonte Williams. So I think it might have more to do with the pecking order than anything else. I think he's on this team. Now it's a matter of how they use him and then what happens with everybody else, either in front of him or behind him in that pecking order.
Now, go ahead.
And and by the way, and I think I'd mentioned this to you guys before, like saying, wouldn't it be something to have him at running back and Kevontae Turpin in the slot, right? On the same play?
Yeah.
They had one last night.
Little speed. A lot of speed right there.
Yeah.
It's happening.
I dare you to try and cover that one. What is the amount of reps that Mazi's gotten, the amount of time he's spent on the field, tell you about where he stands with them, and what have been your thoughts on Perion Winfrey and Ernest Brown?
Ernest Brown did not practice yesterday.
Okay, all right.
So he was one of, I think it was like 12 or 13 guys that for whatever reason did not practice. So they're still rehabbing from an injury or trying to get in condition to play or fed up with the negoations. I think I read that somewhere.
That's one player, right?
Yeah, one guy doing that. Although, by the way, like an hour or two before the practice, he was outside doing conditioning work.
Okay, staying in shape.
So I don't know how fed up he was, right?
In shape.
So anyway, I'm sorry, where were we going?
Mazi. He wants to know if Mazi Smith's going to get cut.
I don't think so. I think from a body standpoint, they got to play it out and just hope at some point that it turns on. And I don't know that it has anything to do with a first round pick, but I saw him make, and I know it's only practice and they're not tackling. There was a couple times he actually went, I was like, okay, that's good. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And then there's other times he gets pushed out of the picture. And it's like, well, how does that happen? But I think from a body standpoint, they kind of need him. And, Winfrey, I think he's been good. And, they probably have room for 4 or 5 defensive tackles. And so I think he's in that mix. I don't foresee him cutting him, but you never know. I won't bet my mustache on that, though.
So we always recommend that people read your stuff on DallasCowboys.com.
We'll appreciate it.
You had an intriguing answer that I'm hoping for people who haven't seen it yet, you can kind of expand on, because there has been a lot of discussion about, you're always looking to maybe trade what you feel like is a strength so you don't have to cut somebody for nothing to pick up something that is a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Can you walk people through the idea of, do you think the Cowboys would trade a deep position group, maybe specifically wide receiver, for help elsewhere?
Yeah, and I think part of my answer for that was just when you think you're deep, you suffer an injury and you go, oh, I'm not as deep as I thought. And now what's happened? Jonathan Mingo sprains his knee, PCL, right? And I don't know if that's where you were going with the wide receiver group.
Yeah.
But it sounds like from, just talking and listening that, he could be a candidate for those 2 IR spots that you can put guys on and you don't have to have them on the 53.
Right.
Because I don't know, was it reported 2 to 4, 4 to 6?
I've heard 4 to 6.
Yeah, I heard it could be closer to 6 or more.
Ooh.
So when you look at that, now take him out of the rotation, right? And then what do you got?
5.
Yeah.
So, say Turpin's 3.
Mm-hmm.
You were figuring Turpin and he were 3 and 4.
Yep.
Right. Now, who's 5 and 6?
Do you think so?
So when you're thinking about maybe trading Tolbert,
yes,
if you suffer another injury on the outside, and I'll say this for the Cowboys, God forbid, one of the top 2 guys, who's your next outside guy?
Right.
Somebody that got cut by another team.
Yeah, right.
Which feels like
if
defeats
available,
the
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because then, if say Tolbert's not there, then Flournoy, Trayvon Holden, Jalen Brooks.
And Holden doesn't really play special teams, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen him do that. Now, I know Brooks has done it. So Tolbert has, they've put him out there and, he's functional. So, yeah, it never fails, I swear, that just when you think you're deep, then you suffer an injury and it's like, oh, not so deep anymore.
Yeah, that happens.
But yeah, I've seen it happen and it's worked where, okay, instead of cutting this guy and not getting anything for him, maybe I can get a 6th or a 7th, if somebody wants him, and if somebody knows you're going to cut him, then they got to look in where they are on the waiver claim.
Right.
And it's like, okay, if I'm not high enough to get him, I'll give you a 7th in 2027 or something like that.
To skip the
right?
line, yeah.
Yeah, to skip the line. So that's kind of how that works. But it's been done before, yeah, and it's a thought. I just don't know that there's another position on this team that's that deep, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be looking and hoping for somebody else to help you out. Maybe at cornerback.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, if Trayvon Diggs is not ready, then it's Deron Bland, Kyer Elam, and then at this point, the way they're practicing, it's either Keeman Hall or Zion Childress. And
you feel like it's Childress that's got the lead in that?
I thought so, and then I think last night Hall went out there first, and then Childress went out, and they kind of rotated. And the good thing about Childress, I found this out listening to him or talking to him after practice, was that, he was sort of a safety at Kentucky, and he said he went to Coach Stoops and said, I want to play closer to the line of scrimmage. And so his last year there, he ended up playing in the slot. So he's got some experience at least doing that in college. And he said he likes it because he feels like he's closer to the action. So I think those would be one or two guys that they would, use in the slot. So, and Elam's trying to prove himself, and I think he's doing a good job, and he's getting that. And the way he looks at it, it's an opportunity, right? That he didn't get after his rookie year at Buffalo. He got hurt that second year. Somebody jumped ahead of him. And then the third year, I don't know, if they didn't like what he was doing. But again, he didn't get that many snaps, but they got to the playoffs and they started him in a game or so. So we'll see where that one goes. And then Bland is still working outside. And at times when they go to the nickel, he'll go inside. But if he goes inside, then somebody else has got to play outside, right?
Yeah.
And, I know Booth had the interception in the last preseason game, but I don't know that they trust him. So then you got yourself in a little bit of a bind if Diggs is not ready to go.
Appreciate the insight very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Sorry for being a little late.
That's all right. Best of luck on your drive tomorrow, man.
Or tonight, or whatever.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus when the Cowboys get lucky, do you? 877-881-1053, next on The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch.
Giants has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Call PermaPure now for a free expert evaluation. Go to permapure.com. That's PERMAPIER.com. When shift happens, act fast. Choose PermaPure.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, Friday you can catch us out at Freebirds off of Beltline in Addison for that Friday football feast. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus another question based on an excellent tweet. When the Cowboys get lucky, do you? 877-881-1053. I want to know that too as well. I'll explain why here in just a little bit, but boys, we did a little bit of a pregame, if you will, yesterday for today's holiday. National Radio Day. Happy National Radio Day to each and every one of you, especially you two, as this is what we are lucky enough to do for a job. And more times than not, it's just fun hanging out with the boys. There are the elements that are very job-like, but a lot of the times I get to look back at the day and go re-listen to segments and stuff and be like, huh, this is what I do? This is pretty funny. This is pretty cool. Explaining the job sometimes is very fun, but hey, very lucky that we get to do it. So we went more grand scheme yesterday about your upbringing in radio, like your childhood radio memories and whatnot. I want to know your favorite memory as a Tolo. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite 1053 The Fan memory? It could be an on-air moment. It could be a moment from a fan hang, a remote broadcast, anything. Your favorite memory while listening to the station. Maybe you were doing something really cool while tuning in. 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Your favorite memory as a turn it on, leave it on listener.
So, one of the ones that immediately jumps to mind is in an interview we were doing with Jason Garrett. And Jason Garrett can be very...
He's not giving you anything.
Can answer by the book. And we had done some, research and found out that him and Dean Cain, the actor who played Superman in that TV show with Terry Hatcher, had not only both been at Princeton, but were both on the football team at the same time. So we just asked him about it, looking to kind of like break the monotony that sometimes is Jason Garrett.
Maybe he'll say something.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, Dean Cain was great. He holds the NCAA record for for best interception per game percentage. And you're like, what? And so we looked it up, and that was accurate. And so, we run through the rest of the interview, and again, at the end of the interview, we, make some offhanded comment as oh, thanks to the Dean Cain thought. And out of nowhere, he goes, he also dated Brooke Shields. And, Jason Garrett was so there to talk about Dean Cain that day, and it was awesome.
That was hilarious. It was a really great moment. And now Dean Cain's really into politics. And so...
Man, he is really into politics. I would not have guessed that. The other one...
Okay, I got two also.
That we were not a part of is me, Jess, and Noah are literally coming back from Vermont. and my phone is blowing up while I'm sitting in the airport waiting to get on a plane. And it was, oh my God, can you believe that? What is happening? How can he say that? And like, we had just gotten to the airport, so I didn't get a chance to hear it. And I was like, what is happening? So this was me Toloing like minus 10 minutes. I was 10 minutes behind. And then listening to Jerry threaten to fire Sean and RJ and being like, what
oh, yeah, that was wild.
the hell?
That was wild. I think on air, there's plenty. I still love Mike potentially sending Kevin over the top with how you make peanut butter and how you have to cream the nut. And like, that was just, it's still to this day is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. And again, I tell Adrian about this, and it's really in sports, guys. I mean, Jerry Jones says this actually in the documentary. When you've spent enough time around people, you can look in their eyes and the story is told. You know exactly what's going on. And when Mike looked at me in that moment, we both knew, oh, we're about to send Kevin over the edge. Here we go. And so that was fun. There was this moment way back when Dawson was on air at nights, and somebody was drunk and belligerent, and they were cussing right next to him. And he just called them out and started digging in on them. And he was like, are you trying to get me FCC violated right now? And just hearing that, and he just went in on this guy who was just very drunk and belligerent. And it happens to us. You know, we go out, and people come up. Yeah, are you trying to get me FCC violated right now? And I just thought that was the most, and I was a listener at the time.
Yes.
You know, I wasn't even on air. I wasn't even working here. But that was a really good moment. And then there was also,
when he talked crap to Dale Hansen.
Yeah, that was always good. But there was, yes, kind of around that, while I was still in school, my professor was Dale Hansen's producer.
Oh.
And so I knew the whole backstory of how Dale Hansen broke the SMU story.
It was all Dale Hansen.
It was, well, it was not. Actually, the producer was the one that did most of the hard work. But Dale was there for, like, the big stuff. And I kind of guided Gavin with some of the information on it. And he was he was going through all this information, and I knew it all. And the way he was like building it up and telling the story, I was so into it. And then right at this moment where it was about to change everything in the story, he looks at Lucius and goes, what? We need to go to break? All right, we'll be back. And I was like, oh my gosh, I had to stay in the car to listen to the rest. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Some good candidates from y'all already and from the fan text. There's some great memories being unlocked for me. 877-881-1053. Your favorite memories from this station as a Turn It On, Leave It On listener. From the 903, any masterpiece of the week is a great memory. I enjoy that, and it's very fun to get to do as well.
I already see this multiple times. This has got to be in the mix too. Mike opening the bags when Jared is like, this
World
is
Series
years in the making.
Oh man,
pouring his heart out, and Mike's like, it's not my time to talk, so I'm gonna open these bags. I'm not gonna turn my mic off though. And it was amazing.
From the 214, Pippin played all the games.
That was amazing too.
From the 972, Corey going off on Ed Werder.
That Kevin reminds
you know what that makes you? That makes you a
Kevin reminds me of that so often.
Every time he says Ed Werder or we see him at training camp, and I was like, oh, did you see that? You know what that makes him? That makes him a...
Let's see. From the 254, Reggie declaring the year of Geno Smith.
That was good. That was a good bit. I loved it. And then it worked.
From the 817, the first ever time we got to take a load off.
That was... It was such a... He just Googled fun things to talk about.
Because we'd done that segment every day for years. And then he goes, oh no, do I have Mike Likes It? As if some sort of programming change had taken place that he was unaware of. And then he brought that up. I swear, I looked at the clock at one point. I know he thinks I was kidding. I thought it looked like it said 1:31, 18, 19, 12. And I was like, hold on. Did that clock just go backwards? Because I was like, this segment it's never going to end.
Let's see. From the 903, Jesse tackling Kevin.
Dude, I was on vacation that night, and I very rarely took vacations, but it was amazing.
I did not realize how much that hurt until the next morning. Like, it hurt in the moment, but you're like, that'll be fine. The next morning, I tried to like do the thing where I popped out of bed and I go, oh no. And I just like rolled back into the bed.
From the 817, the time Sean was letting everybody know that he watches more football.
Yep.
And him and Choppy got into an argument about it. And then I go home and I watch more football.
Man, somebody mentioned Roy White. Was it the pirate that he was doing?
He was driving up
at the drive-thru. I did think that was amazing.
Really yeah.
Let's see, from the 469, when I told y'all I was getting married and y'all brought up divorce stats, and they followed up.
That was Corey. That was Corey.
And they followed up and they said, Alec, I mean it. It was a day before my wedding, and the absurdity relieved a lot of my stress.
Good. See, that's the thing, man. That's what it's all fun for. I like it. I like it a lot.
Oh, from the 254, the Marlon Wayans interview. Holy crap. You want to talk about a low light?
Oh, you got our interview with him. I forgot about that.
Was the worst. That, and was it the situation?
Situation was weird.
Where Troy, we were filling in for the morning show. Troy was talking back to us, so he thought, but he wasn't doing talk back. He was just saying it over the air. He's like, this guy's an idiot. And then the situation was like, wait, what'd you say,
What did
bro?
you just say?
And we're like, I don't know what that was. Might have been interference. But like, with Marlon Wayans, his answer to, we had him in studio. We were supposed to have him for 2 segments. Every single thing he said was, that's in the book. And I'm like, dude, I hear ya. Go buy the book. Can you give us one of the actual stories to thus, encourage people? And at one point he was like, I don't really want to talk about the past, but you can find all that in the book. And then we're like, well, what kind of stuff do you talk about in your stand-up now? And he goes, well, you need to come out to the improv.
Oh, my gosh.
And I was like, so you are here
do you want to talk about?
to say nothing about anything. And so I remember whoever our producer was, and I was like, hey, can we cut this MFer after one segment? And he goes, yes, you can. And so we're like, hey,
Thanks
that's
a lot, man.
great. Go
Appreciate
check
you.
him out at the improv. Because I know, Corey, you were just like, what the hell is happening?
I thought I had stuff. I was like, man, I got great questions for this. And he was just like, nope.
Hey, good, bad, or indifferent, I always respect commitment to the bit.
Yes.
Good, bad, or indifferent. And then the last one here from the fan text, from the 806. Mike Bassick live reads were always legendary, automatically daring people to go rob his house.
Or the one where he forgot the number and he goes, the hell with it. Don't call the phone number. Go to their website.
I think that might be my favorite category of just like slip-ups in radio is just messing up reading copy of any kind.
Yes.
It's my favorite thing ever because sometimes some of us just don't know when to bail. And just give up and move on to the next line or just move on with the rest of the break, what have you. I've had a couple of those moments, especially when I would produce the night show.
Yes.
You can ask Reggie, you can ask KG. I had a few of those infamous moments where I was running on maybe a couple hours of sleep, doing a lot of work, and I did not dry read some of my copy. Some of those moments exist.
I know. Can I just throw in one more little thing?
Sure.
Because I don't want this lost to history. From the 214, when the station had to dump Jerry for cussing. From the 945, that interview where Jerry told KNC to get their act together. I don't want it lost to history that the reason that I have always thought that happened is because Jerry gave Corey attitude with his first non-answer.
Mm-hmm.
Corey asked a very logical question. He was like, I don't know. Or what? It was like a short, to the point, and then Corey's like, all right.
Fine, then
let's do this.
And then, again, I stand by this. After we dumped him, the boss came in, and I was like, did we hang up on Jerry? And he goes, yes. And I went, we won! And he goes, no, we did. We're not trying to win. And I was like, okay. And then Jerry called back and stayed on the phone with us for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because he was like, hey, I feel like we might have the listeners. You wanna really talk about this now? And then we had a really good conversation. And then he was on the next week and he laughed for like 5 minutes and goes, we got a good run out of that one, didn't we?
Yes.
And that leads me real quick to one of my favorite memories. I think my all-time favorite is probably my first fan hang. Just getting to meet people was pretty cool out there at Texas Live. That was really, really fun. But what will always stick with me was filling in for you guys on a holiday, we had Jerry Jones on. It was myself and James. It was my first time ever getting to interview him. I talk to him on the phone whenever we do the interviews, but it was my first time actually getting to like have a conversation with him. And after the 30 minutes go by, I tried to let him go, and he was like, "Alec, James, you didn't start any controversy. You want to spice things up a little bit before I go?" And I'm like, nope, think I'm good.
I can get you a headline if you want to.
Yeah, I was like, I think I'm good, Jerry. Think I'm good. Thanks, man. Appreciate the kind words. So that's going to stick with me for a while. But guys, John Machota of The Athletic, he is obviously great at what he does. I've known him for a very, very long time, since I was a kid.
He loves cards and Duke basketball.
And that's another reason why he's awesome. But I think his dry humor is some of the best in the local media, because he posted a screenshot of an email that he got with no caption on Twitter. Just presented the screenshot of the email. Doesn't even say who it's from. Says, "Hi, John." And keep in mind, this was at 7:58 this morning, which is kind of wild to send that out. He said, "A win by your favorite football team doesn't just lift spirits, it can spark romance too. In a nationwide survey of 2,000 NFL fans and relationships, sports platform Promo Guy found that 64% of Dallas Cowboys fans report getting more intimate with their lover after a win."
Well.
And the Giants fans actually ranked the highest with a 78% ranking there.
Interesting. See, I don't think that's the case for me. Because whenever the Cowboys lose, I'm just down and it doesn't work the same. But now that it men's tea, so maybe that's a different.
It works whether you want it or not.
Win, lose, or
That's not their tagline.
Okay,
that's not their tagline.
Maybe it should be.
Jeez. So there you go. I just gave you new copy points, Corey. You're welcome. That's AM on the NFL.
Look, I think the challenge for the rest of the week, can Corey work that in
It works
to
whether you
a
like it or
future
not.
light read, men's tea read? Men's tea, it works whether you want it or not. We're the KNC masterpiece. It's a penis hostage situation. Coming up next, it's time. This is my new favorite memory. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Hey, don't blame me. Blame Madden and the NFL.com for their predictions. And maybe men's tea. Next, right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to be your Buckies of radio.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Did you say that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
The Rangers and Royals go at it again tonight at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. Hello there, everybody. Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 6 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And play action. Prescott back to throw. Deep to the right side. Lamb. Made a man miss and running down the sideline. And Lamb's on the horse. And Lamb's in the end zone. Touchdown C.D. Lamb. 65 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
I don't want you guys to blame me for this information. I'm just passing it along to you. Madden has simulated the entirety of the 2025 NFL season, and they do not have the Dallas Cowboys making the playoffs.
Why not?
They just don't think they're good enough, or it could be because this simulation is very bold.
Oh, yeah?
Here's the playoff seeding in the NFC. Packers 1, Rams 2, Commanders 3, Bucks 4, Lions 5, Seahawks 6, and the New York Giants 7. That means they don't even have the Eagles making the playoffs either.
How many people will not pick the Eagles to win the division because
of the streak?
Because of that?
Yeah.
Does that stick? Is that something for you?
Yes.
Are you serious? Like, they were that good last year. They won the Super Bowl, and they look like they might be better this year.
I just feel like we've been down this road so many times, only to see it be like, yeah, somebody else.
The division is the snake that eats itself. Like,
Yes.
it just constantly does that thing over and over. And sometimes the Cowboys will be good, sometimes the Giants. Interesting. That's interesting, man. I think the Giants will be better than we think this year.
Okay.
Just because I think the quarterback play will be better.
Now, Madden has the Packers and the Ravens in the Super Bowl, with the Packers throwing a Hail Mary at the end of the game that connects to win the championship.
Is Jordan Love ready for that? Madden?
That's what the video game says. You can't argue with that.
No, you can.
Oh.
I mean, you absolutely can argue with a video game.
Okay.
How many times have they predicted it right in the past? That'll be my argument.
Okay, I'll go look into that. Now.
Dang it. I'm not vouching for the Eagles. I was just, never mind.
Kind of sounds like you were. So, you think who is the logical pick to win the division?
I feel like the Eagles are the logical pick.
Oh, save that as a drop. Now, for NFL.com, they have two people
4 million
making
to 3. Good
all
job,
of
Kev.
their picks. The first person said that the Dallas Cowboys will finish 7-10. The second person said 8-9. I believe the first one was done by was maybe AI, and then the second one was done by Adam Rank.
All right.
Oh, no, it was by Ali. I'm sorry. I actually thought it was done by AI. So two of their reporters. But they have the Cowboys at 7-10 and 8-9. So NFL.com, video game, none of them have the Cowboys making the playoffs. Corey, you'll be pumped to know that both of them have the Eagles as the number one seed.
I'm
in
not
the
pumped
NFC.
to know that.
Oh.
Like, that doesn't excite me for this season.
Okay. Or ever?
No, not ever.
Okay, good.
I mean, did you not watch the Bounty Bowls? They hated. Did you see what they did to Troy in that game, dude?
Yes, I did.
Unheard of 11 times.
Does it make you sad to know that none of these places think the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs?
Hearing Troy Aikman say that 7 wins for the Cowboys doesn't seem reasonable, but he doesn't think that they can do it without Micah.
Right.
Is a really interesting take, because I mean, whether he's right 100% of the time or not, I have a ton of respect for Troy Aikman's opinion.
Sure.
And so, he sees something about this team already that he thinks can win 8-9 games, enough games to get them in good position. So I still don't think they're that team, but again, we haven't seen anything this preseason from them. Really, honestly, Schottenheimer's done a very good job of hiding everything from us.
And we'll probably get into this Thursday or maybe Friday, because I've seen a couple of people text this in. I go back to it. I do not think the Cowboys' schedule is particularly difficult. I think it's the second
There's a section
half
of it, yeah,
of their schedule that is difficult. But I think that the first half of their schedule is soft.
But if you have a slow start,
you're done.
Then
Yes.
yeah, that's going to kill you.
Absolutely, I agree with that. All right, let's go from that to, people were getting really agitated at the Monday Night Football pseudo doubleheader because it wasn't actually back-to-back, and one of the games would be exclusively on ESPN+. ESPN, at least for now, is getting rid of that, and so it will air more as an actual doubleheader on ESPN, and that is part of their new licensing deal with NFL Media.
Oh, okay. Hey, give me some more football. That is, Kevin.
Sure.
I'm all about it. Now, if we can just get them to schedule some Tuesday and Wednesday night games, that would really be awesome.
I wonder how many people know that ESPN is about to really change, and if you don't have it on certain platforms, it's going to be $30.
If I have it on Fubo, am I okay?
I think
5
from
Disney Plus, am I right?
Ooh, I'm curious how that bundle is going to look because they've been doing that obviously for a while, but I think that's to get you hooked and then change it up. From what I understand, if you have it on a cable service, you should be able to keep it, but for how long, I wonder. Now, Anthony Richardson, his agent, has said that trust is now questionable. And he said, we have a lot to discuss with the team and doesn't entirely know what the future of Anthony Richardson with the Colts is.
What do you think it is?
I think
he should demand a trade.
I mean, good luck with that. Demand a trade or else what? You're not going to play as a backup? Uh-oh.
Yeah, he did lose the job. He's got to learn how to be a better
do?
quarterback. That's the only option.
Yes.
Just has to go develop himself. Very similar to what I said I would do with Joe Milton.
Yeah.
If I'm Joe Milton, if I'm Anthony Richardson, I'm calling the greatest quarterbacks ever, and I'm saying, please help me understand this game better.
Couple other potential deal updates. The assistant GM for the Giants said he appreciates the trade interest in Jameis Winston, but he is a New York Giant, and that's not going to change. And then Cam Hayward ended his hold-in yesterday as he fully participated in practice, which I think is something all Cowboys fans would love to see with Micah, but it does not appear as though that is about to happen. Now, let's go back to the Cleveland Browns. Since 2013, believe it or not, there's actually been 5 teams that have had 4 quarterbacks on their roster for week 1.
Okay.
The New Orleans Saints were the last to do it with Jameis Winston, Trevor Siemian, Ian Book, or Jan if you're fancy, and Taysom Hill, although people will point out that Taysom Hill could also play tight end and maybe a couple of other spots. But it's been 4 years since a team carried 4 quarterbacks on its roster for week 1. And it feels like it's trending in that direction for Cleveland, does it not?
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. They might have 7 quarterbacks at the end of this thing.
I mean, look, I've told you, I think the most hilarious thing in the world would have been like if Kirk Cousins would have got traded there and also Deshaun Watson said he was good to go. Like, I realize...
I'm back, guys.
I realize all the reasons that wouldn't happen, but I just think that that would be hilarious. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm going to give you guys 2 options. Are you ready? We can go with option A. Is Brian Schottenheimer actually under any pressure this year? Or option B, NFL overreaction or reality? Those are your options. One of them.
What were the options again?
Next on The Fan.
I'll pick one.
like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I've been rocked to my very core in the commercial break by information from Carter Freeman. But the question before us was, which football direction do you want to go? NFL overreaction or reality? Or is Brian Schottenheimer actually under any pressure this year to go along with power ranking the power ranking?
I think that's a very interesting discussion.
Okay. You want
and
that
I'd
one?
like to go there.
All right. So there's a couple of different reasons that this has come up, but one of them is in the ESPN power rankings, it says who is under the most pressure. And so it gives the power rankings, and we can get into that in just a minute. But then for the Cowboys, who's under the most pressure? Brian Schottenheimer. I just think that's absurd.
Okay.
And like, I've seen people text in, like, what would it take for Schottenheimer to get fired after this year? I cannot conceive of an on-the-field way that Brian Schottenheimer gets fired this year. Like, if there's some weird scandal that just, like, goes beyond whatever the Cowboys line might be, then maybe. But they go 4-13. I don't think that he will get fired.
1-16.
I mean, that just means you're on your way to Super Bowls, what the documentary told me. Although that was an extra game. But I don't think so, because then you'd get Arch Manning, and he is like, that's what I'm trying to do, and all that stuff. Maybe I'm in the minority in here, and maybe I'm just mistaken. I don't view Brian Schottenheimer being under a particular amount of pressure to succeed on the field. I'm sure internally he's under a lot of pressure because this is his first shot. He said in the press conference when we were in Oxnard, he thinks it took too long for him to get his shot. So there you go.
I unfortunately think you're wrong. And it is all internal. Like that's where all the pressure is. Externally, the whole country is rooting for the Cowboys to fail or succeed. Like, they are literally invested in the Cowboys.
It's tough to find indifference with.
You name another team that everybody is committed to the Cowboys in some way, shape, or form. Either way.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. So that's going to be a national, every day is a national topic. If he can block those things out, that's a thumbs up for him. Kevin, I often say this, I think the Cowboys in particular, and during the Wall 2.0, they made the comment about Dak and Zeke didn't understand how important each one of the games were when they started that rookie year for them.
Right.
I think the team, because of the last 30 years of unsuccess, feels like they have to make up for those 30 years on every play. And I think that falls on to the coach sometimes as well. Is it like, I'm trying to win 30 years of football with every single moment, and I think that becomes too much sometimes. It's too overwhelming. You can't hit a 6-run home run. It's not going to happen. You have to win a play. You have to win a game. And that's where I don't know. Sometimes you can focus in and be laser focused like that. Dallas does not seem to be the place that you can focus in and be laser focused. There are too many other distractions to it. And I think that's where the pressure comes from, is that it starts to become a waterfall. It starts to become quicksand. You can't get out of it, and you're stuck in this. We have to do this. We got to win this game because it's so important for this. And I think that pressure is going to build for him. But the pressure to lose a job, I agree with you. I don't think Jerry Jones is going to want to admit after 1 year that he messed up. But I also think I'm giving Shoddy a chance, man. I'm going to give him that chance to prove to us.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And I think as Cowboys fans, I would hope we're all rooting for him to be successful.
Yeah.
But I go back to the winning or the losing. I just think that it's been established that Cowboys head coaches, sometimes I wonder if Jerry builds in a little extra time for them because he knows that they have to deal with unusual circumstances. And that's why maybe they're not so quick to pull the trigger on firing some of these coaches.
No, that's interesting because you say unusual circumstance. Barry Switzer makes comment about that. After he's talking to the team and he's like, after all the things that we have to go through, and he's like talking about. Granted, Barry Switzer did not have an easy, place to step into whenever that happened. So when you say that, though, you're saying the set of circumstances are the national media.
No, look, I swear, I'm not trying to be like just flippant or sarcastic. I think the extenuating circumstances are Jerry. I don't think it's the media or anything else. I think it's Jerry. And so I do kind of wonder that. Now, speaking of the power rankings, where would you put the Cowboys in the power rankings as we head into the start of the season?
Kevin, what do you think?
I predict you think 16 or 17.
Middle of the pack.
Okay.
16 or 17.
Alec? What say you?
18.
Ooh. That is actually correct. So they are 1 to 2 below the middle, depending on how you want to slice that up. The Dallas Cowboys are ranked as the 18th best team in football heading into the regular season. Corey, I'm going to assume your answer is yes. Alec, do you think that feels about right to have the Cowboys in about the middle of the pack?
Yeah, I'd say so. That feels like where they kind of hang out most times throughout the season. And then once you kind of get a clear idea of the playoff picture, then you'll start to see if they go more towards one side or the other. But yeah, at this point, again, like we joked about earlier in the show, but it's not a joke. We don't know what this team looks like because they have not shown us literally anything in the preseason, so we can only go off of what we know on paper.
In a bizarre way, does that add even more intrigue to that Eagles game? I'm not saying you'd be like, I don't care, but it feels like that will add even more in that first half. You're like, holy crap, I didn't know they could do that.
Yeah, because if they go out there and they score 35 points, I'm going to be like, whoa. I'm wrong about a lot of things in life, and I need to recalculate and try to figure out what I'm doing wrong here.
Yeah. Now, who do you think is the worst team in all of football?
Man, I feel like it's Cleveland.
Maybe. Cleveland is one of the last 3 teams, but are they
Jets?
the worst?
Are the Jets in that conversation?
Oh, how dare you. The Jets are only 28th.
Okay, so they're pretty
They
close.
will not abide by your disrespect. By the way, Cleveland is 30.
Saints.
Ooh, the Saints, 31. By the way, did you see Kellen Moore? And again, I am just assuming this is the way he meant it. He said the quarterback competition will continue.
Until the middle of the season, probably.
And I feel like what he really was saying was, hell, I don't know. I guess keep going.
He's really just waiting for the player-coach moment.
Yes. All right, you guys have named 3 of the bottom 5, but not the worst team in all of football. I want to take one more shot at it.
Alec?
That would be the Tennessee Titans.
Nice work. Nice work.
Is correct. The Tennessee Titans
Because
are
the quarterback
30.
just punched a defensive lineman.
Man,
or shoved him.
I could see on the one hand, you're like, I love that competitiveness. But on the other hand, I could see how you'd be like, hey,
just got a penalty.
Don't do that for a variety of reasons. Now, the whole reason that they're last is because the New York Giants have rocketed up from 32 to 29. No doubt. Hey, that's up. No doubt to the play of Jackson Dart.
Probably so.
But those are your worst 5. At 28, the Jets, then the Giants, the Browns, the Saints, and the Titans.
In the conversation you had earlier, Kevin, about Arch Manning, did you bring up when he was asked about the AP poll?
Oh, no. What did he say?
They were like, hey, you're ranked number 1 in the AP poll. And he was like, that doesn't mean anything. And I was like, what a smart thing to say. And then he was like, I don't even know how they get these. We haven't played a game yet. And then he was like, how do they rank them? And I guess it's just ranking rosters, you know?
What is more profound, that or John Kruk when they said, when the guy who invented time and the clock, how did he know what time it was?
John Kruk said that?
Yeah. I don't know if somebody else said it first, but obviously that's been circulating around.
That is
quite a
the
bit.
most profanation thing I've ever heard.
I don't think you said that right.
All right.
All right. We did the worst. We did the middle, which is pretty much where the Cowboys always are. By the way, here's the teams around the Cowboys. Steelers, Seahawks are 16 and 17. And then the Falcons and Dolphins are 19 and 20. Does that feel about the class of team?
Yeah, that's
all
right.
right.
We're pretty accurate right now.
Tell me who are the top 5. 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or Twitch or YouTube, or you guys right here and right now. Who are the top 5?
Oh, man. I feel like the Eagles are in there.
Eagles?
That is just because I feel like they're in there, not because I'm not rooting for them.
You'll be happy to know the Eagles are number 1
I'm not
on the list.
All right. The Chiefs?
Chiefs are second.
Okay, because those were the last two
That
Super
makes
Bowl
a whole
games,
lot
yeah.
of sense.
I feel like the Lions.
Ooh, the Detroit Lions are number 5. Good job. You're
Okay.
still alive.
And then probably Buffalo and Baltimore.
Who would you put first?
Buffalo.
Okay, good call. So it goes Philly 1, Kansas City 2, Buffalo 3, Baltimore 4, Detroit 5, and then just out of curiosity, or just to throw it out there, not out of curiosity, the Washington Commanders are 6.
Yeah.
And then you would ask...
They're a hot team, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You would ask about this player earlier. Number 7 is the Green Bay Packers.
Yo.
And I was going to have this as an NFL overreaction reality. I can just ask you guys right now. Do you think that Jordan Love will be a real candidate in the MVP race? Like, no, I know inherently he'll get at least some attention because he's a quarterback. But I'm saying when we get down the stretch, could you see Jordan Love as a viable MVP candidate?
If he stays healthy, obviously, I do. Because that offense is built to score. And he can tally up a lot of touchdowns. He can throw some interceptions too. But he can tally up a lot of touchdowns. And so I think that'll stand out. But again, health for him is going to be the entire key. Because, I mean, their receiving group is, Christian Watson's in the mix, and then there's a bunch of, Jaden Reed's really good, but I don't think that you had one receiver that you were like, oh, there's the connection with Devontae Adams. It wasn't like that. So he spreads it around a lot, and he moves that offense. I think he can be. But health's going to be a key factor for him.
Alec, going down the stretch, do you see Jordan Love as a real MVP candidate?
I do. I honestly do. And I know we had the conversation a little bit last year at the beginning of the season. Like, he's got super long odds, but he's good enough to where putting $10 on it, would be a lot of fun. But I think he is good enough to where it's not a stupid bet, and even not in a betting sense. I do think he just looks so composed. Even when, like last season, I didn't think that offense was super great around him. I didn't think they were bad, but he just looks like a pro out there. There's no way to really explain it without putting film in front of you and saying, look at it. He looks like in some very specific ways. I'm not projecting his career. In very specific ways, he has some of the same poise in certain sets that Rodgers did in that Green Bay system.
By the way, as long as we're talking about Green Bay, I just wanted to throw this out there. Jay Glazer had tweeted this out and said that the Packers had him talk mental health with their players and their coaches. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate very much Jay Glazer taking part in that. I appreciate the Green Bay Packers for their efforts to get that message to their players, their coaches, and destigmatize. We talk about mental health all of the time on this show. And so props to them for getting it done. And always a great reminder, NamiNorthTexas.org. if you're looking for an organization of professionals, and they have so many free programs. So if you're struggling for any reason, wanted to throw that out there.
Yes, absolutely.
Good job, Packers. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to switch it up just a little bit. We will do NFL overreaction or reality, plus how much progress, if any, have you made on the Cowboys Netflix documentary. Thoughts so far? And maybe, just maybe, we will have more time to celebrate National Radio Day and your favorite moments with The Fan. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Constellation Home.
It's shocking how much some electricity providers charge you. Switch to Constellation for a great electricity rate and up to $600 in annual bill credits. Just call 888-921-MORE to see how easy it is to switch and save. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Lamar drifting to his left, patiently waiting. Now he's flush from the pocket to the right, resets his feet, fires to the goal line. Touchdown! Isaiah Likely with a sliding catch.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to switch things up just a little bit, and we're going to dive into some NFL overreaction right here because obviously I'm a control freak and I needed to get it on the run sheet one way or another. So let me start with this since we just played that highlight. NFL overreaction or reality? You would take Lamar Jackson over Josh Allen as your fantasy football quarterback?
Man, that's overreaction.
Oh,
I had Lamar last year.
And he won your championship.
I made it. Well, I didn't actually win. I was second.
He tried his best.
He did try every time. I didn't even have to give him that many pep talks, you know. But it was one of those mid-season things that I was like, I need somebody, and it was between him and Jaden Daniels. I had my pick, and I was like, I'll take Lamb, and so we went on a run, dude. There is something about Josh Allen's numbers. They both fill up the scoring chart, though. I'll take either one, Kevin, but I'll definitely take one over the other. Yeah,
Alec, you would take Lamar Jackson over Josh Allen as your fantasy football quarterback?
It is really tough, Corey. The separation between the two is not as big as you would probably imagine at this point because Josh Allen will tuck it and run a lot more than you would probably expect when you're comparing him X's and O's to Lamar Jackson. I'd probably lean Lamar just because of the big playability with his legs. I think he has more opportunities just the way the offense is designed around him for the big plays to get me PPR points, and all that stuff. But Allen has the cannon of the arm, and he's not afraid to lower his shoulder, which is a little bit different than Lamar. He'll lower the shoulder to try to fight for more yards. Lamar's going to try to dance around you. So it's a lot closer than you'd imagine. I'd probably lean Lamar just by a tiny bit.
Lamar's passing to interception numbers last year were spectacular.
Phenomenal.
And even that, I wonder how much that's a credit to Derrick Henry just being on the field because of the threat.
Doesn't hurt.
But even with Derrick Henry on the field, he was able to stack it up, and that was impressive last year.
Bonus question. NFL overreaction or reality? You would rather have Lamar Jackson as the real quarterback of your football team than Josh Allen?
That's overreaction, but that doesn't mean that I'm picking Josh Allen over him.
Does. That is absolutely what I hear in that statement.
I guess if I'm picking immediately, I got to pick the quarterback that I think can work with my system a little bit while also catering the system to him.
Okay.
And last year was the first time I've seen
you thought
Lamar Jackson
was system proof?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
last year was
right.
the first time that I saw the system and him work together.
Yeah,
and I feel like I've seen it happen more often with Josh Allen.
Okay.
It seemed like for the first few years of Lamar Jackson's career, they were like, we just have to figure out how to run the ball with him, and it was like, no, let's do these things. And last year was a lot better.
Alec, same question for you. Overreaction or reality? On your real football team, you would take Lamar Jackson over Josh Allen?
I think I'm just going to go with the recency bias and say overreaction.
Hold on real quick.
Oh, is he trying to influence your answer? Don't listen to this.
I'm going to try and influence your answer.
Oh, God.
Your football team is the Cowboys.
Uh-huh.
You have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Who do you want throwing to them? This is still a tough question.
You don't have
it's still tough.
anything at running back. Who are you picking?
Okay, that's actually a great point. You might have influenced me more than Corey did.
Crap, I'm supposed to be neutral.
So I would go Lamar in that situation because I need him to be able to escape and run, and I don't know if that offensive line is going to stay healthy or get healthy at any point. So I'd probably go Lamar in that situation. So now that I can move back to an NFL just general question, I think I do want the escapability in case my offensive line gets banged up or they're just not playing well. I'd go Lamar. And that's not me being hot take guy. That is just, I need to give you a clear answer. I'd go Lamar, but I'm happy. I'm more than happy with either one.
Well, this is a disappointing segment. Its neutrality has been violated. I apologize for letting everybody down. Next question. NFL overreaction or reality? This is based off of Troy Aikman. If Micah Parsons isn't playing for the Cowboys, their season is over.
I mean, it's not over, Kevin, because they'll still play the games.
In terms of any viable winning path or anything.
My son Carter is one of those that really, it just ticks you off, where he's always finding a technicality, and now I know where he gets it.
Yeah, and just be like, okay, Amelia Bedelia, answer the question.
I don't think so. I think that's an overreaction. I think they can go further with Micah.
Sure.
They got to find a way for him to be able to stop the run as a defensive end as well. Like, they have to. He has to figure that out, because if teams know they can just run at him, what are we going to do here?
Yeah.
But I obviously think the more teeth you have, the better you are. That goes back to Jurassic Park, where you need the dinosaur to have the most teeth, and that dinosaur, if you don't have the Micah tooth, then I feel like you have less stars, you have less talent, you're not as good. But I do think that you have other players that can grow into those spots.
Okay.
And so I don't think it's over by any means, but I don't think you're going as far.
The Micah tooth.
The Micah tooth.
I'm sorry. I just imagine, like when you go to a beach, you can get like a shark tooth necklace. It just has like his jersey number painted on it.
That would
the
be
Micah
cool.
tooth. I'm going to say overreaction because there are other important positions in football other than the quarterback, but he's not the quarterback in this situation, and I don't think a pass rusher makes or breaks your season unless your defense is absolutely terrible. Like, I could see where Trey Hendrickson not playing for Cincinnati could ruin their season. I could see where a couple years ago, before they got all these really good corners and whatnot in Kansas City, if Chris Jones didn't play, that could ruin their season. But I do think that they're okay where they're at without him. Not great, obviously, but I do think they can win games without him.
NFL overreaction or reality, Joe Flacco will start the most games at quarterback for the Browns this season.
Reality.
Ooh.
I think he'll start the most. I don't think he'll finish the most. It's weird.
Because you think they'll be getting their ass kicked, and they're like, we might as well bring in
just
somebody
go
else.
ahead and throw this guy in there.
Okay.
But I don't. But I also feel like they might go to Dylan Gabriel next. He'll play a few games,
right?
And then they'll go to Shador. He'll play a few games. But I think he'll start the most of them if that makes sense.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to say overreaction because I do think they're going to get to a point where they're going to realize quick, because every NFL team has that almost selfish idea that they can win games and make the playoffs. So I think they're going to lose a few and realize, hey, especially with how top heavy the AFC is, we're not going anywhere. So we may as well evaluate while we're here. We still got games left on the schedule. Let's kind of do a bit of a revolving door, see who can stick around. And then there's the fantasy world in my head that he pulls an absolute Vontae Davis and he takes a couple sacks in the first half of a game and he's like, I'm done. I don't want to do this every week. I'm old, so he's like, play somebody else, please. If you need me, I'm here, but play somebody else. I can't do this week in and week out. That would be amazing.
NFL overreaction or reality? Corey, this question is geared towards you first. Ben Johnson or Pete Carroll will win NFL Coach of the Year.
Are you telling me to choose between them?
No, one of those two.
Reality.
Oh, man. I thought you might say
that. And I could definitely see it being Pete Carroll. because I don't think that they have a ton of talent. I think they're building something, but I don't think they have it yet. Ben Johnson, I think, is right there. He might be hitting this at just the right time.
Okay.
He might be getting to Chicago just the right time with a quarterback that's thirsty to become a good quarterback, a team that sees where this thing can go, and a really good play caller. So, yeah, I think that's a reality.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? Ben Johnson or Pete Carroll will win NFL Coach of the Year.
I'm going to go reality because I was trying to think of the field, and one name came up that I was like, yes. But then I remembered his success last year, and I think he missed his window, and that's Dan Quinn.
For sure.
I think that the expectation now is that they're going to be good. So people won't be surprised when the Commanders make the playoffs. They won't be surprised if they make it past the first round. So
they'd have to be best record in the league, right? For him to even be in that talk.
Absolutely. They would have to be dominant in every single way. The standings, the stats, everything would have to say they are the unquestioned best team in the NFL, because I don't think they have the best roster, and I don't think it's super close either. So if they were able to do that with such a young team with some core veterans in place and a coach that people have often thought he's not a head coach, he's a coordinator, then that would be my pick. But I like those two options better.
Now, give me just a second to walk you through this one. NFL overreaction or reality. It is usually foolishness to give your quarterback a big money extension. So the top
reality.
Okay, man. So the top 10,
and I'm not just saying that because of Dak.
For the record, it goes so much further than that. So Fox had put up their top 10 players with the highest annual salaries, and obviously they're all quarterbacks. So I just want to run you through it.
Name one.
Dak.
All right.
Yeah, move on.
Oh, okay. Can I? You said one, but Dak told me to move on. So I feel like.
Did you see the video yesterday of Dak Prescott deciding somebody's fantasy draft order? They gave him a list of names, and he put down what order they should go in.
Oh.
And then he was like, "Tell Sammy I'm sorry," and I was like, "That's awesome. That really is cool."
I love that because I juxtapose that against the thing I just saw, where some little kid comes up to Jimmy Johnson in the middle of their playoff run, and he's like, "Please, will you sign my football or what?" He just like, "I can't."
Get away from me!
He's like, "I can't right now. I just can't." All right. So, I mean, and there was a great line right there. I really appreciated the way the filmmakers put it together in episode 2, where Troy Aikman's like, "We're having a good time." Jimmy Johnson was not. And then they just show that kid walking up to him. All right. So Dak Prescott, number one, you know this, $60 million. Then at second, there's several. Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence. 6, Tua, $53.1 million. By the way, all the ones I just listed before that were 55. Jared Goff, 53. Brock Purdy, 53. Justin Herbert, 52.5. Lamar Jackson, 52. Now, this could change, obviously, going forward. But right now, that is a total for all 10 of them of 3 Super Bowl appearances total and 0 titles.
There's this idea that if you find a guy, you lock him up forever. Like, you do all these, and you give him all these chances. I'm probably, Kevin would be a very bad GM, because if you hadn't done it, I'd be like, I know we've invested in you.
Right.
And now you might go, the time we spent developing you haven't done enough. See you later. I'm not willing to pay that much. I'll pay that to the rest of the guys on the team, and I'll figure out. I would be that team that's trying to figure out this other thing. But again, I have to be the owner, because the owner might fire me. But so that's why I think the Cowboys are built perfectly for this, to just say see you later to quarterbacks. But it just seems like even if you haven't done enough, you get rewarded because of the position, and it's hard to find that position. And a lot of people don't know how to develop the position, and a lot of people don't know how to scout the position. And so therefore it ends up a guy like Tua, who really, what has he proven?
Yeah.
Ends up getting a massive contract and then underperforms, and people get upset about it.
We've discussed this. I kind of feel the same way about Herbert. I know they're completely different situations. All right, Alec.
Those contracts are a lot of potential.
Yes. Throwing it over to you. Overreaction or reality? It is usually foolishness to give your quarterback a big money extension.
Reality. And it's because, I mean, I even ran the Howie Roseman clip the other day of him talking about the A.J. Brown deal. And he was like, the first thing we thought of was, we have a quarterback under a rookie deal. You know, so we're going to go ahead and go all in on this because he is so cheap. He's not taking up 25% of the salary cap on his own. So that it tends to lead to more freedom in obvious senses when it comes to finances and expanding your roster. But again, like Corey said, a lot of it's potential based. You know, it's very hypothetical. We joke about Justin Herbert being the best quarterback of all time in hypothetical situations.
Sure.
But pretty much every quarterback that resets the market is getting money based on the idea that they can win a Super Bowl if they haven't already. Unless your name is Patrick Mahomes in recent history, Jalen Hurts in recent history, then it's based on the idea that you can carry a team. We don't know if we've seen that from most of these players that get the big money deal. Like Corey said, it's just the nature of the position. If you've got a guy that can even somewhat do the job, you have to pay them because it's so hard to scout those guys. And it's so hard to be in the position to get a premier guy in the draft.
It's so wild that you got the Patrick Mahomes thing, that he was able to win before the big contract and then he got and deserved the contract he got.
Yeah.
Brady was like that too, right? Like, because he was on a rookie deal whenever they won.
Yeah, and he was complicated as well just because he was such a late pick and everything. But
it's very rare that you get the Russell Wilson situation. It's happened a few times, but it just does not happen enough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you want to go ahead and throw this out, I'm glad to hear it. Alec brought it up earlier in honor of National Radio Day. Well, first of all, thank you to all the Tolos for making our station rock and roll and for making this time slot.
Yeah, keep it up.
Rocking and rolling as well. We very, very much appreciate it.
I demand you listen more.
Oh.
Or else.
I will ask.
Kevin will find you and hunt you down.
Listen more. In the meantime, thank you guys very, very much for making this station just a juggernaut right now.
And a joy.
It really is. I wanted to throw this out there real quick while people send in some of their other favorite memories, because Alec, you did a great job with it. There are so many people we didn't get to. This might be an opportunity to bring up some more, and if we had any audio for any of them, but some of them are lost to history. I do realize this. I wanted to go ahead. Can you give me cut number 10? And I want to ask, Rory McIlroy did the right thing, right?
The journey it's taken to get here, for all this history.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
Now, Rory McIlroy won the Masters definitively after I said that Friday that he would not win a major and definitely would not.
You crapped all over him.
Yeah, absolutely. Was there a tiny part of me that was hoping he'd miss that putt so it wouldn't look like a moron? Yes. So after that was over, Rory McIlroy said that there was 1,100 pin flags remaining in the Masters shop. And he said, quote, and we took all 1,100. Like, they bought them, not... Although I do kind of think if you're the Masters champion, you should get like a supermarket sweep style run through the Masters memorabilia shop or whatever and be able to grab whatever you want for free. But they bought 1,100 of them. And he said, I will never get sick of signing them. I've waited 17 years to sign that flag in the middle. I will never complain about doing it. That's what you would do, right? You're whatever supply you have, I will take it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like the World Series for us. I know we won an NBA championship. And I know many years ago we won a Super Bowl. And also many years ago we won a Stanley Cup. That was a long time, by the way. It's been a long time. I don't know if I'm ever going to let go of the Rangers World Series. Ever.
By the way, you just mentioned something about the Stars. The Cowboys need to take note. As long as you get close, people will give you a pass.
That's true.
Because don't forget, when the Stars won their last championship, it was only 4 years after the Cowboys won their last Super Bowl. But they're consistently in the mix, so we're satisfied.
And
It
they're in the NFC Championship game, if you will.
Yes.
They've been in the Cup.
Yes.
Multiple times. So yeah. But that's I won't ever let go of that World Series. And I will, if you want me to sign something yet, I would absolutely. I'm same way with Rory. I did something so special that I wanted to do. Like, that was a dream of mine to be able to do that. And that's why when we get people to talk to and stuff, it's always awesome, because that's the one little thing that we get to do, is make a little piece of somebody's life a little bit better that day, or worse, depending,
Now, believe it or not, I have another golf note. As
I don't think this.
We head into this week's Tour Championship in Atlanta. Scotty Scheffler is listed as a plus 160 to win the tournament. Think about that.
Is that good?
Yes. With all the other people in the tournament, you can't even get 2-1 on your money if you think he's going to win. These are the shortest odds at the Tour Championship since Tiger Woods in 2009, when he was even money. Like, that is how bananas of a season that he's been using. And somebody from Westgate Superbook said, this is the best we've seen since Tiger Woods. And you've talked about the dominance of the season that he's had. So, yes, that has necessitated a second golf note of the day.
Wow, I'm impressed. You're a stubborn man. And
that's true.
Not too stubborn, but you will admit it. And your hatred for golf knows no bounds.
Fact.
However,
true.
You brought 2 of them today.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with you.
You're welcome.
Even in the rain.
Now, I mean, we're inside. So, to celebrate National Radio Day, wanted to go back to some of your favorite moments, either from us or from y'all being Atolos and the listeners. And it doesn't even have to be about our show. We named numerous ones earlier in the show that had nothing to do with our show whatsoever.
Oh yeah, man. There's plenty of shows.
From the 972.
Who's your favorite show?
Us.
You always say that you don't like this show.
That's a good point. You really called my bluff.
Good job, Corey.
Every time you're just like, I do not care for this show so much.
Man, I'll go.
Would you listen to our show if you weren't on it?
No chance.
Jeez. Ouch. You're on the show.
Actually, you
get
know
to
what?
Hear yourself talk.
I'm a revise. Yes.
Okay.
I don't like me on the show.
Okay.
So I would say it's a tie for first between Sean and RJ and G-Bag. Third place is Fan After Dark, and we're fourth.
Who's second?
Well, it's tie for first. So that's first and second.
But that's
no. Stop it.
That's a tie.
Stop it. There are few things in the sports world that piss me off more than when people were like, we finished in fourth place, and there's like an 8-person tie for third. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You didn't even finish in the top effing 10. Don't tell me you finished fourth.
Then you shouldn't. One of the teams shouldn't be first. You got to figure out how to get rid of one of them. Or, oh man, I was talking about sports, not the station.
So whenever you hear us end up in another time slot, it's because Corey had a plan. So from the 972, you could probably guess this is not my favorite moment, but I saw multiple people mention it. Very memorable is when Kevin crashed out about talking about the Raiders and Henry Ruggs, and I smashed my headphones. Yes.
Oh, that was an amazing moment. Mike was so scared. Like he looked at me and he was like, what did we do? And I was like, I don't really know, but I wouldn't be too stressed about it. He's just going for a walk. And then you came back and Mike was sitting there like, I think we're all going to die. And I was like, no, we're going to be okay, dude. Just chill out for a minute.
Look, we've talked about this before. This was after our miscarriages. And so I guess like we even had to stop watching a TV show because I got irresponsibly angry.
Really?
At some of the
what show? Do you want to talk about it?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
Because it's embarrassing.
Softcore porn?
No.
Okay.
It's a real show.
Oh.
It's
Flippy?
No, so we were watching the show. It was pretty popular, I think, for a while. Jane the Virgin. And I got unreasonably mad at things that happened in the show. And it turned out, like, after talking with Talking Doctor, that I was getting mad about things that had, like, nothing to do with the actual, or very little to do with the actual event itself, as much as things surrounding death and everything. I like get really, really upset about it.
She's really pretty.
It was a good show
for 41 too.
It really was a fun show. But yeah, we had to.
Did you ever go back to it?
Yes.
Look at you.
And see,
that's growth.
While I still didn't agree with some of the narrative decisions they made, I was like, well, what can you do? Where at the time I'd be like, I just got way too mad. From the 469, Alec, I don't know if this audio even exists, but I will also never forget this. When Mike dropped that Albert Pujols joke, does that audio still exist?
You want to hear it?
I guess.
So we do have like the origin of it where y'all kind of just ignored him, or we have the masterpiece of the week version where he really leaned into it.
Give me the origin first.
All right,
if we can.
Digging holes,
like digging pools up and stuff. I love to watch
like
those.
Making a pool hole.
Yeah,
okay.
like as people start to dig holes to create the pool, the art of making the pool setup is. When Sean was posting all those pictures of his stuff, I was totally into that. But my dad restores furniture. This is one of the things that he does.
Okay.
This is and
he should train you.
And shouldn't Albert get into this?
Who's Albert?
Like the name of his company, Albert Pool Holes.
Now, I don't know if you want to hear it again. If you go back about 20 seconds in that clip, you can hear the moment that Mike was done listening to people talk and was simply waiting for his turn to tell this joke.
That is true.
You can even hear him laughing at his own joke that he hasn't told yet in that moment.
I was totally into that. But my dad restores furniture. This is one of the things that he does.
Okay. He's done. He should train you.
And shouldn't Albert get into this?
Who's Albert?
Like the name of his company, Albert Pool Holes.
So, you think
I went right past it too, dude. And that's the day that he told you the toffee joke.
Okay. We're going to get to the follow-up. But yes, that same day, he goes, what did you go get? This is when we're at Specs. And I was like, I grabbed some toffee. And he looked at me straight-faced. And he goes, I thought it was pronounced taffy. And I really wanted to engage in a conversation with him, but I was like, I'm pretty sure he's just yanking my chain, but it's Mike, so I'm not 100% sure. And that is the mystery and greatness of Mike. But yeah, if you thought that was the end of it, it was not.
Sean got a pool built into his back.
And he should have a pool company. Albert Pool. I did it again. It's been on back-to-back shows. Oh my God! And you know what you can fill your pool hose with? Mike Trout. They play on the same team.
They play on the same team. If you didn't, or they played on the same team, if you didn't totally make out that last part, because Mike is absolutely dying laughing at his own joke.
They play on the same team.
I told you.
From the 214, who is Bob Dabalina? Whenever I was so confused.
Can you find that audio?
I was so confused because I didn't remember it, and I don't even think and he was convinced. That was a moment for me where Kevin thought it was funnier than I think I thought it was at the time, but I do appreciate good comedic timing. I've always have, and so that was definitely one of them.
Yes, if we can find that audio, because Corey spoke for me in that moment, and I was like, I don't know who that is. From the 214, how mad Mike especially got at the Eric joke, the DJ son Eric, and he got so freaking mad about that. By the way,
Remember the day that Bobby listed off 100 different women?
Yes.
Or 50 or something like that?
No, it was 100.
That was an amazing moment
Because
in
we
time.
got through, I don't know, it was 20, 25. And at that moment, Bobby decided, I'm going to tell you all 100 whether or not you want to talk over me or whatever.
Yeah, he just went in.
He just said them all, and conversations were had after it. But yeah, that was fun times.
Yeah.
All right. From the from the 469, when Mike yelled "shut up" at the top of his lungs to Brian Broaddus, I think we were all been on the wrong side of that. To me, it was the basketball player from Oklahoma City, and he's like, "Who would you rather have?" And he canceled Baseball Nuggets so we could have that argument.
What's
debate,
crazy about that is
whatever.
I ended up like a week later after he'd said that to Broaddus, I found a picture of those two at IHOP together. I was walking by. I was going to a Jimmy Eat World concert. I was walking 4 miles to the concert, and I look over, and there they are just eating together and chatting it up. And I was like, look at that. That's the power of 105.3 The Fan.
Alec, is there any chance we still have Bob Dabalina?
We do somewhere. I'm trying to find it.
All right, we will find that and hopefully play it on the other side. But also, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I do want to chat a little bit about The Gambler, but also, have you ever asked Alexa or Google who you are? Next on The Fan.
Oh.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Seager.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I do love seeing the Tolos texting in all these different memories they have on National Radio Day. We really appreciate you, Tolos, out there, as we are celebrating it here at The Fan. This is radio. Did you know that?
Yes.
And I appreciate that.
I did.
Yeah, man. It's good. It's good things. And I know there are people out there that they're like, I get this entertainment for free. What an amazing
that is nice
feature on this app. Guys, I'm going to start off with the Matt Leinart thing because I was it's cracked me up yesterday. Matt Leinart sitting, it looks like he's just sitting at his table having some breakfast, playing with his phone or, laptop or something. And his kid behind him, there's music playing. And his kid asks a question.
Alexa, who's Matt Leinart?
From Sports.com. Matt Leinart was a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback at USC and a top 10 NFL draft pick, but his pro career didn't amount to much.
Really?
Yikes. Oh well.
Oh, damn. Is that a snort?
She said, but his pro career didn't amount to much. And I was like, oh my gosh. And Kevin, this goes back to something Brad Sham told us many, many years ago. Don't Google yourself.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see things you don't want to see whenever you're Googling yourself. All right. The more you Google yourself,
I will not.
The worse it's going to be. All right. And so do not Google yourself. So what did his kid do? His kid went and Alexa'd him. And that's something that I don't know. How many people out there do you think that Alexa won't take a dig at?
Ooh.
Brady maybe? Or will she be like, you know what? Guess what? I got to throw this in there.
I think Brady gets off. Well, shoot. I was going to say scot-free, but I paused at the wrong time. And I mean, he probably does.
All right.
So that being said,
he just doesn't want to be around for the aftermath.
This morning,
whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. Men see.
That is not their tagline.
Okay, I know. I'm just saying, men. It should be. They should consider it men's tea.
Men's tea works.
It's gonna be
fantastic.
like a rock, whether you like it or not.
I've definitely dropped fat, more muscle, visceral fat, 3
Clearly,
points down.
No blood issue.
No blood issues there, man. Thanks
I'm
to
gonna
men's
stop
tea.
talking in this segment.
Kevin,
Flow.
actually. So this morning, after I had heard the Matt Leinart moment, I decided to ask Alexa about our show.
Oh, no.
And here, let's go with cut 17 to start things. Alexa, who is Kevin Hageland?
From theorg.com. Kevin Hageland has extensive experience in sports broadcasting, currently serving as a radio co-host of the K&C Masterpiece on CBS Radio and as a radio talk show host with Entercom, both positions held since May 2011.
I think she may have read that right off your LinkedIn, which you haven't checked in a while. I'm going to presume, because we're Odyssey.
I will tell you this. If you send me a LinkedIn request, though, I will accept it. Because I need to clean out the email.
You know
box.
what your login is to
I can only use it on one computer because it automatically logs in.
That is very Gilbert Arenas with the Netflix. I don't know my password to a lot of things.
I don't think I care enough about LinkedIn to change it.
Good point.
I click on it, and if it doesn't come up and it says enter your password, I was like, nope.
Then I asked, let's go to cut 18. About Kevin, would you say that yours was pretty accurate aside from the companies, which you have worked for in the past?
And the last name. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Didn't she say Kevin Hageland?
And so then I said, you know what? I'm also on this show. I'll ask about me. So let's go to cut 18. Alexa, who is Corey Seager?
From Wikipedia.org. Majors secured his first on-screen role in the ABC miniseries When We Rise while still a student at Yale.
Oh!
Alexa, who is Corey Majors?
From worldanvil.com. Corey Major is secretly werewolf pack leader, but is publicly known as a rock star.
And then at one point, I think I deleted this. I was like, Alexa, who's Corey Mahors? And then it didn't end up giving me any other information either. So
I'm jealous. That is way cooler than mine. Kevin hosts radio. Corey is a pack leader and a werewolf who did TV while he was at Yale. Wow, what a life you've lived.
None of those are true, though. So, yeah.
That's what, you know what? I think he played that other part to throw us off the scent that he is a werewolf.
Oh, that's what he wants us to think.
Although I did work with him at night for many, many years. I feel like I would have seen the wolfiness at least once.
You just heard it.
Yeah.
Cow noises and wolf noises.
You make the best cow noise.
I'm saving that. I don't know why.
Please hold on to that.
You do.
It's just, I know. It's just the way you said it. So definitive. It is definitely when Kevin says something definitive and then everybody else decides, oh, really? That's my favorite thing on this show.
Sure.
And it's not just like when me and Alec decide it. It's when the Tolos decide and they start texting in and they have better jokes than us, and I love it. And then I asked about Alec. Alexa, who's Alec Medford?
From Wikipedia.org. Medford appeared in several feature films and television programs, including Return of the Saint, 1978, and The Professionals, 1983.
So there you go.
That doesn't feel right.
Alexa only seems to truly know you, Kevin, and that's what really matters.
Is she saying Wikipedia.org?
Yeah. Is it not .org?
Is it?
It's an organization, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Wikipedia.org.
Oh.
/net or something. I don't know.
I really thought you had to be like better to be a .org.
Dude. What does that mean?
If somebody can just
Wikipedia
edit
is great.
Whatever they want.
Is Wikipedia the best?
No.
How much information do you get from Wikipedia?
Not as much as you seem to.
Is that not the place you start?
No.
Wow.
I mean, it depends on if it's something for the show, definitely not. If it's something that I think could tilt my way in an argument, then maybe.
Guys, I want to go a little bit to the gambler. Is that okay?
As long as we talk about how Troy Aikman and Jimmy Johnson in episode 2 they bonded because he bought him an aquarium or helped him set up his aquarium.
Cut 16, hit it.
The next night we had our Christmas party, and the guy said they're not going. And I said, well, I've got to go. I mean, I'm the quarterback. I have to go. I showed up. There wasn't anyone there. Jimmy and I were talking, and I told him, I said, players aren't happy. And one conversation led to another. We started talking about aquariums. And I said, I always thought about getting an aquarium.
Had 3 or 4 in my home in Dallas. It's really a peaceful thing, seeing the fish and then seeing the predators too, fish eating other fish. It was an outlet for me.
And then he says, hey, what do you say we go get you an aquarium after practice? So I said, okay. So we did. And the next thing you know, he came, put it together in my house.
So it just kind of helped build a relationship talking about things other than football.
After that, he'd come over with a 6-pack of Heineken, and the aquarium was in my master bedroom. And I had a chair in there. He'd just go plop down in that chair and drink his Heinekens and watch the fish. It was the beginning of a new chapter for us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
There's so many
directions. Do me a favor, Alec? I didn't even want to drop, though, from that. It's like, hey, what do you say we get you an aquarium after practice today? I just think that's going to be a funny drop in the future.
And the way that Jimmy Johnson has so many aquariums, he cannot tell you for certain how many he has. He says 3 or 4. I assure you this. Wherever I go in life, I will always know the exact number of aquariums that I have in my house. But Jimmy Johnson's like 3, 4.
From Swaggy Booties, this documentary was actually sponsored by Big Aquarium to get people to buy aquariums. Ask Derek Holland.
If they only released these 1 per week, I would love to see if there would have been like a spike in aquarium sales.
That was Jimmy Johnson, though, basically like searching for any possible way to connect with Troy Aikman.
Yes.
Because
sounds like it worked.
And they didn't discuss this because it's already there. It already exists. But the story is, if you don't know, he tried to scout. He tried to recruit him out of high school.
Yeah.
When he was at Oklahoma State. Then he tried to recruit him at Miami. And then he was like, you know what? You're not going anywhere. I'm drafting you. And so he always wanted Troy Aikman. And then finally he got Troy Aikman. And anything he could do to connect. It's a little awkward because maybe Troy even just threw that out there like I always thought about getting one of those. And he's like, we're doing it now.
Oh, there's no way that he thought in that moment, we're about to go aquarium shopping.
But also at the very beginning of that, he's like, so here we are at our Christmas party. Nobody else showed up because they hated him so much.
And he gave them good reason.
Why is that?
Just because he was never satisfied with what they were doing. And then they did show the video of him going like, get your ass on the asthma field, when it looked like that person really might have been in trouble at that moment.
Yeah. Let's go to cut 15 then. This is Jimmy was about to give him that moment, Kevin, that moment of recognition.
When the season finally ended, Jimmy walks into the locker room to talk to the team. We just had our best season, and he's starting into this speech about having won the division and the postseason, and he was giving us that moment that we had never gotten. And that moment was about to happen. And then the door to the locker room opened up, and he stops and turns around, and it was Jerry and a few of his friends. And Jimmy just stopped and said congratulations and went to his locker, and it was over. And so we didn't get that moment that we thought we deserved.
You could tell in that moment he's sad, but also that's the kind of thing that if you want to set the seeds for why
you think
Jerry,
so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Jerry came in with friends to a locker room while he's trying to have that moment with his team.
Exactly. It's not about you and showing off. It's about him and his team wrapping up a season. And those people will never be in the same place at the same time again. Like, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
You might bring back a lot of these players. You're not bringing them all back. And so, like, that feels like a sacred moment. And I could see how, I'm not saying that alone, but that feels emblematic of why the whole thing broke apart.
There are a couple of things, and Troy Aikman was, I thought, go to some notes here real quick, Kevin. I thought that Troy Aikman was really good in this documentary. Yeah. Anytime Troy talks, I like to hear what he has to say. I just always, he said at one point, you play this career, you play this game, you want the respect of your peers and you want the respect of your coach.
Yeah.
Like, those are the two things and the way to get that respect is to battle through injury, to be on time, to do the things that be a good leader. That satisfied him, getting the respect from Jimmy Johnson that he finally got, and then finally being on the same page with him. And I was talking to Carter, my son, about this morning because he's sick, and he was like, I got to get to practice, Dad. And I was like, dude, like, I respect this a ton. I respect what you're doing. Be careful, But that line of, if you can't play with pain, you can't play in the game.
Right.
Those little mantras, mind over mind, wins the body doesn't win the mind. Like, those little things are things that stick with me about this game. I think it would be very easy after watching this entire thing to be completely cynical about it, not really shedding much while also portraying Jerry in a certain light.
Yeah, because you're the one who told me, like, they don't really dive into is there another kid outside the bathroom, all that kind of stuff.
The faults that they show are faults that he, like, will definitely identify himself. Like, he'll say, I screwed this up. I didn't do this right. Like the Tom Landry, I screwed up the Tom Landry thing, he says. It would also be very easy for me to be completely infatuated and nostalgic about this, about the documentation, the storyline that they created. I thought they did a really good job. I can't decide this, though. I can't decide if Jerry is the hero or the villain in this 7 episodes. It almost feels like he's more of a Tony Soprano, Walter White.
8 episodes?
8, yes, 8 episodes.
Just making sure you didn't have an extra one.
The first one was anyway. But he almost feels like he's a Walter White, Dexter, Tony Soprano. He does things that you don't agree with, but he also sets the stage for these things that you do. Like the winning was there. And I can't, because he even says, I wasn't going to be a white knight coming into the city and everybody being happy, because I had to do something that everybody was going to hate. And then he was the white knight, right? Because he won 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Although, obviously there was some conflict between who won those. And then he becomes the villain again for the next 30 years. So that was one thing I can't walk away from or I can't decide is if he was the villain or the hero in this whole thing, because you even see sometimes that after that Green Bay game, didn't he look depressed? Oh, you haven't gotten there yet.
No.
When you get there, Kevin, you'll see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some My Buddy is an Idiot, but also we will talk with FC Dallas goalkeeper Michael Collodi next right here on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 2-2 delivery, and there's a drive deep to right center field. That one is way back, and that one is gone. Pasquantino homers with a second straight night. It's his 24th of the year, his 83rd RBI, and we're tied at 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they just keep losing and kill your wild card hopes? Let us know. 877-881-1053.
Oh.
You get it right. Now, Corey, I don't know if this will impact you, but are WNBA injuries an idiot because Sophie Cunningham is in fact going to now miss the rest of the season? Does that mean the end of, well, obviously seeing her on the court, but also those fire fashion entrances to each game?
Probably for the fire fashion entrances, but doesn't mean that she won't. She now has more time to TikTok.
Okay.
And she's
big on TikTok.
I think she's got 1.5 million followers on TikTok or something like that.
Okay.
Because she does entertaining videos. My interest level in the TikToks, I don't know. I just let the algorithm tell me what to watch.
Okay.
I really don't go seek anything out specific. So I'm just like, whatever, because you can just keep swiping, right?
Sure.
But yeah, man, for her, that's tough. And she's a black belt in Taekwondo or something, or karate, and she was a somebody that was a protector for Caitlin Clark. And I wonder if that changes a little bit, or if Caitlin Clark's, going to be out there enough anyway to make it worth it.
Now, is Shohei Ohtani an idiot? Normally I would have said no, but I guess some things have piled up against him. But I'm going to take you to Monica Arcuri. She is the person being interviewed in this at the Little League World Series, and she has some thoughts.
So I went to LA back in 2023 to watch the Angels game in which Shohei Ohtani was still in Angels. And during that time, Kikuchi from Toronto Blue Jays was pitching, and then Ohtani was batting, and then he hit a home run into an area where the fans couldn't go. And then this guy got the ball and gave it to my brother. So the next day, we went to the VIP box at the front, and I asked for his signature, but all he gave me was a side eye and not a nice glance. So after that, I've never liked him ever since. He's not really humble, so yeah, not my style, no way. Yeah, no.
Wow.
Is Shohei Ohtani
a big jerk?
An idiot for maybe that Hawaii thing, I don't know. But also for giving that little girl the side eye and refusing to sign a home run ball that he hit.
The side eye, dude. There's nothing I think that cuts as deep as side eye from anybody. It could be your mom, whoever it is. The side eye is always going to get you. And that probably cut deep for her. I'm going to say yeah. And also for not signing with the Rangers for a cheaper deal and less years.
Oh, man. This feels like it's Chris Young from the 903. My buddy's an idiot. He's a GM and thinks Josh Young should be the scapegoat for the bad offense this year, not the entire team being mediocre at batting.
So Josh Young has been kind of missing from the lineup, and we're kind of looking at it like, okay, what's going on there? And it's not anything injury-wise.
Oh, Chris Young said it was his consistency.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, what do you do when you have a guy like that you're relying on and you're looking at his contract down the road? What do you do with the guy?
Yeah.
Do you say, well, we're going to just keep playing you while we're trying to win games? Or do you say you have to take a seat? I think you do it. You're trying to do everything you can to motivate people. You just got to figure each one of the players out.
Look, I think he really does believe this, but it is interesting that it keeps getting set up of, no, we have all the right people They just need to play better instead of we were late on acknowledging that maybe a lot of career seasons happen in 2023, and we made some poor use of the limited funds that we had with Joc Pederson.
Yeah, I mean,
I also
that's true.
think Chris Young really does think this team can still make the playoffs. Even today.
I absolutely believe in his mind. He's like, I believe in these guys. And honestly, Kevin, wouldn't you hate to work at a place where you're the guy at the top's like, no, they stink.
Yes.
Like you want, and that's what he's sitting there saying to himself is, I have to show these guys I believe in them. And for future free agents, I have to show that I believe in you if you're here.
Yes.
And so I'm going to give you every chance that I possibly can. But at some point also, you do have to prove to people that you'll make a cut if you have to as well.
Now, is CBS Sports an idiot for this? They have the Pittsburgh Steelers as the last team in the NFL this season to lose a game. So going into, the second to last. My apologies. The second to last. They have them starting off 6-0.
Really?
So
all right.
they have the Bills as the last team to lose a game, but the second to last team to lose a game, they have the Steelers starting out 6-0. Do you think that makes CBS Sports an idiot?
Kevin, Steelers' first game, the Jets.
Ooh, okay. They can
Second
win
game,
that game,
the Seahawks at home.
Loss.
Third game, Patriots on the road.
Loss.
Fourth game, Vikings at home. Aaron Rodgers doesn't lose to the Vikings.
Okay, I'll give them one of those. Maybe I was too hasty with the Patriots. 2-2.
Next game, I don't know how many we're in now. Browns against Steelers. Browns at home. And then the last one would be Steelers at Bengals. So they're saying that they would lose the Bengals game.
Okay.
The game against the Bengals.
Yes.
But
I
aside
have them at like 3-3 probably.
I could see them winning like 11-9 against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
You know, and like having a 21-17 against the Patriots, the Vikings. It's like a 4-4 game. You're like, how did that even happen?
I guess and I really do love Mike Tomlin, and I appreciate what he's done with the Steelers. I guess I don't see it. I don't see them
you don't believe in Aaron Rodgers?
I don't.
Wow.
I don't feel like that's a new opinion.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
I know, former Kevin. You really screwed me on that. But yeah, the Steelers at 6-0, I feel like would be one of the more shocking starts of one of the more shocking stories of the NFL season, right?
Yeah, but I mean, remember the Rams were 7-0 at one point when they went to their Super Bowl. Nobody expected that year. And that doesn't mean that they're going to be good. It just means that they see the weaker schedule to start for them, and they gave them the edge on a couple of them. But I think, Kevin, I'm going to give them a pass.
All right. Just keep in mind, Corey Majors gave CBS a pass. This is what they say about the Cowboys.
All right.
Cowboys lose their first game in week 1. The Cowboys are a train wreck. The Eagles are the reigning Super Bowl champs. The Cowboys' chance at an undefeated season is going to end after one game.
You know what? That's an easy thought.
I get it.
There's no way you can look at the Cowboys with everything we don't know about this team and say that you believe that they're just ready to roll.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's talk with FC Dallas goalkeeper Michael Collodi. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing great. I hope you are as well. Now, I know looking at the numbers, watching the games, it feels like you've done phenomenal in these last 2 matches. But what I really want to know is, how do you break down your performance in the last 2 matches?
I've been happy with both of them. I feel like a lot of it just kind of the game plan has just been trying to be solid and simple and clean. I feel like I've done that all around, and no, I've been happy with them for the most part.
Have you been given a timeline at all for like when pause might be expected back, or how long you're going to be the lone guy kind of holding it down in the net?
Until I'm told otherwise, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
One day at a time, you know.
Yeah,
that's a good approach.
That is
too.
a good approach.
How much credit do you give your guys in front of you and the defense that they've been playing so far?
So much. They've been just having we've made the switch to the back five and having the two holding guys, and just the amount of effort and work that these guys just put in throughout 90 minutes. I mean, you guys see it with just how much we move around and run, and that just makes my life a lot easier than it would be otherwise, you know?
Now, you have only given up one goal in the 2 matches. Is it hard for you to give credit to a person when they score a goal? Are you like, this is what I could have done better on that goal? Or are you like, all right, sometimes somebody just has an awesome shot, and what can you do?
I mean, a little bit of both. There's always something that can be done, right? Whether it's me directly or trying to help organize guys, or even something that's happens a little bit before it. But there are some that are just at the end of the day that's like, yeah, hats off there.
What is the most difficult shot to defend? Is it the upper 90? Is there a different one that you're like, no, that's the most difficult for every goalie?
I mean, I think it's situational. If you're talking about like stuff from outside the 18, then I mean, it can be obviously stuff that just plays well. Anything through traffic can be really difficult. Deflections obviously suck to deal with.
Yeah.
Those are probably the toughest. Just deflections, it goes back the opposite way, and you just might not have a shot at it at all.
Do you ever have nightmares that on a penalty kick you had a badass dive one way, and that's when the guy decided to just kick it straight really slowly, and you're like, come on, dude.
No, there's no pressure on penalties as a goalkeeper. I mean, you're supposed to score, right? So
right.
All the pressure's on the shooter, so it's just come in with as much confidence as you can, have a strong action, and whatever happens, happens.
Now, the team has definitely picked it up, especially, I feel like, maybe past the last time you guys played LAFC. Not to say it's a win every time, but like, you know, picking up points, picking up the 3 points. Do you feel like you've noticed a difference in the team's play, maybe over the last month-ish or so?
I think we've had the transition to to kind of the 3-back, 5-back, which I think we've kind of decided, and we're seeing more results with that. And we're seeing that we're getting chances and scoring goals with it as well. So I think that's something we're gonna stick to, at least for this weekend. But I mean, just there's been a lot of just really good energy that we've brought, that the guys have brought, even in training and from matches. Just the team's growing together for sure, in terms of just working for each other and being encouraging and just supportive of everyone. And we kind of realize how hard we're going into every game, and realize nothing's going to be perfect, but that there's 10 other guys on the field to pick you back up and keep you going. So I think we're growing in that aspect a lot.
You know, a lot of times adversity can be a separator for people. Like they can just, you know, turn things off. Do you feel like the adversity y'all kind of went through early on has helped, you know, tighten this group up a little bit?
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the players and the staff are the only people that are going to help us. There's no one else. You're not going to get any help from other teams, referees, anybody like that. So it's really kind of all you got. So as long as you stay tight and stay grouped together, you got a shot.
Do you feel like this interview might help? Because the last time we talked with you, you guys also won your next match.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Do you think that maybe we can will this to victory again?
Well, I wish you hadn't said it out loud, but, you know.
Stitious.
I would have loved to keep any curse out of it, but I've got my hopes up for this weekend for sure.
Well, that is one of many, many reasons why you do what you do, and I just sit here and talk about things. There are many, many reasons. Well, I appreciate the breakdown. Corey, did you want to get his top take on Plano before we go?
Yeah, I've been in Plano for about 11 years now, and I just sometimes feel like we don't have enough brisket sando options. Do you get a lot of brisket sandos in your life?
I've had some, yeah. I wouldn't say it's something that I eat all the time, you know, but I'm a fan of them for sure.
Okay, we got to get some more.
I thought you were going to ask him like his favorite spot in Plano or something like that.
Yeah,
but
what is your favorite spot in Plano? Where do you like to hang out whenever you're growing up?
I mean, I grew up in Frisco. I was just born in Plano.
Oh, okay. That makes more. Yeah, my bad. My apologies. They're so close and everything.
So, no, it's all right. It's all right.
So we dropped the ball on that.
Yeah.
We dropped the ball on me talking about a win.
Yeah.
We've really kind of messed
they're
up the
getting
back
better,
half
and
of this
that's
interview.
and that's what I'm proud of right now, Kevin.
That's a great
that's
point.
all right.
Get after it, guys.
All right.
We appreciate the time very much and appreciate, obviously, the picked up play in the last 5 weeks or so. Best of luck this weekend, and thanks for the time.
No, absolutely. Always a pleasure.
There you go. Michael Collodi right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look at you. Brisket sandoing it in there.
About Christmas instead.
Okay. No. I don't care.
Next time, that's my go-to question.
Look, I told you, one of the people we had on from the team talked about their Christian values and everything. And it's like, I think I'm getting entrapped. I think this is a setup for me to ask about. I'll never again.
A lot of people texted in, Kevin, on national radio day that was their favorite moment.
That was not my favorite moment. That was Mike's favorite moment. He ran out in the parking lot to Marcus Simeon at spring training. He's like, Marcus, hold on. I know you're leaving for the day. I got to tell you this story first. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Good. I meant to tell you, I name-checked you in Germany because I recounted the story of when you got your head shaved.
Oh, yeah?
And I love that you go, I asked you if you were worried, and you go, no, I have the hair follicles of the gods. Still, that is one of my favorite statements that I've heard up here. And you were ready with it so fast.
Yeah, I wasn't that worried. Actually, right now, I would actually be a blessing if I could lose some up top because I hate getting haircuts. I have felt like I should go get a haircut for about 3 weeks before we left for training camp. So what was that, mid-June? Or
and
something,
is it
something
cold
like that?
when you sit on your golden toilet? You wish you could lose your hair? Come on!
I'm kind of envious.
When you sit on the gold
throne. All right, so I'm just giving you a hard time. You do have very nice hair, though.
Thank you.
All right, so Corey last night waved the white flag on Twitter. We've talked about it. I went ahead and crunched some numbers. Feels like the Rangers need to go at least 24-11 the rest of the way to make the playoffs. There has been no point in this season where they have put together a string of games that was that good.
Yeah.
Like, no point.
Not shocked to hear that one.
Yeah.
How about 23-12?
They get closer with the June 24th to July 17th. That's where they went 18-9. So that was just off the pace. But if you remember, that straddled the All-Star break, and when Boch was like, I kind of hope the All-Star break didn't come at the wrong time, and it didn't. But like, even the math, as Corey would say, isn't mathing for me. And it feels like we're going to continue to do this until there's 16 games left, and they're going to need to go 15-1 or something ridiculous like that. Should I just give it up? It's just not happening.
I think you should. Yeah, it's going to be tormenting for yourself. I mean, the idea that Baskey can do what he did and hyping these guys up, and they can still S the bed like they have been, and the bats not be waking up. And I don't know. Should Merrill Kelly getting pulled in that game last night? Should that have happened?
Yeah. Well, Jacob deGrom is getting evaluated for this or that.
Cole Winn coming out for the second time. Should that have happened? Only scoring 2 runs. Should that have happened? Actually, yes, that should have happened. That's who they are.
Yeah.
At least they didn't leave runners in scoring position last night, Yeah, they didn't even mess around with that.
Didn't get our hopes up.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to look at that 0 for 9 or whatever. Like that's really what cost them right there. Are you guys all to the point now where you're like, not that you don't care about the Rangers, but that you view playoffs as, no, Broadus yesterday, you told us. That's right.
He's holding the line
Until
CY gets on the phone and says, yeah, we're done, Ski.
When CY tells me we're done, we're done.
Okay.
That's my attitude.
Hold the line.
And we interview him every Monday. He'll tell me when he's done.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was really hoping that the
we're
speech
done
he
here.
gave you guys on Monday would help pick it up, but
I asked him for the speech.
Yeah.
I asked him the question. He gave me the speech. I bought the speech. I'm with him until he tells me we can't do this anymore.
I'm just amazed at how much of a pro our announcers are. Like Eric Nadel, just listening to him. He's been through this so many times.
Yeah.
Like, it would rip my heart out, but he's just, a pure pro, giving you a good broadcast, giving you the details. But man, I think for me, it was last week or maybe a week and a half or so ago that I just lost belief. Now you're tuned in just in case a miracle happens. You want to be there to say you saw it.
Okay.
And there's nothing better to do until football season starts.
Yeah, it's just hope.
Yeah.
Just hope and cheering for our favorite team.
And hope is not a strategy. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. We talked about this earlier. I understand the internal pressure that Brian Schottenheimer has, but people keep talking about all this pressure he's under, and I guess I don't really see it that way. Outside of the own pressure that he puts on himself, I don't particularly think the coach is under a lot of pressure this season. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Shotty? You got to be kidding me. This team does not move on from coaches because Jerry Jones can't stomach the idea of giving somebody $5 million for a job they're not doing. Then you would have to pay 2 coaches.
Right.
You know, and I do think even though they have huge income that for whatever reason, Jerry Jones is that kind of a tightwad.
Yeah.
You know, if he had his way, he'd still be paying the cheerleaders $4.25 an hour.
By the way, I'm supposed to care or be mad about male cheerleaders. Do you care at all that there's male cheerleaders in the NFL?
I don't think anybody necessarily asked for this, but
Okay.
yeah,
Sure,
whatever.
But it's not
I'm
like-
not going to stop down and go on a full on. What the hell are we doing here?
I can't believe this.
This is ridiculous. I'm not going to the games anymore. I'm not watching this product.
Because it feels kind of like a little bit like Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, where the political powers that be decided that this is a thing that you have to choose a side on. And I'm just like,
How about better outfits?
For the, yeah?
Yeah.
We're
you know,
workshopping it.
For the dudes.
Yeah.
So would you guys be?
This is a first.
I think we're trying to kind of
be a man, wear a bra.
We're kind of like in the line with what we're trying to do with the ladies' outfits,
Right.
And so we need to kind of get the man outfit if we're going to do this.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just like you said the other day with the premise, accept the premise and do it, or don't do it at all, right?
What if this happened to America's Sweethearts? We got a couple of bros, couple of John Jacob.
Well, I would be
Jingleheimer
go out there and shocked by that, given who owns the team.
There is zero chance that happens, and I would actually feel bad for some of those girls.
I do understand that, but it's easier to not care when it's not your team.
Right?
Huh?
He's got the rhythm and blue team, right? That's
Yeah, we
kind
do.
of guys and
You're right.
gals.
You're right.
That's a
Yeah.
combination. That's
Yeah.
how he gets around it.
Hip hop dancing group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're pretty
We used to have
entertaining.
them in studio all the time.
That's
back in
true.
the day.
And look, if we could make a deal
Trailblazers.
where all of the female cheerleaders were replaced by male cheerleaders and it put us in the Super Bowl, then you're damn right. I'll sign up for that deal.
You know, Hagee, you should understand this because your school has male cheerleaders.
That's true.
They do scream practice.
It's not scream practice,
Yeah, bunch of screamers, man.
Pretty much is. What do you
really
guys?
embarrassing.
Whoop, and we bury our dogs under the stadium. Look, it's a thing.
Outside the stadium, I got trapped in the funeral one time there.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What?
I got trapped in the funeral. I was working at the football office used to be over there at Rudder Tower, right across the street.
Yeah.
And there were 3,000 people. I was trying to get to football practice, and I had to go through the crowd of people. They were burying reveille at the outside. And by the way, the dogs face the scoreboard, so they always know the score of the game.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow, so they can take their heartbreak
Hey,
into death and
that's
into eternity
fair.
with them.
I cheer for the college equivalent of the Cowboys.
I told you that dog took my first class seat to Hawaii, by the way.
Yeah, you did. You did. What?
The hell of a dog.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up?
That dog was living right.
Pure Gold as always.
Back
Hagee,
there
thanks
struggling.
for asking. We'll have
Hawaii.
Look at me.
John Machota on at 3. We'll have Mark Schlereth on actually at 4.
Are you guys going to start with Machota about that sex tweet he put out?
Probably.
Okay, great.
And we have
he did do that.
He got sexy.
we have the shoddy presser at 5, and at some point we'll continue this conversation of I think what we could call the Aggification of NFL cheerleaders.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Tongue twister.
I like it.
It's made up a word.
Roll
We
home.
did that yesterday too. That's
You
2
rock
days
with
in a
that.
row.
By the way,
Yes.
yeah, we'll take that shoddy press conference and see you later. You guys have been dancing with that little Jim.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation, damn it. We've been the
Sorry,
Casey
Hagee.
Masterpiece.
Overtime. Overtime. Overtime.
Aggification.
Tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Look at that, Kevin.
full of V products? You got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean that this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're off and running for the next 4 hours. Rangers baseball coming up at 6 o'clock. The general at your service. Salute to you if you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, the Super Bowl champion here. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup as always. Wolchuk and Chia Follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up on, what are we looking at here? About 55 hours until the preseason finale. So we're in cowboy mode, and we have the shoddy press conference coming up at 5 o'clock, and then practice tonight at 6. And there's a lot to talk about there. There's a lot to talk about with your Texas Rangers as well. But I just want to salute all the Tolos here on National Radio Day.
Yes, sir.
It's a good opportunity to take stock in this wonderful opportunity to broadcast to you guys every day. Pretty cool tech here, radio.
It is amazing.
You know, been used to relay all the big messages, you know, throughout the last 125 years plus.
Kind of realized it was important when COVID, they gave us those cards that we can like move around.
Yeah, I'm a radio operator.
I'm a radio operator, and I can move around. You don't stop me. I need to get somewhere.
Yeah.
We had to carry. Remember, I don't know. You guys.
Yeah, I got one of those.
But we all had cards. I remember I kept mine on my wall, and I'm thinking, actually, this is like a pretty good deal.
Sorry, officer, I got a board to run.
I've got some sports to talk about, sir. Please let me go.
Got to get the messages to the people.
Yeah.
You know, where you can and can't go.
We're playing true or fart today, officer. It's a big one.
Step aside, sir.
To get to the office.
Very important.
Sorry, I was going.
Have you ever
really
heard of
fast.
Krusty's Corner? Come on.
Official business here. Got to keep the people entertained while they're at
Essential
home.
worker, sir.
We got to put to bed all these ball sack reports, officer.
Well, you know, the topics around the Rangers, I think the one is, have you lost hope? And I think everybody has. But you know, the question that I really hadn't considered until you see what's gone on with Josh Young looking like a minor league player again. I don't know what the hell happened, but I think if you do count DH and second base, which you probably should, they have more holes than answers in their lineup. You know, like, how many players do you trust for next year in the lineup? Is it Seager, Langford, and Smitty? Do you trust anybody else? Don't they need 2 outfielders, every position but shortstop?
Yeah.
You know, and 2 starting pitchers. Like, this has blow it up kind of written all over it. Like, there's just too much work to catch. And I know I asked Sandler yesterday about, you're going to have about $77 million in payroll under the luxury tax threshold. And then he said, well, once you reset, maybe Ray says, hey, let's throw a ton of money at it. And that's what I'd prefer to see. Let's go throw a ton of money at this thing. Put your payroll close to $300 million, pay the luxury tax, and, build a proper contender. But if we're not going to do that, and I think trading, seeing what you could get for your best players might be a really interesting option very early this offseason. We'll check. Giafalo.
Yeah, it's like Evan Carter, I don't think is going to be going anywhere. Marcus Simeon,
Lucius,
I don't know that you can really do anything with that contract. I don't think unless you want to pair him with a young player.
And you still want to eat some of his contract.
Maybe there's some way to make that happen. But Yeah, the Josh Young stuff is really upsetting. I mean, I mentioned yesterday he's still very cheap. I don't know that now there might be another team that looks at Carter and Young and say like we still like the trajectory, a change of scenery here. We believe in these guys. But you're right. I mean, the only players that I feel like okay, I'd stand on the table for and say I'm rocking with them for the foreseeable future is Josh Smith, Wyatt Langford, and then you know what Corey Seager is going to bring to you.
903 says, is Langford really the one you can trust right now? Giving up on a third-year Young is crazy to me. I'm not talking about giving up on him. I'm just saying if you want to contend, you can't have such a big hole at third base. It's not. There's not a place on the baseball team for a developmental player. So if you're serious about contending and you like Josh Young, then you say, I'm sorry, young man, but you're going to have to, take a step back in the pecking order here because we got to find a veteran third baseman. And if you want to, try coming back up, I'm sure we'll find room for you if you can start playing like you did in 2023. But, I guess that's the way I'm looking at it. You can't just re-rack this thing next year and say, hey, hope to do better, because now you actually have trade value with DeGrom. He's proven I'm healthy and I'm just as good. You could do something with Simeon if you pair him with a player and eat part of his salary. You could at least get it off the books so, you can kind of reset for the future and you don't have the full freight on the books for you. I'm a contender that needs a good middle infielder. I mean, and his WAR I think is still positive. Like Marcus Simeon's wins against replacement is still pretty dang good because he is such an elite player on defense, and I think he's hitting like 225 now. So there's things to be done here. What are you doing? You're picking up the phone over there, Brian. You're texting your gang of seven.
I was curious because I was trying to remember if Jacob DeGrom had a no trade clause.
He does. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm sorry. I was thinking in my mind. I was trying to.
And I don't think they're doing anything with the pitching. Like DeGrom and Eovaldi aren't going anywhere. They're not going to be looking. And the pitching is really the saving. Like if you want to contend, you're not moving those guys. Why would we?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can you contend? What would it take to contend?
I mean, they've been contending now, and the offense has been god-awful. So if they make some...
So how do you fix the offense?
Well, then you go out and, like we've been talking about, you got to make some better signings and then some possible trades. I mean, Sebastian Walcott, are you willing to move him? If you want to go and get a legitimate piece, that's why they didn't at the deadline. Everyone's screaming like, where was the bat? Where was the bat? Do you want Sebastian Walcott in the organization or do you not? If you don't care... then that's what it would have taken. You would have to have given up your best prospect. Sometimes that's fine.
Most fans would have done that because they don't know what Sebastian Walcott is.
But there is a chance that Walcott comes up and
am I right?
Is your best player in 2 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But if you know that, and fans don't, they just want to, hey, go get the bat. And if you have to give up a player, go give up a player. That's the problem right now. I applaud CY for not giving that player up.
Same.
But to me, I could say I think the thing he tried to do, he couldn't get a closer. That's the thing. He couldn't get a closer. I mean, man, it just seemed like so long ago this team. I mean, I remember they beat Atlanta like 8-1, and man, it seemed like I think they were 56-50 at the time. And I'm thinking, man, this team is kind of turning things around. They'll be okay and all that. Since then, they have been just god awful. And
5-13.
Yeah, and you're just wondering, was it lack of moves, or was it moves, or was it just this team was what it was? We came out of, and you're talking about trusting people coming out, and you're asking me, you trust this, you trust that? Man, I was so damn wrong about like watching spring training practice for a week and watching this team hit and score runs, and I'm thinking,
put on a show.
They're going to be fine. If the pitching, if the pitching was great. The misevaluation, and maybe on their part too, was what the bats were going to do. Because I saw no indication when we were watching and then talking to people who do that for a living over there, there was no indication that these bats were going to be as silent as they've been, or the lack of runs that they were going to score. I mean, they went long stretches of not scoring runs. Fired the coach. Next thing you know, okay, then. But it's still that they are who they are, and I think they're surprised they came out of training camp this way. I think that's. I think they are. I think they're looking for like, okay, what happened?
And now that it's happened 2 years in a row where you can't score, it's who you are. You know, I guess if you keep DeGrom and Eovaldi and your pitching staff, you know, improves, and you know, I don't know if Mally's going to be around, or you know, if you have much after those first two that you can really count on. But the first two are great. Then you're going to have Rocker and Leiter, and you know, maybe I'm sure you'll be able to be resourceful and find somebody else. But if you can keep a decent pitching staff together, you have to, you know, rebuild a good offense while not being able to move on from Marcus Semien and Joc Pederson because of their contracts. You're keeping your fingers crossed that Evan Carter stays healthy, and you know, Josh Young's career has taken a turn for the worse. I just think for, you know, the long term, moving on from players while you still have a chance would at least be a consideration for me. Do you think it's realistic to make a good enough offense?
Yes.
Out of what's sitting here still?
I do. I haven't given up on Josh Young. He's still a good defensive third baseman. The bat needs to come back around. We've seen him at times. He has been hot this year. I think a lot of it is mental, and I think he needs to tweak some stuff. I'm not totally just going to give up on Josh Young. Evan Carter is one of those guys that I talked about. Maybe I'd move him at the deadline just because I don't think that back's ever not going to be an issue. Yeah, like that scares the hell out of me. But Evan Carter's given you some good moments. It's just consistency up and down the order.
Jonah Heim has been poor.
Jonah's the one that I'm willing to say
for sure.
We're out on this one.
Was Higgy like a 1-year deal situation? I mean, Higgy
might have been 2.
And Higgy hitting at 260. Are we okay with that, or Dawson? Do we need a catcher?
I think you need at least one catcher. I like Higashioka as part of the solution. But he's another one of the players that just was not, I think, as good as what you had hoped when it comes to the power and the consistency.
I think he's better than Heim.
Yes,
I don't know if he's better than him defensively, but I just wonder if you had another catcher.
He's had it down year power wise. Like you were thinking, this guy's going to get you 15 to 20 homers. They all have.
Joc Pederson. Who else? Just throw them all in that. Mm-hmm. Everybody that you thought that was going to hit. You know, we were like talking with Bassick and others that can't, like, oh my gosh, you're going to get power, 30 home run guy, you know, and all that. It just hasn't happened. You know, they and I don't even know if they have answers for this. I don't know how you, with this many guys, was the approach by the organization the wrong approach? But then you say, well, Dan Broadus won a World Series 2 years ago with similar approach and all this. And you're just kind of wondering, okay, well, what was the approach then in training camp? Obviously, it was the same. We talk to CY all the time. He's like, you know, we've asked him about, you know, when you win a World Series, do you lose coaches and all that? He goes, oh, we're trying to keep everything together, and, you know, we have an approach and this, that, and the other. And I'm like going, okay, cool. But then when it starts to go bad, whether they get rid of a coach and now you change the approach. And I don't know necessarily if it's the approach or it's the players. That's the thing that's got me. And I think the organization's probably the same way, man. We won a World Series with this approach, and now the last couple of years, though, we're struggling to hit the ball.
I wonder how ownership looks at it. Like, do you have confidence and faith that we're going to make the right decisions on the right players? Like, we brought in a bunch of guys. We believed in guys. You gave a long-term contract to Semien.
CY's wearing the Joc Pederson one and stuff like that. He's wearing that one. That Joc Pederson was supposed to be what Joc Pederson hitting $145. You know, kind of coming around here lately, but he was awful. I mean, his numbers were awful. And so, you know, if you're saying, hey, that's a $20 million player, if I'm Ray Davis, I'm going, okay, CY, I'll give you that one.
It seemed like he cooled off spending when the Prince Fielders and Shin-Soo Choo thing didn't work out for him, and that's going back to like 2013, 2014. But on the other side of it, it's almost like JD got put in spending jail.
Yeah.
As a result of those not working. I can't imagine you would not want to give CY the tools to cook with.
I thought that they weren't going to be able to do anything this trade deadline because of the Joc Pederson deal. Yeah. I thought that ownership's like, no, man, I gave you $20 million for this player. It's not working, and I'm not going to do it again.
You know? The problem is your judgment gets clouded after that World Series, and now we're struggling with, was that just a, hey, career year for some of these guys, or is this what they are, which is average to below average players? And I think the reality is now 2 years removed from it, that was a career year for Jonah Heim. Could it have been the same case for Josh Young and Evan Carter? The issue with them is they're so damn young. I don't want to give up on them yet, but the answer could be yes. It could be that they never end up having the type of performance that they had in 2023. That's where CY and this front office have to do some real hard decision-making about, is it time to say, hey, these guys aren't what we thought they would be, and we do need to move on here.
I wonder if Boch makes the decision for you, though. That Boch says, you know what, CY, I'm not gonna. You don't have to fire me. I'm gonna do what you need to do to turn this team around. We had that good run, and the last couple of years hadn't been great. You're gonna have to do some things to this team. We could never figure it out during the season, so you put the guys in place you want to see if you can turn this thing around. I think Boch falls on the sword for CY in this one, and allows him to maybe make changes that he might need to make.
And as much as I appreciate what Boch did, I look forward to seeing how the team responds. I hope they don't just say status quo, bring everything back, and see if manager changes it.
I don't think the manager's the problem here, and I don't think they'd fire. Bruce
No,
Bochy.
that's what I'm saying. No, I don't.
He'll just walk away.
I think
It's retirement.
I think Boch does not want to put that on CY. I think Boch will say, "Listen, you need to do some serious changing around here, and I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll go back to Nashville. We're cool, man. Hey, we won a championship together, and it's all. And then that way, CY can do what he's not going to want to fire Boch. He's not. But Boch can make it really easy on him if he just resigns and let him bring in Skip Shoemaker, and Skip's got some ideas of coaches and stuff that he wants. The direction this team needs to go.
And I don't even know if it's doing a favor as much as it's Bochy. Like, what am I really sticking around for? How much fun is this? Like, for me, selfishly, I retired once. I jumped back in on the idea of winning a championship, but now looking at this roster, I don't know how you could believe anymore.
I think Boch puts his hat back on his head and says, listen, CY, we tried everything in my power to get this thing right, and I don't know if we could. I don't have any other answers for you. And so if you want to make a change, I'll help you here. I think that's the kind of guy Boch is. He's going to see that they have some issues that they have to work with or work through, and maybe a different voice at the managerial spot and different coaches and all that make a difference here.
Okay, it's a Cowboys practice day again. Tonight's going to be on television. Last night's had quite a few talking points come off it, and we'll get to those a little bit later on with John Machota of The Athletic coming up at 3 o'clock. He'll give us his observations from last night, what he thinks about this team. G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Well, it is National Radio Day. We've got the top 10 most influential DFW radio hosts of all time. 877-881-1053. Who was your standout DFW sports radio host, or just radio host in general? That's next in the nation.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have the G-Bag of the Day champ here in just 20 seconds. Wolchuk's Top 10 right around the corner here on National Radio Day. Looking forward to these names. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's LA.
Yeah, get it ready, get it ready, get it ready, ready. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. You caught it. You're lucky, fam. You caught it.
There you go.
Hell yeah, man. My name is Lucius Alexander. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P if you see anything we should be playing. This is day 2 for this champion audio. It's from the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Bobby Belt, he's defending the station and the G-Bags against the evil forces of Scott Braun in the Infoul Territory podcast. Am I right?
That's him.
All right.
Jack stuff.
Yeah.
Yesterday, for him to come on Twitter and go, one of our producers who lives in the area sent me a clip from your show the other day. Thanks for that. Because you look at his picture. That's how he talks. He goes, send me a clip the other day. Thanks for the shout out. It's an honor. Okay, so what are you like? Are you trying to like tell him like, oh, I was listening. So just know that I'm listening to anything you say. And I told him, I replied, I said, if I'd known you were listening, I would have said more. So I'll go ahead and say it now. You look like Dillard's cologne samples and Twitter bio pronouns, dude. You are a guy who puts. You look like a guy who puts Emmy winner in his LinkedIn job title and edits his own Wikipedia page. And I only say that because I know that's exactly what you do. You edit your own Wikipedia page, and you have 4-time Emmy winner in your stupid bio. Now, I know you couldn't stay in the broadcast industry on your own since you got fired from MLB Network and NHL Network. You're the 2-time fired. So it's easier for you to think it must be because you're not a shock jock, that's why you couldn't stick in the industry on your own. But you don't have a job because you're not good enough. So... And I called around about you yesterday. I got a lot of friends in media, too. 100% did. 100% did.
Gang of 7.
And there were a lot of people who wanted to talk about you. Okay? So I'll holster it for now because I know you're the exact type of person who's going to go, by the way, it sounds when somebody screen records that S for you again today. And so I'll have it for you with your little passive-aggressive ego because it won't allow you to shut up. But just know, people in the industry talk about you, and I'm sure you know what your reputation is. So take that dorky little chain off of your Twitter bio picture and, like, grow up and be an adult and do something for yourself instead of, like, leaching off of A.J. Persinski.
I didn't see the
pathetic loser.
I didn't see the chain.
Getting it done. Drop the hammer. And with that, I would like to nominate Roberto Belt in my all-time top 10 DFW radio voices. Here's Wolchuk's top 10 at 210.
Thank you very much. We do have indeed on National Radio Day. Thank you for making us a part of your day. We love you. It's a dream to do what we do here. 877-881-1053, the top 10 most influential DFW radio personalities of all time. But we did get big fight news, Lucius, or is it big fight news? Jake
Fake
Paul
fight news, man.
versus Javante Davis. Watch
fake
out.
fighting, bro.
Jake Paul might sue us if we say that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He
Let
might
me be
sue
quiet.
us. We got it. You know, his
Uncle
fight.
Shannon and Ocho going through it right now for jokes, so let me chill.
Yeah, we might. I agree with you, but hey, these are legitimate fights. Even though it does say exhibition boxing fight, is that his loophole?
Yeah, that's the game again. Because I still see highlights of Mike Tyson looking so good in the gym, and I did not see that there. Lets me further know this is going to be a joke again.
Okay, do we think
a money grab? And you know what? You would think Tank is like above that because you're still in your fighting prime. Nah, man, that money's good, bro.
Now there is. I'm just thinking a big size discrepancy here, but I feel like Tank. If this was legit, Tank
Paul's
should not.
It's like 7 inches, right?
Yeah. He should KO Jake Paul easy.
You would think. In a real fight, he'll get him.
You would think, but in an exhibition boxing fight on November 14th.
And then whatever rules they have, you can't hear it hitting the head too hard. We might have head, whatever they have to do to keep Jake Paul on his feet, they're going to do that.
Pull him up.
Hey, Lucius, who we fishing with today?
Yeah, I was looking at my little fishing guy right here, man.
It's not our
it's not my Bama bass guy. This is Brian Latimer.
Okay.
Yeah.
My man can fish.
Yeah, he's a bass fisher, man.
He
goes
can fish
hard.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Top 10 most influential.
I was just curious. This guy's pulling in all kinds of fish.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job.
Most influential DFW radio personalities. We've got some honorable mentions, but did anybody have, like Lucius, we go around the horn here, do you have anybody you want to shout out?
Brad Cham.
Brad's going to be in the top 10 here.
Okay.
I love hearing them highlights. You can hear Brad Sham in the back. It don't matter what year it is, you hear Brad Sham.
Especially in this new.
Is it Michael or Michelangelo?
My God, that's such a good call. Who do you think it is? Michael Irvin. He's the man.
Dale Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
It's radio stuff, right? Too? All radio guys, right?
He's the guy that come on the weather alerts. He's got just legendary pipes. The WBAP guy, I think.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
How about Ron Chapman?
Ron Chapman. Absolutely.
He's definitely influential in this market.
How about Kid Craddock?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Kid's going to get in there. Dale Hansen and Chris Arnold being texted from the 817.
LaBella and Rhodey, would those be? They were syndicated. Were they, Lucius, the classic rock guys? 92.5?
I'm not sure.
I think LaBella and Rhodey. I don't know. But way back there's. I'm trying to think of all the rock and roll guys I used to listen to back in the day. Chris Arnold, the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and CA made the honorable mention here. Billy Mack, Midnight Cowboy, country and trucking radio icon from WBAP.
Okay.
Later was a presence on XM. We got Hal J., WBAP's longtime morning co-anchor, trusted voice for generations.
These are honorable mentions?
These are honorable mentions.
Okay.
Coop, Chuck Cooperstein.
Oh, there we go.
Sam Putney, K104, weatherman, comedian, hit music producer alongside Skip.
I want a big leg woman with meat shaking on her bones.
Dude, his songs, incredible. Bo Roberts.
Bo and Jim.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to think of. Like,
Bo,
those are the guys I'm thinking of.
That was right. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Bo and Jim.
Lone Star.
Yeah. Bo and Jim.
Yeah, they smoked that. Yeah.
Mark Davis, honorable mention.
WBAP.
Mm-hmm. And he was also filling for Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Eric Nadell.
Barack Hussein Obama. Russ. My dad used to listen to that, be mad.
Yeah.
I can't believe you said that.
This idiot.
Turn it up.
He had a golden microphone. He
got him going.
He had a broadcast with a golden microphone.
That leather chair.
Yeah.
46. Gavin's getting some love here on the text line. Dawson. Terry Dorsey.
It hasn't been that long yet.
96.3
How many years,
KSCS.
though? Like over
15
15
years.
there you go.
Decent run.
It's a pretty good run.
How about the pimp Roger Emmerich? Oh, baby. The Big Easy himself.
Roger Emmerich. The great Randy Galloway getting a lot of love. Norm getting love.
Watch
Russ.
me slide this thing up.
Amazing.
Peyton Russell.
Oh, Pepe.
Shout out to Peyton being up right now at 2:15 in the afternoon, whatever it is.
Yeah. Hi, Peyton.
Hey, PP in the morning.
He's on a campaign right now.
Yeah.
He's a Tolo
What
for
about
sure.
me? 254 Mike freaking Ballsack. Hashtag Tolo.
Okay.
There you go, Mike.
Okay. Hey, so for me, I would probably be like a mechanic or something right now if it wasn't for Russ Parr.
Okay.
And Willis Johnson. Willis Johnson used to be a Soul 73 KKDA, the Dear Crooner. Oh my gosh, you should just read the newspaper on the air and give his opinion about it. That was it. He just read the newspaper, and I was like, this man is amazing.
It's a good gig.
Read letters that somebody wrote to him. That's about it. And and Russ Parr was just amazing.
Man.
Jimmy Bobby.
And then I think we nailed all the honorable mentions. CA, Eric Nadell, Bo Roberts. Those are the last ones. Here's your top 10.
Bo and Jim. That's what I was trying to think of, man.
Yeah, no, hey.
LaBella and the Rodeo, I think.
Or Guy Grego's not in there?
No.
No Grego.
No Grego. But you can mention Grego. You can give him some love. Top 10, we got Brad Sham.
Gray Wolf.
For which the Cowboys since 77 had a brief break in there. Terry Dorsey.
Dorsey in the mornings.
Coming up in number 9.
Dang it, how did I forget that one?
Randy Galloway at 8.
Thank you very much.
I probably would have moved Randy up selfishly. I did love Gag, but Randy coming in at number 8.
He was fun. He was a lot of fun to work with, man. Seriously.
I mean, jeez.
You walk in, you just never knew what was going to happen.
No, I mean, he was fantastic. Yeah. Cows lose, cows lose, cows lose.
Cows stink.
Norm Hitzkiss at 7. Pioneer of daily sports talk.
Yeah.
Tom Joyner at 6. The Fly Jock.
The Fly Jock.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago and Dallas.
If you got to be there by 8, you're late.
You could make a case Tom Joyner should be one.
Yeah, for sure.
A morning
when
show.
it comes to influential, yes, absolutely.
No
he was
doubt.
syndicated before syndication because he did it himself.
Like, that is freaking
Facts,
unbelievable.
Bro. Yeah.
I am flying from Dallas after my morning show to go to Chicago and host an afternoon drive.
Yeah.
Same seat.
With the same paperwork that I
Freaking
use for the morning show.
I think about that all the time.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Like, how could you do
Flying
that?
every day?
That is nuts.
That is
dude.
wild.
Yeah.
Tom Joyner, you are the man.
We got back-to-back texts, Kavanaugh and Cat Daddy.
Cat Daddy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fun.
Bruh. You see me driving around his tow truck? He goes and picks up people stranded on the highway.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
And they love it. They're like, wait a minute, it's Ted Daddy picking me up. And he has a whole video of it. It's great.
That is sweet.
Fun
I
to
gotta
watch.
follow this.
We got some love for Sean Salisbury on here. Somebody did text in Tim Kalishaw and his throat clears. That should have made him number one. He's clearing his throat every Tuesday. He was a phlegm fighter, man. I can relate to that.
Big time.
We got Matt Mosley from the 940. Hey, Mosley's got his own podcast now. Doing big things.
Kalishaw Mosley was great.
Yeah. Jane better be on the list from the 903. Is that Pappy? And we do know Tim and Carthage, big Jane Slater fan. Big fan.
Oh, was that Tim's nominee?
Top 5.
Who is it?
Mike Reiner coming in at 5.
Mike Reiner.
Old
Gray Wolf.
Russ Martin at 4. Man, Russ is definitely one of the reasons why
I've never listened to him.
Really?
I've never listened
Russ
to him.
was wild. I mean,
I did not. I can't say I've ever listened
You know what
to
it sounds like sometimes?
No.
Really? A lot of pregnant pauses.
Really?
Yeah.
And gosh, the bits.
Seriously, I've never listened to Russ Martin.
I mean, he got a vasectomy on the air.
Oh wow!
And I'm sure Boss Man's got a lot of tales. Some of the
I used to like when he talked about doing steroids.
Where are my pants?
I just love that, bro.
Such a great era of radio.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was. That was the golden age, really. Kid Craddock coming in at number 3. And Kelly Raspberry just got texted in as well. But yeah, Kid was, and they talked about it yesterday on.
Kid was one of the highest paid guys for a long time.
I believe it. Number 2 is Skip Murphy. K105 Mornings. 2 decades.
Yeah. He's a radio version of Donnie Simpson. The radio version of Donnie Simpson. Skip Murphy. Nice and smooth, cool. Quarterback can just run that whole circus because he has some goons with him.
Number
he
one
has some
show.
goons, bro.
Murphy and Company. The number 1 most influential DFW radio personality on National Radio Day is Ron Chapman.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Ronnie.
KLIF, KVIL, K-Love, Morning Man set the template for personality-driven FM radio in Dallas.
That's him.
So thank you all. We love you.
Salute, Wolchuk. Another top 10 is in the books, and it's time now for a sports hodgepodge. Chief, where are you taking
We
us?
have some college football menu items and Never Troll Tiger Woods next in the nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Machota's coming up at 15. Here's the Chief with your daily hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson left practice today a little early with what appeared to be a right wrist or hand injury. So it was well into practice. He got knocked down. He stayed for a few plays before heading into the facility. So just something to monitor there, the throwing hand of Lamar Jackson. Hopefully it's much to do about nothing. Maybe just banged it on something. But we will have to see if we get any injury updates throughout the day today when it comes to Lamar. Now, earlier in the week, we were talking about Cam Ward, #1 overall pick of the Titans, and him getting into a bit of a scuffle with Big Jeffrey Simmons of
Big Jeffrey,
the interior of that defensive line there in Tennessee. And today, Cam Ward was asked, like, hey, Cam, did you learn anything from that scuffle with Jeff Simmons?
Did I learn anything from it? Jeff strong as shit.
Yeah, it pretty much covers it. That's a crazy deal to try and get in the mix and scuffle it up with one of the biggest, strongest dudes in the sport. So he learned the inevitable. Jeffrey Simmons is strong, and you got to be careful with those guys.
Yeah. You ever latch on to one just for fun? Like you ever, feel that? Holy crap!
Just feel that power.
I can't move. How is this possible?
Power levels over 9,000.
Are we the same species?
Yeah. What is going on here? So there's a little Cam Ward for you. Now, elsewhere, how about Oklahoma and the Sooners trying to get more money?
By the way, the Ravens open with the Bills.
Oh, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo
Bills.
There's something going on there that could be interesting. If
that would be a huge wet blanket on what is a great game one.
You're telling me. So you're telling me you wouldn't be fired up for Cooper Rush leading the Baltimore Ravens
into Buffalo?
Into Buffalo?
Into Buffalo. That could get ugly real quick. Let's just be real about that. I will be happy to watch Cooper Rush throw the ball in a different uniform. I will say that. But gosh, that would suck if he can't play in game one. Hopefully Lamar Jackson will be fine. Now you have the Sooners are selling fans tickets to press conferences.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know.
Hey,
what are we getting here? Are we getting some access? Is this like a meet and greet afterwards?
Yeah, you do have some level of access here. So the cost for two fans to sit in on the press conference against Michigan on September 6th is almost $700. And you get like a game day experience, and part of it is to be a part of the press conference.
Man, I think Jerry could put about 40, 50 people in that room, when Shotty's talking, because he's outside with the entire media.
Oh, after home games?
I think if that's $700 in Atlanta, that's $2,000 in Dallas. Times 50, he might be able to come up with $100,000 out of this.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. And I don't know how fun the Venables interviews and press conferences are. Like it would be fun to be there at the random moment where you get some tense, awkward, crazy reporter coach interaction. But those are kind of few and far between. Are you spending hundreds of dollars to do that? Now, I believe you also get.
Do you get to ask a question?
I don't think you get to ask a question, but you get you can purchase pregame photos on the 50-yard line. You can deliver a game ball, or secure a spot in the high five tunnel.
I want to
among
ride
some
the
other
schooner.
options.
Get me riding the schooner.
Oh, that thing will tip on you.
I think they've gotten better with the balance of it.
A few years ago, man, that thing got a little haywire.
I think the wheelbase has gotten a little wider, so we don't tip it over as much.
Okay, let me ask you guys what you think about this. I don't know how. I mean, listen, college football fans are rabid, and I'm sure somebody's going to spend the money on this.
They've already
right?
sold out the season opener.
They've completely sold
the
it
Illinois
out.
State, for this package.
That's
for $461.61. They have sold out the season opener.
Unbelievable. Okay, then it's a brilliant move. Good for them.
Who are they playing?
Illinois State.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Illinois State.
But hey, you get a game ball delivery.
LSU.
I mean, even that alone might
Let's
be
go
worth
to
it for some of
Clemson.
these people.
Open the year at
If you
Clemson.
can get somebody to sign it.
It'll be an all-time Sooner Magic memory.
Absolutely.
And you can't put a price tag on
I think
that.
Carter Freeman has purchased this.
Carter is probably one of those who would be willing to slap the credit card down
I think
on
I
that.
would do this if Barry Switzer was still the coach.
Yeah.
Barry Switzer's got
Barry is a wild animal.
That's
See,
what I'm
I would
saying.
have done
He's
this
got
like
some wild press conferences with Barry Switzer.
For Mike Leach, maybe.
Mike
he was
Leach
still
would
with us.
be
He would have done it
great.
at a program. That would have been one for sure.
But I do love the way they sell this press conference, like exclusive post-game media access for you and one guest to see where real-time reactions unfold. Hear OU coaches and players address reporters moments after the final whistle.
Wow.
Watch the story take shape through the questions, the insights, and the atmosphere that set the headlines.
That's just great access, man.
You
That
just
really
had a
is.
camera broken at the Little League World Series behind home plate.
No.
Get a
Pitch.
foul ball. Yeah, we got to change out our camera here.
It's crazy they don't have a net up there. That's what I was thinking.
I think they got kind of a make-believe net.
Make-believe?
Yeah, I think it's kind of make-believe.
Use your imagination.
It's there. Just swing real hard.
Don't worry if the ball comes screaming in your direction.
I don't. But yeah, we just had a kid break a camera. Look at this. We're sweeping up glass.
Wow.
This is bad.
There it is, man.
There's the
Connecticut,
make-believe
Nevada.
net.
Make-believe
Give you
net.
a false sense of security right there.
Batter at Metro.
It wasn't taut enough.
Yeah.
You had to pull it taut.
Taut.
Yeah.
All right, let me
Louis
ask you.
Taut.
What do you guys feel about this? I'm seeing two new college
Watch this,
football
guys.
menu items.
Oh, ground ball.
Nebraska has their own special corn on the cob.
Oh, that's going to be the best damn
Dipped in
corn on the
butter?
cob you've ever had.
I'm sure there's some butter involved, but it's and we just
With
can't
some
get away
Husker
from
dust?
this. Yeah, it's the Husker dust. It's flaming hot Cheeto Husker dust.
That's what I'm telling you,
is
man.
what
We need
it
some
is.
Husker dust.
And then they got some type of mayo based little sauce that they're putting on there as well.
Is it
but,
dipper?
It doesn't look like a dipper. It looks like they're just kind of running it over the top of the.
You ever had Mexican street corn?
Yeah. It's
On the cob.
kind of that. It's kind of that.
Yeah, okay.
But it's bright red like Cornhusker style. Actually, Nebraska's got some cool all black alternates this year.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
With the Huskers.
With the where the N on the helmet is also black, the helmet's white, uniforms black and white. They actually look pretty
Yeah, it
sweet.
looks sick.
Dylan Raiola
Why do we do
makes. I think they're trying to make Dylan Raiola look as thin as possible.
Okay, come on.
And so they're putting him in a black jersey.
Jeez,
and
dude.
I respect what they're doing, man. That's the face of the franchise, and the
Big
body,
face of the franchise.
runs body of the program.
Male performance.
Tulane is
Body of the program.
Tulane is unveiling the beignet chicken slider. These
Okay.
are beignets as buns, and
Beignets
it looks
as
like
bun.
a buffalo chicken
there you
slider
go.
deal.
This is a breakfast item, I think, right here.
Yeah, put a little honey on that.
Beignet with the chicken. This would be a breakfast item.
Got that
for me.
powdered sugar over top, dude.
chicken.
I can't tell you how many times I've driven back to Baton Rouge with like beignet dust all over my clothes.
Yeah, there's no way to
Seriously,
avoid
I looked down one time and it was like someone had thrown beignets. Like I was a target practice for beignets.
They are so good,
the
man.
dust was just all over.
That
my
powder gets
shirt.
everywhere,
Yeah.
and there's just never enough of it.
I think this might really open up a whole new industry for the beignet as a bun, though. And I do love donuts, and I think a beignet is pretty good, but it's kind of like a scone. It's just there's not enough sugar and fat in there, to be a proper treat.
You need more of like a flavor punch.
Man.
Yeah.
Gosh, I love a
But
good
no disrespect, as buns on a buffalo chicken slider, dude. Like respect to Tulane.
The scone seems so dense. Like the
Oh,
beignet.
it's so good with freshly whipped cream, and then you get some jelly on there.
Yes.
Scones are
No. I'm not kicking the scone in the junk. I'm
Sounds
just
like it
saying.
today.
Sounds
I'm
like
just saying, no, the scone, but it's a dense donut,
Oh, it'll
right?
constipate you.
Yeah,
it'll
it's real thick.
It'll clog you up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Here is Justin Thomas talking about the time that he tried to troll Tiger Woods, and that is never going to end well.
In 2020, I remember playing a practice round and walking down 18 and FaceTiming Tiger and just because he wasn't here, he didn't qualify, and just showing him how the course was and how great it was, and then he acted like his phone cut out, and then he called me back like 2 minutes later with the green jacket on. I remember that very, very, very vividly. So just a typical conversation of thinking I am having some kind of upper edge, and I get shut down and put in my place pretty quickly.
Gosh, what a gangster move right there from Tiger Woods. And honestly, like for Justin Thomas to have that type of confidence and feel like the relationship with Tiger is good to where I can FaceTime you and totally just troll you like
really
that.
Yeah, best friends.
I do love it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this is just a PSA for everyone who buys the great value Walmart shrimps.
Never.
Anybody in the G-Bag Nation do that?
I could see myself doing that.
Okay,
never
be careful.
have.
The FDA is warning.
The cocktail shrimps? I eat the cocktail ones.
Yeah, but the
not
great
the white
Nah,
bag,
not
Lucius.
great value.
White bag, blue
I
writing.
do get it from Tom Thumb.
Exactly.
Right.
Broadus knows what I'm talking about.
No,
Great
you're not.
value.
Dude, that's you're asking for sickness right there.
Yeah, you are.
Gas station sushi.
Yeah.
They're not taking the poop out of the shrimps.
FDA is warning the public not to eat, sell, or serve certain great value raw frozen shrimp sold at Walmart due to contamination, and it is radioactive.
It's
We have
radioactive.
radioactive shrimps. Bro.
Ooh.
How many people put that in their mouth and swallowed it all the way into the tummy gut? Be careful. Be careful.
That's nasty. I usually get the fried ones though. They got good panko ones. They got the coconut shrimp. They got a great assortment. I don't know if I've ever gone to
box,
fry
though.
all the radioactivity out of
Those
that
box
box
ones?
or
Yeah.
even bags.
really?
There's a lot of good stuff out there these days in the frozen fried shrimp department, especially with the air fryer making it so easy to bring them to life. You don't have to do the whole deep fat fryer thingy. All right,
I thought you were better than that.
I like them. I like shrimp that much, but
No, I know you
figured
like shrimp, but man, I didn't know if you'd go for the. I thought you. Oh no, I'm not going for the downgrade.
too
of-
cheap. Yeah. Well, for a long time, I'll tell you that for a long time the quality wasn't high enough with the frozen shrimp.
Yeah.
But there's been a breakthrough recently. I don't know exactly what led to it.
Yeah,
but
somebody said you're going
higher
to get
quality.
sick if you eat this. Like they made laws. Don't eat this.
Okay, we got to run because John Machota's set to join us here. We'll talk Cowboys coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation 105 The Fan.
But I do want to take a moment, talk about Trajan Wealth with you. And when I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and a friend of the show about to join us here. We'll talk Cowboys with John Machota of The Athletic. A must follow on Cowboys Twitter. And a good afternoon, John. How the heck are you?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on.
It's great to have you. As always, my man, you're doing a hell of a job covering this team from all angles, including the report that 64% of Cowboys fans are having intimate relations more often following a win than a loss. What kind of feedback are you getting on this, John?
So I get these emails. I'm sure you guys get them too. I feel like once every other day of just these random, like, Cowboys fans are the 7th most frustrated fan base in all of sports, and I'm just like, I don't know how you come up with any of these. And so most of them, I'll read the first line, I just delete them. And then I saw that one today. I'm like, I'm just going to do a screen grab, and I'll just post this on Twitter and just see what people say. So I don't know. A lot of people are saying that they think that's why the birth rates are down in Dallas, because it's been so long since the past 2 years. I don't know. I don't really know what the numbers are on any of this stuff. They polled 2,000 people, they said. So I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but I thought it would be a humorous post there for people to react to.
It has been a lot of fun to see the reactions. Now, when it comes to practice last night and then a practice tonight on television, what are you hoping to find out here? Is this all about who the last remaining guys to make the team are going to be?
For me, these practices are a little bit more about the starters, just because I know that they're not going to play in that final preseason game. And so, like, yesterday, there was some nice connections between Dak and George Pickens and Dak and CD. And so I take a little bit more of those type of things, because really, I get it. These preseason games have been super boring, and I can't see how people spend money to go to those preseason games. They've gotten so bad. The starters don't play. I get all of that, but even if they look really bad in those games, it still doesn't tell me. Like, I still can't tell you 100% for sure how I expect this game to go in Philadelphia a couple weeks from now, because we just haven't seen so many of these pieces, playing together in games or in situations where they're actually being tackled to the ground. I make the argument that we know now there's more access than there's ever been before to these NFL teams, and we might know less because of just how training camp and the preseason has gotten. I know some teams are playing starters for at least the first quarter, but the Cowboys just haven't been a team like that. And so these practices are one of the very few times you get to see something that, hey, maybe this play right here that translates into maybe what we see on that Thursday night game.
Has your opinion of what this team could be changed for the positive or the negative at all since we started in Oxnard to where we are now, or do you have more questions than you had going in?
I would say it's probably just slightly more negative. I probably would knock them down. Maybe I think like a win less than I would have originally had. So maybe I'm at 8 wins this season as opposed to 9. And really the only reason why I'm saying that is because when we arrive in Oxnard, I'm thinking I'm going to see more from the defensive tackle position. I'm thinking that I'm going to see more from the cornerback position. And I think those 2 spots I have as many question marks about as I did entering training camp, maybe even more. But that could always change. Those are 2 spots. If you told me that they were going to make a move, those would be the 2 spots I would say that would where I would think they would target. But that cornerback spot is just extremely thin. I mean, they're one injury away from that thing being a total disaster. And then defensive tackle, there hasn't been enough there for me to feel confident that they're going to be a lot better at stopping the run.
With Brian Schottenheimer saying there could be some surprise cuts, and you do these 53-man roster projections. I tried to do one yesterday. We went over it. It's tough. Do you envision a surprise? Like, who would be your surprise cut bubble players?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, Brian gives very long answers, which we love. I know that some people might be like, okay, do these press conferences really need to be going 27 to 30 minutes? Okay. So he doesn't do a walk-off like Mike McCarthy did. And so everything is on the podium, but he stays up there for a while. And so, as it starts winding down, there's some answers and some questions that are kind of, stuff starting to get a little redundant. But he mentioned that about, that there could potentially be some things that might surprise some people comparing them to mocks. And I was like, I can't believe he knows what mocks are out there right now. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's just being funny. But then immediately, as soon as he said it, it had my, brain spinning on, okay, who could that be? And the first person I thought of was Mazi Smith, and when I tweeted out that quote from him, a lot of the fans in my comments were saying Jalen Tolbert, and I just don't see that at all. I've always gotten the sense that Dak likes Jalen Tolbert a lot, and Brian Schottenheimer likes Jalen Tolbert a lot. Like, I don't see them cutting Jalen Tolbert. And then there's some fans mentioned like Luke Schoonmaker. And there's some other people like that just aren't on the same level with me, where Mazi's still the number one DT on the depth chart. We see him when they go up the ones yesterday. He's out there. So I'm not saying that it's going to be him, but if you told me I had to pick somebody that'd be a surprise, I would say him. And the reason why it'd be a surprise is because he hasn't come close to playing like a first-round pick.
Would it be a surprise if they tried to trade or cut Sam Williams?
That's an interesting one too. See, when I see names like I said, the Tolbert thing, when I hear Sam Williams, I would think that would be more of a trade. I just can't believe that they would just let those guys walk. I just think there's too much value there. But those two positions, the end and wide receiver, are ones where, that I guess maybe before the Mingo injury, I felt a little bit more so this way. But there's teams in the NFL. Our Diana Rossini at The Athletic has reported, several teams are looking for wide receivers.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a spot where maybe you work a trade with the team there for somebody. Obviously somebody not named CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens, but maybe D end is a spot too, because you start looking at some of these guys and you're just like, man, I think Peyton Turner's going to make the team, and it seems like they can get some good production from some of these other guys. I mean, I think D end is their deepest position, so maybe in that way, I just can't see it being an outright cut.
John, when you look at the running backs, it looks like Javonte Williams has secured being the starter. Do you feel like Miles Sanders is safe, and what would that do to a guy like Phil Maffa?
That's a good one too. That's another guy that I thought about as well. That when Brian Schottenheimer said surprise cut, maybe Miles Sanders would be one if they think that, hey, we can't get Phil Maffa back to the practice squad, because I look at running back and I'm like, Javonte Williams on the team's, he's so secure they're not even playing him in the preseason.
Right.
Jaden Blue, I believe, has the most upside. So those are two locks. Hunter Lipke is a lock. And are you going to keep 5 running backs? I just feel like there's going to be too many more holes at other spots. And so that comes down to one final spot for Miles Sanders, Phil Maffa, and Deuce Vaughn. And so going into camp, I would have said no doubt that Miles Sanders is the guy. But I don't know if maybe they don't feel that way. Maybe that's why they had him playing that last preseason game. So, yeah, I guess he could be a surprise guy, but I still, if you told me right now I had to pick my 53, I would have Sanders on.
It's John Machota, The Athletic, with you here on your home of the Cowboys. Where are you on the idea of maybe a different quarterback coming in here?
So myself, and I also believe the team, aren't going to do that. I think that for me, it's the whole idea of, I think this team is very top heavy. I think that they are a key injury away from it being a really bad season. And why sit there and spend any type of a resource on a notable backup if you were to lose like a Dak Prescott, then go get that top, high pick and kind of maybe improve this roster that way, because obviously they're not going to spend big in free agency. We know that. So that's my only thinking on that. Why go invest in a quarter, honestly, like a Cooper Rush, where, yeah, he can win you some games, but it's not really going to put you over the top and put you in some situation for a playoff run. So if Dak was to go down, then you go with Joe Milton and you ride it out, and whatever happens, happens. But like Joe Milton, I know that there's how bad he's looked, that there's some people think that they should get rid of him. That's not happening. And the fact that they invested that draft pick they traded for him, they're going to give him every chance to be that backup, and if not, then maybe they carry 3 quarterbacks and it's Will Grier. But I feel like if you had Jerry on this call right now, well, actually, maybe not on this call, because I don't know if he'd say it publicly, but I think behind the scenes he would say, I've invested $60 million in my starting quarterback. I'm not investing any more money in this position.
Hey, John, and speaking of Joe Milton, do you think if Joe Milton had just played at a serviceable level at quarterback during the preseason, that we might be thinking differently about this team?
Absolutely. That's what I was expecting. I mean, it's one thing to try and project, oh, hey, this is what he did at Michigan, or this is what he did at Tennessee. I put a lot in, and I know the Cowboys did too, from people I've talked to, in that game he played at the end of last season against the Bills. And I understand that it was all Bills backups. Well, what's he been playing in these 2 preseason games? And I'm telling you, you watched that game last year against the Bills.
It was unreal.
And I challenge you to I challenge you to find a play in the first half that was a bad play. Like something's not there, he throws it out of bounds. Like he just seems so confident, so comfortable. So yeah, just to get through the simple plays, I thought he would be fine with that. I'm not saying he wouldn't have an interception here or there, maybe a bad decision here or there, but like the one that I will go back to that stands out most to me from all of training camp and all of preseason is really that sack on Saturday for the safety. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're just like, you got to see that. You got to get rid of the ball. You know where you're at. You're not going to have much time, and that's just not a good look for somebody that you could potentially need as a backup quarterback.
John Machota with us here in the G-Bag Nation. It was sad seeing the videos of Micah just kind of sitting on the sideline. He just looked absolutely just devastated that he couldn't be playing yesterday. Do you think the Cowboys, if they don't get a deal done, would be more open-minded to trading him next offseason?
Yeah, and maybe next offseason. I don't see it happening during the season. I could see them having him play this out, and then next offseason they get a good offer from a team, because I do think that'll be a more opportune time to give a better deal than what they'll probably get offered right now. But I think they want to see what he can do for one more season, especially with this potentially, playing it out without a new contract. How does he handle that? How does he carry himself and things like that? So, yeah, no, I don't think it's completely 100% that they would never trade him. I think it's very unlikely, but these all get to a point where it's like, well, it might be best for both sides to just move on. And then I just feel like next offseason, that's when you look at where are you in the draft, and where are these teams that are offering picks to you are in the draft, and what can you get in return, and how quickly can you turn that around into something that, it really helps you. And then the only other thing I'll mention, and I don't want to get too far ahead, but like, what if Donovan Ezeraku has just an amazing season, and I think that would be asking for a lot, but like, what if that or Marshawn Nealon or something like gets to a level where they're like, well, we can get these 2 ones and this back, we didn't think we'd have these guys playing at this level. Maybe we do it then. Again, I don't expect that to happen, but that would be one other potential scenario.
Are you pretty confident that this is not a deal that's going to get done before the season?
Yeah, as of now, I am. Yeah, I think Jerry was really frustrated in March when they didn't get it done, and didn't, when we talked to him at the owners' meetings in Florida in early April, you could tell that he was at his very top in terms of his frustration. And I think he was still frustrated as it entered in camp, but then for Micah to put out that trade request like that, and then to put out some of the details he did, I think that angered Jerry even more, to where this is one of those, like, this is just Jerry versus Micah right now. And the fact that Jerry and David Mulugeta haven't had any, conversations up to this point, to think that all of a sudden one of those two are going to give in and talk, it just seems very unlikely right now. So I think that, the biggest story for the Cowboys going forward is, will Micah Parsons be on the field in Philadelphia?
Wow. And what do you think the chances are that he's not?
I would say 15, 20%. I still think it's going to be tough for him to not be out there with his teammates. I think it's tough for him for the very first game of the season in Philadelphia. The entire sports nation's eyes on Cowboys versus Eagles. I think that's going to be really hard for him to not participate in that game. But if he and his representation believes that's his best, leverage, then sure. But, just talking to Emmitt Smith a week or so ago on that blue carpet before the premiere and asking him about how hard it was for him to sit out those 2 games, I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it with Mike. I think it'll be too hard for him to miss actual games.
When would you think he would start to need to practice then, John? Does he do this like this week? Is this the final when they start to get ready for the games? Is that when you think he would practice?
Yeah, I don't see how he could just be one of those things where he doesn't practice and then just is on the team playing and then plays, and they're like, well, we're going to put him on a pitch count and that. I think he has to get in at least a week of practice. And even with that week of practice, you could hear the coaching staff potentially say, well, yeah, he's working his way back. He's going to be on a pitch count. He's not going to play at normal steps. He will right away. So there still could be some of that. But if he's not out there practicing that week right before the game, then that's certainly a major concern.
I think it's kind of like the Tank Lawrence deal, where after they franchise tag him a second time, then he and his agent will be able to say, hey, we're like 6 months away from being a free agent. I think at that point, if he's still playing great, the Cowboys would be afraid to lose him and be willing to do a long-term deal at about $50 million a year. Machota, what do you think about that forecast?
Sure, but there's got a lot that's got to go right between now and whenever that happens. You know, I mean, he has to have an outstanding season on the field. The team has to probably play at a very high level. And then obviously there's got to be, at some point, Jerry Jones and David Mulligetta need to talk, because this whole notion of like, you know, and I'm not saying this is a lot, but occasionally, you know, when you're on Twitter, you see fans talk about like, well, Micah needs to get a new agent. Micah's not leaving David Mulligetta.
No.
I mean, he's one of the best, if not the best agents there are. Like, he's not going to do that. And so I don't see a scenario where this thing gets done without Jerry and David Mulligetta talking. Like, there's not going to be, all right, fine, Jerry gave it another try down by the training table and got Micah to sign this napkin, and now it's not going to happen like that.
John, do you think that Micah, and this is why I think Jerry might be so mad, is that he really believed that he and Micah were negotiating? Do you think they were negotiating?
That's such a good question, Brian, because from all the, you know, being around Jerry at the owners' meetings, being around Jerry out at training camp, you know, maybe he believes that. It's hard for me to be completely 100% in
sure.
lockstep belief of that. There's a part of me that now with this dragging out, there's a part of me that thinks, was that all part of this deal where he always was going to have that leverage and say, well, I tried. I can tell you guys, see, I tried. Back in March, we had to agree, when it's like, it's the year 2025. Like, who's getting a deal done like that? I get that, you know, there's things that happen in the past that, like, times change. Like, nobody realistically thinks that a star player of Micah Parsons' caliber with the H&E has is going to get this thing done on a backdoor deal. Like, that's just not going to happen. So maybe he tells himself that. Maybe he believes that. I can't wrap my head around how he would think that's realistic, that really is, that should have been how the deal got done.
But Micah, maybe his ego too, wanting to maybe go toe to toe with Jerry on this.
That's interesting. Possibly.
See, that sure. I kind of feel like that Micah has that in him, that he's, you know, maybe they talked about leadership stuff, but I kind of feel like that Micah took an opportunity to ask about his contract, and Jerry said, okay, you want to talk about your contract? And they kind of went at it a little bit. I think Micah's ego, you know, like, hey, I'm negotiating right now with one of the most influential guys in sports, you know, and maybe that's Micah's ego, and he got out over his skis a little bit too far.
I could see that being the case. There's no question about that. I mean, Micah is well versed in a lot of different topics.
Things,
I can tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of different things, just from the times talking to him
sure.
At his locker and things like that. So I could see part of that, but I just keep going back to the David Mulligetta part of this.
Yeah,
is
sure.
that
no.
You know what, Brian? Like, we don't need to name any names, but there's players that have played in this league that they're represented by certain agents, and you see contracts are done, and you're like, yeah, I can see how that got done there, but that never would have happened if that player is represented by, really, honestly, the two guys that the Cowboys have had the most, you know, difficulty with, David Mulligetta and Todd France. Like, their guys just don't take those deals like that. And so it's either you pay top dollar, which obviously they did with Dak, or you eventually move on. And they've never eventually moved on. Maybe this will be the first time.
Great stuff, John. We'll catch up with you soon, and thank you so much for your insights.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Salute. He is at John Machota on Twitter, a must-follow for Cowboys fans. We'll hit the C note here. Look forward to tonight's practice. Shoddy's pressers coming up at 5 o'clock. What kind of fight are the Falcons planning on bringing to the finale, and all the other Cowboys headlines next, fam?
Tell us.
a bulletproof product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, why do you with your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Time Now for Cowboys Twitter here. And some C-Note, some Cowboys news of the evening. We have a beat writer with an interesting update and a reminder of something that happened earlier in the offseason here for a quarterback storyline. What do you think at 877-881-1053? Do the Cowboys need to bring in a new backup, or did you like what Machota said? I agree with that. Just like, hey, either Milton will figure it out, it'll be the most exciting thing you've ever seen, or he'll probably throw like 15 awesome touchdowns and at least give you good highlights while you're losing and maybe heading for a really good draft pick, and instead of like Cooper Rush figuring out a way to win super boring and keeping you out of the top 10. Anyway, segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Todd Archer's got a story up there at ESPN Dallas. He just talked about how Dak's missed games and all that, but he reminds us the Cowboys attempted to sign Jacoby Brissett in free agency and had discussions with at least one other veteran quarterback, but ultimately traded for Joe Milton, who played well in his one regular season appearance with the New England Patriots last season. And I also like what John said, like if you're not that close, why would you be spending even a couple of % of salary cap space? Just use it for something else. Use it to get Deron Bland a contract or save it for next year.
Yeah, 100%. And John makes a good point, too, of like how Jerry probably thinks of it. Like, my quarterback's the highest paid quarterback in the league. I'm not putting any more money into that position. If he gets hurt or he's not any good, then that's just is what it is.
I just thought what might win the day there is Jerry just trying to win every game. He doesn't want any sort of tank ideology in there. But what might be more important than that, as you just brought up, is paying two guys for one job, and I believe he felt that way about Romo there towards the end as well. I think that's why they moved on from either Kitna or Orton and went back towards the bargain barrel a little bit more. Falcons coach Raheem Morris on what his plan is for Friday. It's your standard. He says this is the make the roster game. This is where guys solidify themselves on the 53 or the practice squad, trying to finalize who you keep. So for a second week in a row, you're basically going to get an opportunity to go against a lot of backup dudes. So you don't have to worry about taking on number one defenses. Maybe this will be the time where it starts to click for Joe Milton. I mean, it clicked once, week 18 of last year. Maybe it could click again. Well, that would be huge. I mean, just to give us something positive to watch. This preseason has been the single biggest kick in the junk that I've ever experienced covering the Cowboys.
Yeah,
it hasn't been good.
Well, I think a lot of it has to be because of Joe Milton.
Yeah.
I think that there's been I think defense has been put in some harm's way because of Joe Milton's inability just to be a serviceable quarterback. I think that I don't think he's particularly helped himself or helped his teammates. We should be talking about Ryan Flanoy and all the passes he caught in the preseason and how well he played with the routes he's run and how he's got open and how he's missed guys and stuff.
We'd even feel better about Mingo.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd feel better about a lot of people. But like I say, the defense has played 79 snaps the other day or some crazy thing like that.
Unreal.
I'll tell you what make me feel better, and they ran 12 of their first 15 plays last night were run plays. Jaden Blue healthy, like actually run the ball well on Friday night. I'll take some of that. Is there hope here? Getting Blue healthy, once the offensive line is rolling, I hope
I'll
there's
say
hope
this
in there.
though. I'll say this. The running back room is the position I probably know the least about. What I would do, they might be thinking the complete opposite of what I would do. So I don't know. I don't have a handle on that like I feel like the other positions might be. But the blue is the one guy to me that I could tell you from college, watching him play in college, that he is the one guy that I would hand the ball to, and there's a chance that he can make a big
That's
play.
what they need, because none of the other guys could be a game breaker, a game changer.
No, he's the home run threat. But he's also one of those guys that doesn't need 20 carries a game to do that. He did that at Texas, getting 15 carries.
Yeah.
And that's fine. And he can have 120 yards and 2 touchdowns for you. That's the stat line he had against Clemson. But I think Friday night it's all about Jaden Blue. It's our first chance to really get to watch him. That's what to look forward to.
Best thing I might have saw last night in the coverage from social media was, though, a fan gave Dak their fantasy football teams, like all 10 teams, and they said, put these in order for us. So we just looked at the names and like numbered them, and that's how this fantasy football team got their draft order.
Yeah, I think we saw that. Was that a Hard Knocks deal with Josh Allen?
Did that.
There's been a couple of fans from around NFL training camps that have made that happen.
Nice.
with some quarterbacks. So it is a great bit.
I think it's pretty cool.
And shout out to I guess Josh Allen was the first to do it, and other quarterbacks now are like, all right, I'll get in the mix on this.
How about Josh Allen not being the first NFL player to be in a movie with his wife? And it's going to be DK Metcalf co-starring with Haley Steinfeld.
Okay, I did see something about that today. Is this? I don't. Is it a sci-fi movie deal?
It's a sci-fi movie, yeah.
And DK Metcalf is going to be a character, and also Josh Allen's wife, who is an actress, is going to be in the movie as well.
Yep.
But they don't have any type of love interest together. In the
I don't
movie,
think
do
so.
they?
I don't know. I don't know what DK Metcalf's like full-on role is going to be, but yeah, he's supposed to be the co-star here.
I would say that would be the end of the "It's cool to date a Hollywood chick" or marry a Hollywood chick when our opponents, the opponent actors are in a love scene with her.
Oh my gosh,
that's the ultimate backfire. Okay, I got 7 compelling Cowboys questions for you guys, and just 2.5 minutes left in this segment. So let's see how many we can get through. Micah Parsons' contract standoff. The clock continues to tick. Is this going to have a negative net impact on the team? And if so, how?
Yes, I mean, I think you've already seen these players are frustrated about it. When we were in Oxnard and you get CeeDee Lamb talking about it, you get Dak Prescott talking about it, these guys have been through it, and it's frustrating. Now, if you get the deal done, then I guess it'll be kind of, hey, bygones be bygones. He got his bag and everything's fine. Still annoying the way they go about it. But also, not only that, just the fact that Micah has had no training camp preseason, like it's fair to think that he won't be the best version of himself when he steps on the field in Philadelphia. And it might not be until like October that he starts to feel like, okay, now I'm like in game shape and ready to go. So what type of detriment does that do to your defense? Just like from an actual tangible on the field situation, let alone all the other stuff that, just frustrated guys and it's all in their head. Like, man, if they're doing that to Micah, I'll be the next guy they do that to.
Well, Chuck, tangible loss for this team. Has Jerry made the Cowboys' defense worse with how this Micah Parsons thing is dragged out?
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to be able to work with Micah on the field, and I think that's going to help everybody around him. So, I mean, I think that the distraction element of it, it's hard to say that it's not a distraction. You got Dak. People are wasting energy having to discuss it. So, yes, ultimately.
Isn't it really possible, though, he comes in and gives you the 15 sacks? He's been hanging out.
Hey, at the end of the season, we look up, he's probably going to end up having the same type of season that he would. But I think that obviously he's probably going to start the season not as quickly as he would have if he had been in camp the entire time. Everybody that's held out of camp has said that, yes, it ended up having an impact on the start of my season.
And especially if you're going to be on a snap count, something like that, just your best player isn't out on the field as much as he should be. Even if he is producing like he usually does when he's on the field, if you're going to limit his snaps because he's not quite ready yet or whatever, then that impacts your defense for sure. Every time he's off the field, your defense is worse.
Yes, I have my 7 compelling Cowboys questions here for you before week 1. We got 1 out of the way there for 2 out of our 3 analysts, Brian, but what do you have to say about that subject?
Yeah, I think as long as he practices next week, I think they'll be fine. This is business, and I think everybody understands that. It's just gotten a little bit ugly because he wanted to be traded and things like that, but they've got to draw the line in the sand somewhere. They've been getting run over in these contracts, and if they can use the hammer, use the hammer. But yeah, it's hard. It's a difficult situation to deal with one of your best players. But they got to find a way to change the way that they operate. And when it comes to these contracts, so as long as he practices next week, plays under the $24 million a year contract, I think things will be fine.
Is he in shape? You think he's ready to?
Absolutely not.
No,
he's not in shape. I mean, he's been they
see, that'd be my concern.
Well, see, but
if he gets hurt,
this is funny because we've done stories about, and I to me, I want him in camp, but we've done stories before, or people have done stories before, talking about these edge rushers, and all of a sudden they show up without any training camp, and then they have
pull a hammy.
They have productive days, like they
Nick Bosa is the one that Baldy was talking to us about on Love of the Star.
Yeah, so there's people that believe Micah Parsons show up. I want him to practice. I think. Like I said, I want him to start practice when they came back home is what I was looking at. I mean, this is it's a short week for them too, as far as they don't have the full first week of the season. But we'll see the back stuff. We didn't see him doing a whole hell of a lot out there, in Oxnard. He was kind of doing a lot more watching than he was working over there with Britt Brown.
We know Shoddy believes that you don't want to run your players on a 9 route for the first couple of weeks at camp because their fast twitch muscles aren't ready to get ramped up and just go from 0 to 120. So if you apply that to Micah Parsons, he said it's dumb to have your wide receivers totally open up in the first couple of weeks of practice.
If he was all of a sudden said, well, I'm going to show up on September 1 and get ready for the game, then you wouldn't play him. But if he shows up on Monday ready to go, then let's go. Let's see how quickly we can get things.
He might be ready to just stay ready with that dancing he's doing. You got to get low for that. There's a lot of glute and quad work in there, I think. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though, Brian, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions about this training camp and about this team. We'll go through those. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we continue our review of the Gambler Cowboys Netflix doc. We will have the payload at 6:40, and we go local with the neighborhood.
is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, I'm freaking out.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Like a lady.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Now here is your tall king of the Crusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of that. We appreciate them. Okay, I got some questions for you guys, and I'm going to ask you to play pro personnel director of another team. I'm going to ask you to play.
That's one of my favorite games to play, dude. This is awesome.
You're going to be pro. I'm going to ask you a question about some players, and you're going to have to sell this player to your staff, your general manager. But I'm going to ask you in the way of a guy that you've been watching the Dallas Cowboys, and you give me the guy that you want to trade for. Okay, I'm going to go.
So I'm another team trying to poach Cowboys.
You're from another team. You're from another team. I'm going to ask you a question about. You're going to trade. I'm going to give you a position, and you're going to give me. It's now we're thinking about like the backup guys. We're trading backup guys. You know, that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try, like, we're looking at backup guys to pick up here. But I'm going to give you a position after a couple of questions I ask you. And then you tell me what player you want. And then we're going to try and determine what's the best player for somebody to trade for. We're going to determine who the best player is for the Cowboys to probably go get out of all our discussions, okay?
All right.
Does that make sense, you guys?
Kind of, yeah, absolutely.
Let's get into it.
All right. Eric, you're the well, how about this? I'll start with Wolchuk. He seems to understand the game maybe a little better here.
Ooh, wow, shots fired.
In your face.
No, I
threw the kinda in. I really don't understand it.
You were like,
Wolchuk's an understanding kind of guy.
I just don't get it at all.
All right, Wolchuk.
He leads the league in understanding.
Wolchuk, you're the pro personnel director for a team.
Crap.
Didn't even consider me, Chief. Look in the bright side.
No, I always go to you third, Dawson. You know that.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh no. You could trade for a backup offensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Which backup offensive lineman are you going to trade for? And tell me why you're going to trade for that guy.
You know what? I think if you're looking to trade for a backup offensive lineman from our Dallas Cowboys, the guy that you really should go get is TJ Bass.
Okay.
You know, TJ Bass is a guy that is just right on the verge of being a starting caliber offensive guard. He can play left, he can play right, even gives you a little bit of center ability as well. So, you know, the snaps seem to be something that he could improve on. But I'll tell you, this guy can play with power, second level. He could struggle with that a little bit, but in the right run scheme, especially a power gap running scheme, I think he could really, really excel for your offensive line.
Okay, Eric, who would you trade for a backup offensive lineman? You could use the same guy.
The correct answer is TJ Bass, unless you just really are like, we need a more of a center guy, which I think TJ Bass can do a little bit of. Hoffman would probably be the answer there. But in general, if you're telling me the Cowboys' best backup offensive line, and we're including Nate Thomas as a starter right now, then I would say TJ Bass for all the reasons that Wolchuk mentioned.
How about you, Gavin?
Let me take you over here and take a look at a guy with quite a bit of versatility. I'm going Hakeem Adeniji for you.
Okay.
You got a little swing tackle here, maybe even some guard, quite a bit of position flex. Not quite a piano player, but pretty close. Now, if you really want to talk backup offensive lineman by trait and ability, and maybe not his spot on the depth chart, we could also have a conversation about Tyler Guyton, career backup.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, so he got some upside here. He's got plenty of upside, man. He's an athlete.
I like this.
He had a great offseason.
Former first-round pick.
Former first-round pick.
I like it. All right,
Yeah.
I'd put him down as a. I'd put him down.
Put him down as a starter.
You put him down as a Dinergy. I got you as a Dinergy first. All right, Eric. Trading for an edge.
Oh man, if you're trading for an edge rusher for the Cowboys right now, then you want to go ahead and look at James Houston. He's the guy that's made the biggest appearance when it comes to the preseason games. Tyrus Wheat would be up there as well, but I think James Houston, if you're looking for an edge rusher, he's the guy that throughout preseason has been the most consistent, and he's got plenty of pass rush moves, and he's a veteran. You could slip him right in there, and he could get the job done for you.
Dawson, you're a general manager of another team. Trade off the Cowboys roster, trade for an edge backup.
Well, I think you want to be looking over here at Sam Williams, a guy with incredible upside. I believe he led the team in tackles for loss his rookie year, even though his snap count wasn't that high. Got plenty of potential coming off an injury. We're just loaded here. So otherwise, we might even be looking at starting this guy in some situations.
How about you there, Wooly Boy?
Yeah, I think that you're looking absolutely at Sam Williams' contract year. This kid's going to be hungry. He's fighting to get paid. You're looking at a guy that can get you at least 4 sacks. But maybe this is the breakout season for Sam, and I think he's going to be really hitting the game strong the back half of the year.
Okay, there we go.
When he's really recovered from that meat of the schedule, he's going to be available for you, and that knee's going to be really, really healthy. So Sam Williams is the guy that you want to be trading
And
for.
by the way, give us your best Micah offer while we're here, because 2 1s inside the top 10 could probably get that done.
Get this done.
Yeah.
All right, Dawson, give me the backup wide receiver you're trading for.
If you're looking for a backup wide receiver, then you want to look no further than Jalen Tolbert here. He's a guy who's produced in the red zone. This guy is going to solve quite a few problems for you. I mean, he was going to be our wide receiver number 2 again. We were actually quite excited. We had him penciled in for about 65, 70 catches, but Pickens fell in our lap, right?
Okay.
So premium talent here. We're just looking for a defender who can help us stop the run, maybe a safety.
Wooly Bully.
Absolutely. Jalen Tolbert. This guy just had 7 touchdowns last year. You don't want that on your football team? Are you kidding me? You want a guy that can absolutely be a 3 or 4 wide receiver for you? I mean, why are the Raiders not calling? Vikings, you need a wide receiver? Get on the damn phone. Jalen Tolbert, you can have him, and this guy is going to be productive. He's done it in the NFL. He can do it for you.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, you need a touchdown every other week. A guy who our quarterback in Dak Prescott is going to be ticked off when I give him the news that we're trading away one of his favorite guys on the roster. That's going to be Jalen Tolbert right there. He's gotten it done in the regular season. He's done it in real NFL games. We thought highly enough of him to take him in the 3rd round. He's been solid, but as my assistant over here mentioned, we had George Pickens fall in our lap.
Okay, I named those 3 positions right there. The ones that we had 2 for Bass, 1 for Adeniji on the offensive line. On the edge, we had 1 for Houston and 2 for Sam Williams. And the wide receiver, we're all trading for Tolbert. Okay? Where are you guys at then now if we can only get one of these guys? And I'm going to give you it because I think I'm going to eliminate everybody but Tolbert and Williams on this list unless somebody wants to fight for Houston on that defensive end list.
Is it like, am I fighting to trade him or trade for him? Because I would rather trade for James Houston than trade for Sam Williams right now.
Okay.
Because I need a guy who can step in.
Where the hell were you a month ago when he was on the damn streets, Eric? What are we doing here? Why weren't you fighting then? Why weren't you fighting for James Houston?
Because I didn't realize what type of player he was until I saw him play in preseason games. Until I saw him show up in a way that Sam Williams has not. And listen, I think the future for Sam Williams could be good, but as Wolchuk mentioned, he's got 1 year left on his deal, and he's off an ACL. You're trading for a guy that's going to maybe give you half a season once he finally gets his legs underneath him.
Okay, so this is not clear-cut for you then. All right, let me ask you.
James Houston is a guy that I know can step on the field week 1 and actually have some level of an impact in a way that Sam Williams won't for 2 months.
All right, let me ask you then, Eric, and we'll go this route then. I can only get Tolbert or I can get Houston. We can only have one. Which one you trading for? Between those 2 guys.
I'm gonna trade for James Houston.
Okay.
Edge rusher just means more to me.
Okay. So you're gonna trade for Houston. All right, Dawson, if you're gonna trade, and you brought up the Sam Williams one.
Yeah. And Adeniji.
But But okay, you're going to trade for Tolbert or Sam Williams.
If I'm a team,
yeah.
Shoot, I think I'd probably want Sam Williams. I'm betting on the upside.
Okay, that's another edge right there. Okay, how about you with it, Wooly?
Yeah, you win games, you score points. Who's the guy that's scoring points? Jalen Tolbert. Get in the damn end zone.
42 of them.
All right, then real quick then, okay. Out of the guys, so out of all the guys that we mentioned here, who would be the number one trade candidate then to go get? Because we've got Williams, we've got Houston, and we got Tolbert. Who is the number one guy out of that list?
I think to me you got to go with the upside of Sam Williams.
So if you're a team looking at the Dallas Cowboys right now,
Sam or Jalen?
Yeah, I would say Houston or Jalen.
I kind of feel like that teams would probably look at Tolbert before they would, like I said. I mean, I like what you guys did with the
I think Tolbert's number one. I'm with you. And then I'd go
that's
Sam
what I'm
Williams
trying
too.
to say. What I think is teams were looking at this roster. The offensive line depth would be that was I put Hoffman in that list myself when I did this. I put Hoffman in there.
He deserves to be mentioned 100%.
And I put Sam Williams in there myself, and I put Tolbert as the wide receiver.
Nice.
But I'm trying to determine who the best player is tradable on the Cowboys.
Yeah, I want to trade all the guys that I mentioned, and I'm going to try and give you the best sales pitch possible, which was what I did this entire exercise.
Right. Walchuk's wanting to trade away guys that he's not having make his own 53-man roster.
James Houston's on my team.
Right. James Houston's on Walchuk's team because he knows he's better than Sam Williams.
So
right
the
now.
most likely player that somebody will trade for the Dallas Cowboys will be Tolbert?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, especially if you're talking about in reality right now, teams need wide receivers. There's a handful of teams that are trying to get some.
I don't think the Cowboys will want to get rid of him, though.
The whole Dak Tolbert love, I think that's a little blown out of proportion.
Okay.
From some of the whispers I've been told here. I think there's a reason why Dak wanted George Pickens.
My man's got a gang of 7 over there.
Look at this.
Yeah.
I love it.
All right, well, thank you, guys.
Krusty's
Appreciate
Corner
that. Yeah,
brought
thank
to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon, 3:40. Mark Schlereth Stink's going to join us. We'll have a football conversation with him, ask him what he thinks of these Cowboys coming up next. I have to chat about D&M Leasing, though. We're coming up on quitting time. If you're getting ready to head home, maybe you're out and about already.
Come get your weekend started right with us at Freebirds, 5000 Beltline Road, Suite 350 in Dallas, this Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now, friend of the program, NFL analyst Mark Schlereth, brought to you by Renegade Fantasy. The biggest evolution of fantasy football is here. Join the elite players that have already played Renegade, home of the clock stoppage and real-time substitutions. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
We're doing good. You know, we're trying to figure out if this Cowboys team's going to be any better or more entertaining than last year. I guess George Pickens coming aboard. You know, what's the upside here on this Cowboys season?
Yeah, well, I mean, George Pickens, big-time player, right? Big-time playmaker. Now, you know, I mean, obviously he's had some issues in Pittsburgh, being disgruntled and, you know, being angry and all those things, and sometimes not playing up to his potential. So, you know, that's one of those things that you're going to have to deal with if maybe he doesn't see any time or any balls come his way with CeeDee Lamb on the other side. But he's a big-time player, man. If he's motivated and he's willing to do the dirty work, you know, run the for the love of the game routes and all those kind of things, then it creates a great 1-2 punch, arguably one of the best 1-2 punches in the National Football League. So, it on the surface, I think, is a great move by the Dallas Cowboys.
How much does that help Dak? How much can that free up? I mean, even before the injury last year, he was not having a great season.
Yeah, well, really, it comes down to how well you're going to run the ball, how well you're going to be physical, how well you're going to establish yourself in that vein, so Dak can do the things that Dak excels at, right? Not only throwing the football, but running that play action stuff, creating the big time opportunities in the passing game, because that's really where it comes from. And, you know, I mean, obviously, if you throw a go ball, you know, you have an access corner out there on the outside, and you throw a go ball and you complete that go ball. That's great. That's awesome. But the running game is what establishes opportunity for you to take that 8-yard throw to a wide open dude who doesn't have anybody within 7-8 yards of him and turn it into a 30-40-yard gain. You know, one of those type of explosives, the easy throws. You know, the things that don't take as much skill or timing. And that's all based off how well you run the ball. And we all know that last year that was an issue, especially in a day and age. You know, you watch how the cyclical nature of the league, and you watch how the run game exploded last year and what teams are trying to do this year. I've watched a ton of preseason, just, you know, kind of bouncing around from game to game to game. And the number of just smash mouth fullbacks I've seen in the league, when they were like the dodo bird, man, they were extinct for a while. And all of a sudden I'm watching teams. I'm watching Seattle roll out new fullbacks. I'm watching Baltimore roll out a bunch of new fullbacks. You know, it's amazing. And part of it is the way defenses operate, right? There was so much passing game going on, and the linebacking core got so small so they could run with these guys, the tight ends and the backs out of the backfield. And next thing you know, everybody's playing this 4-2 front, and, you know, the linebackers are 215 pounds, and the offenses are going, wait a minute, let's put a 320-pound guard or a 310-pound fullback on this guy and just clobber snot him, you know? And so it's fun to watch. For me, it's fun to watch how that's changed.
Stink, can you fathom why the Cowboys wouldn't want to pay Micah Parsons?
Nope. I mean, I don't know. Like, you knew that Micah Parsons was a star when he was a rookie. You knew it. The guy is phenomenal. You knew it. Everybody knew it. Why would you wait? Why would you cost yourself more money in the long run when you find a star? As soon as you can pay that guy, you pay that guy, even if you have to set the market, because you know 6 or 7 guys are going to jump over him and he's going to become a bargain. And then you continue to kick the can down the road, renegotiate, re-up in the middle of his contract. And ultimately, you save yourself cap space. You save yourself money. When you wait, like the Cowboys waited with Dak Prescott, like the Cowboys waited with CeeDee Lamb, when you wait like they're waiting with Micah Parsons, what it does is it keeps you from really participating in free agency. And listen, man, free agency isn't the end-all, be-all, right? It's not great. You're going to pay A-plus money for B-minus players. But the one thing that free agency allows you to do is to plug a hole, to instantly plug a hole with a veteran player, so at least you don't have to say, okay, now we got to chase that position in the draft. It allows you to kind of go, okay, let's plug that hole, and then, hey, we need to address, that on our football team, but now we don't have to address it in the first round. We can take the best player that's out there that's going to benefit our football team. Maybe we address it in the second or third round. But like when you wait, you don't get to do that. I don't understand the philosophical approach the Cowboys have when it comes to signing their stars.
I think all of us are with you on that. It is absolutely just mind-blowing. Mark Schlereth with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to go back to that Cowboys offensive line with you because I agree 100%. They're only going to be as good as that starting five up front with Connor Riley coming in from K-State, Clayton Adams being brought over from the Arizona Cardinals. How much better do you think this offensive line can be with the addition of a guy like Tyler Booker, who they took in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen, right? Because there's so much that goes into being good as an offensive line. It's being given the opportunity, being given the tool set to be good. Like so much of it comes down to play calling. And I will tell you, I'm a big Schottenheimer guy. And just watching him call plays and watching him establish the run game, be it in Seattle and other places that he's been, he's always been a guy that resonates with me. Like when you take a lot of sacks or you don't play well up front, it's so easy to point to the offensive line and say, hey, man, the quarterback got sacked. Well, let me just tell you, from my perspective, quarterback sacks, that's more of a quarterback-driven statistic than it is an offensive line-driven statistic. Most of the sacks, or a lot of the sacks, come from a quarterback not throwing the ball on time, by pulling it, by playing off schedule, by trying to escape out of the back of the pocket, all those things. And then when it comes to protecting a quarterback, a lot of that has to do with the way you call plays. And let's face it, in today's game, like it's different than when I played. Man, we threw a ton of 7-step drops. We threw a ton of 5-step drops with multiple hitches. Now you look at the game, man, so many 3-step drops, so many 5-step drops that the ball is out right now, all in gun, or majority of it's in gun, tons of bubble screens that we didn't even have. When I first got in the league, there was no such thing as a tunnel screen, a wide receiver screen. Didn't exist, right? And so there's so many more opportunities to have the ball out of your hand right now in today's game that a lot of you being good up front has to do with how committed you are to running the game, or running the ball, how committed you are to giving your offensive lineman opportunity to be aggressive in the passing game. And so a lot of that falls on coaching. So, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. It's not just having guys that are better than everybody else. It's your guys playing as a unit and be given the tool set to play as a unit. To me, that's really what sets the really good offensive lines and coaches apart from the really bad ones.
Stink, when you look at this Cowboys offensive line, and they go out and they get a Tyler Booker, and to me, I look at their scheme and I kind of think, oh, it's power gap, and that's kind of how they're going to operate. And we watched some training camp practices, and it looked like that's kind of the way that they're going to go. Is what type of a back do you have to have if you're going to run a power gap scheme? What kind of back is really necessary for that?
Oh, well, I mean, I think one of the things is just understanding, regardless of the scheme, the back to me has got to understand the scheme, understand the weakness of the defense and the fronts. And, it's really interesting. And I did this, I guess it was last week, did a Telestrator breakdown on the Stinking Truth podcast on YouTube. You can go check it out, watch it on YouTube. But it's really cool because it was about entry points, the entry point of the running back. And I was talking about R.J. Harvey in Denver. And one of the things I talked to Sean Payton about and talked to Zach Streif, their offensive line coach, about is one of the big issues we have with the running game is our entry points. We didn't coach it very well, and our running backs didn't really understand where they need to enter the line of scrimmage, which, is something that we talked about all the time when I played, but it's probably something that most people have never heard of. And so I'm watching the very first play of the first preseason game against San Francisco, and R.J. Harvey is supposed to enter into the line of scrimmage. They run an 18 handoff, which is a zone play, and you're supposed to enter in the entry point is the inside hip of the tight end. So not where the tight end ends up, but where he starts on the line of scrimmage, stagnant. And R.J. Harvey hits it about 2.5, 3 yards beyond where he's supposed to go in. That's where he enters. And if he hits it in the right spot, it's an automatic 12-yard gain. And if he cuts back on that 12-yard gain, he's one-on-one with the corner. And we used to say all the time, if your running back one-on-one can't beat a corner, you need a new running back.
Sure.
Like, that's just not that's how it operates. But he took a automatic 12-yard gain and turned it into a 1-yard gain because he missed that entry point. And so part of what we used to coach a ton is, hey, man, you got to understand the fronts. So in that particular front, you had the tight end lined up over there. Well, in that particular front, you had a 5-technique defensive end who's on the outside shade of the offensive tackle, and you had what I would call a 7-technique Sam linebacker on the outside shade of the tight end. And so automatically, if you're a running back, you got to look at that and say, okay, the odds are that Sam backer is an edge player that has to set the edge and turn the ball back inside. So what you want to do is press it, let the linebackers flow, but understand based on the alignment, there's going to be a natural cutback lane. You're probably going to have to cut back. And so just where you enter into the line of scrimmage has so much of that is dependent upon where you enter in and how successful that run might be. And so that for me, for Dallas, whether you're running a gap scheme, whether you're running a zone scheme, and by the way, everybody runs it all, right? It's just what you major in. And the other thing is what a team runs defensively. Because some teams are set up, you're set up more to have success running zone that week, and the next team you play, it might be all, they may be playing a jam front where you feel like counters and powers are your best option to separate that defense. So it just depends on the defense and all those things. But really it comes down to do your backs really understand the scheme, what the weakness and the strength of the scheme are, and can they hit that entry point and trust what they've been coached to do?
Mark Schlereth killing it, as always, here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Now, which former team of yours is most ready to take the next step and win the division, Denver or Washington?
I would say Denver because I think the division is closer to the Broncos than it is in Washington. I love what Washington did last year. They converted on 20 of 23 fourth down attempts. Like, that's not going to 87%. That's not going to happen again, right? Yeah. I mean, that can't happen again. They won a bunch. I think they won 9 one-score games. I mean, like, the odds are is they're going to come back a little bit. I think they're still really good, but I think Philadelphia is truly. If you look at Phillies, I know you don't like to hear that in Dallas, but if you look at their roster, top to bottom, both defensively and offensively, their roster is just ridiculous. I mean, their offensive line, I think, is the best in football. Their back is certainly the best in football. You look at their 2 wide receivers, I'd put that tandem up against most tandems. You guys in Dallas might have something to say about that. Minnesota might have something to say about that, but they're close. I think Goddard is a vastly underrated, just a football player at the tight end position, can block guys, can stand up on the line of scrimmage, can also get loose in the passing game. So I just think, and defensively, they're loaded, top to bottom as well. So I think they're just an exceptionally good roster. So I think Denver has a little bit better path, even though they got 3 really good teams, Denver, Kansas City. I think the Chargers are going to be much improved. I think the Raiders are going to be much improved as well. So, but I think just Philly is really the class of that division.
This Renegade Fantasy looks like a pretty good deal, huh?
I think it's going to be cool, man. We've been working on it for 3 years or so, and It's really cool because it's the only app, it's the only fantasy game that allows you to make real-time substitutions. So, it's no longer you can sit there. Now, if you're an excuse maker, if you're a victim like a lot of people are in this country, then it's probably not for you, right? Because you want to point the finger at your running back who didn't have a good day and blame him for losing your fantasy championship. But, in this app, if your running back is not performing, bench his ass and start your backup. Same with your quarterback, your receivers. You're the coach. You can make real-time decisions. You can pull your guys. You can start other guys in the middle of the game. Hey, in the second quarter, your guy gets injured. Bam, put your backup quarterback in. Problem solved, issue solved, and you don't have to lose. And by the way, you can win cash prizes. We got a $5,000 grand prize for the guy in my league who scores the most points. So it's going to be pretty exciting. I'm really excited about it. Mark Schlereth.fantasy or renegadefantasy.com. If you want to join into my league, it's the Stinking Truth Fantasy Showdown.
I love it, man. We look forward to talking football with you again this year.
It's going to be great. Look forward to it, guys. Take care.
Cheers. There he goes. Mark Schlereth with you here on 105.3 The Fan. In addition to the finest coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. The most bet teams to win their division this year, plus Red Bulls, fast cars, and a Lamar Jackson injury update next to the nation.
Got to talk to you about RS Diamond Broker. You've heard me talk about
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock. Cowboys will be practicing again tonight as well. That's going to be on TV, and we look forward to watching all that we can and continuing the build-up towards week one. 2 weeks and 2 days away. All right. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Eric.
Okay, Schefter earlier was fear-mongering with the Lamar Jackson injury.
My heart drops.
Thought it was going to be the wrist or the hand.
He feels so good when he jokes.
On the throwing hand, but apparently, even though he was flexing his wrist when he left practice today, his foot got stepped on, and he will be fine.
Okay, so they were just playing a little footsie.
I don't know if Lamar was trying to pull a fast one on everybody. His foot hurts, but he's making it seem like it's his wrist or whatever. But we do have the update there. It looks like Lamar Jackson should be fine, which is great news. The Raiders are considered the front runners to land Trey Hendrickson in a trade, allegedly.
Wow.
So
Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson.
That'd be pretty nice.
They've got a lot of depth at defensive tackle as well.
Do they? Even with the Christian Wilkins loss?
Yes. Yeah, they've got a couple of guys that have stepped up for him. I've been reading about. He's trying to check out all 31 other teams.
Get a lay of the land.
Keandre Coburn, Texas guy, 322, 6'2". Could be a run-stuffing force.
I like the sound of that.
I mean, just a guy that possibly could be an upgrade over what you've got. I don't know, but just throwing out the Raiders as a possible team that maybe you could get in a trade with.
I love it. Okay, I saw from John Ewing of BetMGM, NFL division betting, the most bet team to win their division this year.
Okay.
By tickets, okay?
By tickets.
It's the Denver Broncos.
Jeez Louise, the power of the G-Bag Nation.
I'm telling you, Wolchuk, it's the bandwagon is it's too populated at this point.
Yeah, I'm jumping off.
You have to. You were driving the bandwagon for the Broncos to finally unseat the Chiefs in the AFC West, and now there are so many people on it they have flattened the tires and it can't go anywhere. It's at plus 310, so I get it.
Yeah,
Plus
well,
310.
It's a bad bet.
It's outstanding.
It's become a bad bet. Where was it? Where could we
Just
have got it?
everybody else is going for it.
I bet earlier in the offseason you probably could have got it at plus 450, maybe plus 500.
I got it at 520.
Really reasonable. Chuck got it at plus 520. But it's just hilarious to me. I know they got a good defense, but give me a break now. Bo Nix is not going to win the division over Pat Mahomes. It's just not allowed to happen.
Team game.
Second most.
Damn right. Somebody with some sense on this show.
Travis Kelce is so washed.
He's got a chip on his shoulder, okay?
Sure.
He's lost 25 pounds. He's focused again.
The fact that he had 25 to 30 pounds to lose is pretty hilarious. But it's true. And he's embarrassed by the, what have you done for me lately? Not much. Looked like a completely different person in the Super Bowl. I think he's hungry. He's hungry for
the Crimson
Tide. Bounce back.
I think he should retire before he's not a big enough star for his girlfriend anymore.
That would be tough.
Let's get this not tied and move along with this.
I wasn't expecting Travis to be the more cringy one between the two during that podcast, but Travis was.
Apparently she killed it.
He was simping.
Really?
Bad.
He's really like schoolboy in love right now.
Oh, yeah.
Or he's just putting on a damn good performance.
I mean, she gets the music rights back, and now he's sobbing. He's sobbing more than she's sobbing.
He sobbed?
He's sobbing.
Over getting music rights back?
For Taylor, yeah. And I get it. Big deal for her. But for Trav, come on.
Don't be sobbing.
Hold it together.
That's not good. Second most bet team to win their division. This one's even more surprising.
The Dallas Cowboys.
And that kind of makes me feel like he never left like that early dating super try-hard mode.
Yeah.
Like he might be sweating it still because his career's going so bad. He's got to keep her on the hook with something.
And she's the biggest star in the world.
Yeah.
So he's probably feeling that pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going to get the, what do they call that? The ick? The ooh?
Yeah, the ick.
She got it's weird.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Chief. Just felt like that was an important point to make here.
I agree.
I'm glad you made it. The Bears at plus 550 are the second most bet team to win their division.
Well, if they hit it, the odds there are good. But yeah, I don't think that's happening either.
And then the third most bet team is the Lions at plus 145 to win the NFC North.
A little shock stuff.
So that's where it stands. Wolchuk, of course, bold prediction: Lions missing the playoffs this year, and we look forward to seeing that come to fruition, don't we?
Yep, bleep them.
Okay, how about this one, man? Ed Orgeron was on the Pardon My Take podcast. He had plenty to say, including how much Red Bull he was consuming while at LSU.
Yeah.
How many? He's drinking 12-ounce cans of Red Bull.
Do we think this is more caffeine than what Dan Campbell consumes?
I think so, because I got the numbers on it. How many Red Bulls do you think he was consuming a day while coaching at LSU? He has slowed it down a little bit. He's cut his consumption about in half since hitting the retirement button.
I'll guess 6.
I'm going to go 8.
Wow, that's a big number.
It's a buttload.
That sounds like
I'm going 8.
So much freaking caffeine.
Yeah, 8.
I'm going to say
get
3.
the shakes.
3? 3 is a lot. 2.5's the over-under.
He's going for the shakes.
Ed Orgeron drank 12 to 15 cans of Red Bull per day.
Are these sugar-free?
According to Ed Orgeron. He says he's down to maybe 6 per day now. So he's got a true addiction to these things. There's no reason to have that much caffeine when you're a retired guy just swimming in
What could you
pools.
possibly need that extra energy for?
Sex.
You're sitting on the beach. Maybe this is with the vodka. Is that why?
Yeah,
they're a mixer.
I was wondering that, like how much of this is just a base for his alcohol consumption. But I mean, a 12-ounce
Gotta balance it out.
12-ounce can of Red Bull has 111 milligrams of caffeine. That means he was regularly ingesting anywhere from like 1,300 to 1,600 milligrams of caffeine per day, which is ridiculous. So I mean, the FDA says 400 milligrams of caffeine is where things begin to, I guess, get a bit dicey when it comes to the heart rate and things like that.
Yeah, my damn heart was about to explode.
Yeah. 400 milligrams. He was sitting 3 times to 4 times that amount.
What's
every
problem there,
single
Why would you say I have
day.
a problem with this caffeine?
I'm not saying it's a problem, Coach. I just
Why'd you bring this story up?
I am a bit worried about your health. I'm fascinated with your addiction and your willingness
I'm a ball
to
coach there, Eric.
to put
ball coaches do things that they have to do. What are you doing over there? Don't make me come over there and kick your ass.
All right, don't kick my ass, Coach. I know you could. I know
Shut
you
up
will.
over there, man.
I will shut up.
I'm trying to get back in this league.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
running out of $17 million. These ladies they're killing me right now.
I mean, he's buying a bunch of Red Bull vodkas for girls.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
It's expensive.
Again, nothing wrong with that, Coach.
What do you think I should drink? Transfusions?
Yes.
Transfusion would be better for me? I'm a coon ass, man. What are you talking about over there? Red Bull, good for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We will allow Coach O to continue with his thoughts on, how about this, Arch Manning. He is a bit of an Arch Manning guy. Here's Coach O on the Pardon My Take podcast.
All right, so going into this college football season, if you were coaching a team and I was like, hey, you get any player you want, what quarterback would you want to be coaching?
Arch Manning.
Yeah? He's the real deal?
No doubt.
What makes you say that?
You know, I had an opportunity to go to Texas and speak to the clinic, and speak at their clinic, and I watched practice. Now, we knew Arch Manning as a young kid from Louisiana. He liked Joe Brady. We watched him. But I watched his practice, and I'll say this conservatively, okay? And Garrett, we recruited Garrett. Garrett's a great player. You know, it's kind of, you know, they got some great quarterbacks there. But Arch is as close to, or maybe as good as Joe as I've seen.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And I've never said that about anybody.
Except the guys in recruiting.
Yeah, except for all the quarterbacks that I'm trying to sucker into coming to my program.
You got a Red Bull I can drink.
So he's
got a Red Bull around here somewhere.
I'm surprised you don't have one in your pocket right now, Coach.
Oh, I do. And some shrimps. I got some shrimps. I'll tell you that time I was at a wedding. I was at a wedding with Brian Broaddus. We were wearing tuxedos. I had my jacket and my shirt off at the time.
Oh,
yeah.
You seem to always have your jacket and your shirt off, Coach.
Well, that's how we operate down here. Yeah.
Just do us a favor, keep your pants on.
Oh, no, not all the time.
Yeah, Coach O, big Red Bull guy, big Arch Manning guy. If Arch Manning turns into Joe Burrow, then he's hit it.
He's got it.
He's met the expectation.
He's made it
back on the sideline. He's got the eye. No doubt. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Yes,
An
sir.
edition of the finest
You're
in the
welcome,
books. We're talking baseball coming up. Yeah, and thanks to you as well, Ed. Always good to hear from you and Al Davis from time to time here. All right.
I would have hired that Ed Orgeron. He was a good coach. He'd be a good pro coach, I think. I don't know.
Got a good eye for QBs. Right.
Better than me.
Yeah. Probably steered you off of Jamarcus Russell by the looks of things.
That's true.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
Hey,
Get over it.
Sands is next here. We're talking Rangers baseball and how they get off the snide coming up next year on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to tomorrow at Jake's in Fort Worth there. The Fan Phenom continues. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to get the latest on the Cowboys' Brian Schottenheimer press conference going into tonight's practice. Maybe we'll have some time for continuation of my 7 intriguing questions as we count down to week 1. We're 2 weeks and 2 days away. And Jared Sandler joins you now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Good evening, Jared. How are you?
Hey, Hey, what's up, Gavin? I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing outstanding, thanks, and wondering if it's all good with Boch. He's not with the team, huh?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics, and this isn't even one of those, like, I know but I can't say. I don't know the specifics. I do know that it doesn't have to do with him or his health, but it's a family issue. So hopefully, whatever needs to be tended to is, he's able to tend to it. And, I know, I think people know this, but, these guys, especially when you're the manager of a major league team, you miss a lot. You miss a lot of stuff that most people, us and several others wouldn't even think to miss. I know this is at a critical time. I know the team's not playing well, but whatever it is, obviously justifies his presence, and I'm glad that he's in a position where he's able to be there with his family.
Yes, no doubt. Hopefully everything is good there. All right. And then has Josh Young tended to what he needs to get back in a groove? And what did he stop doing? I mean, I thought he had it figured out when he came back, man.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping that he was going to keep riding that wave, but I guess that's part of the challenge. I don't want to oversimplify hitting because hitting's arguably the toughest thing to do in sports, but I just think in general, when you are putting yourself in a position to succeed by swinging at hittable pitches, you are going to weather storms a lot easier. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, and hitting is hard, right? It's not. If these guys could easily swing at only strikes, they would. But for whatever reason, something's not clicking with Josh, and he is having a tougher time laying off bad pitches. And so, when you swing at pitches that are outside of the zone, you're not putting yourself in a position to succeed. I'll never forget, I've probably shared this with you guys before, but I spoke to Michael Young once. We were just amazed at Vladimir Guerrero. He's about to go into the Hall of Fame, and he's like, I think I made a comment to Michael, like, it's incredible how good of a bad ball hitter he was. And Michael's like, no, that's not true. He's like, we remember the time he, hit the ball that bounced off the wall, but he's getting into the Hall of Fame in spite of the fact that he swung at all those bad pitches. He's not getting in the Hall of Fame because he was able to hit those bad pitches, because he wasn't. And, I looked at the numbers, and sure enough, he was a little bit better on balls that were outside of the zone than the average hitter, but he wasn't very good. That's not where he made his money, so to speak. And so, I think just in general, your ability to shrink the zone and be disciplined is, a huge part of a guy's ability to sustain success. And, Josh was doing that. Those first 10 games back, I think his chase rate was under 25%, which is, far below what it had been prior. But unfortunately, since his chase rate's kind of gone back to that area, like in the mid-30s where it was before he got sent down.
Do you see them staying patient unlimited with him because of the heights that he's hit, or could he have an extended stay in the minor leagues? Like, what is next in the progression of trying to get him right?
Well, I think next, Gavin, is maybe just a conversation in the offseason. And what direction they want to go. And he's a Scott Boras client, and so Scott Boras clients don't typically sign extensions. And so with that in mind, I think they got to decide, what does the future look like? And then, I think they also have to look big picture, their lineup. And this is not necessarily a Josh Young problem, but unfortunately this is a lineup that as a whole hasn't produced. And so, when that's the case, sometimes you look at reshaping things. And I think that there, are big picture, tough conversations that have to be had. I do truly believe when they say that they think that, he's going to be a really good baseball player, that they believe that. But is it going to fit within their timing? And is it something that, they are committed to seeing out as a Ranger? I think that those are conversations they have to have with a number of players. But I think the next step is, him having a great offseason and the Rangers deciding, what 2026 looks like.
Jared, we've got Cole Winn going on the IL, so Jacob Latz gets recalled. And I'm probably going to look silly. I'm sure there's some oversight here that I don't have in my mind right now. But, why hasn't Jacob Latz been up on the big league club? I feel like he's been a bright spot this year in what's been a frustrating season, even in a spot start tonight where you're pushing back Jacob deGrom. Jacob Latz, I feel, has earned that spot.
Yeah, I think some of it, Zach, is, he had been a reliever and then he got pushed and, he did well. But I think, doing like that start in Baltimore, for instance, he was great. But I think maybe there's a chance, as he's starting to slow down, that just that increase in workload for this year was a lot. And maybe, he comes back, after an off season working, with the emphasis of, hey, I'm stretching out so I can, have more of a workload. Maybe in 2026 it has a little bit of a different feel, but I think that a part of the emphasis with Jacob has just been slowing things down and hey, like he really struggled first batter of the inning, and just working on like little things like that, because his value might be long term as a starter, but his value also might be as a swing guy, and where he can be a guy who can be a good 1 inning guy, but then also if needed give you 3 to 5 innings, and maybe it is more than that, but I think he's definitely taken steps forward. I think the other part of it too, Zach, is just with his recent workload, I don't think they could realistically expect to get 5 to 7 innings out of him tonight. And so maybe there's something they like about Caleb Bosley, a righty against the top of the order, facing them first time through and then turning it over to Jacob Latz. I'm not totally positive. But I think ultimately, to your question, this has been a step in the right direction. But I think just based on recent workload, I don't know that he's positioned to give this team like a starter's workload here tonight.
What do you think about the way they approached it with Merrill Kelly last night, getting him out after 71 pitches and then double dipping with Cole Winn?
Yeah, so initially I was a little surprised, but then when we learned after the game that Merrill was experiencing cramps after the 5th inning, and then went back out there and they were just, hey, can you get us one more? And then gave up the home run, gave up a long fly ball. I think there's a chance that the cramping was just becoming a little bit much. And then the other thing is, if you look at his numbers this year, opposing hitters have an OPS just under 900 third time through, and he was entering that territory. So I think that all those factors probably played a role. Generally speaking, 71 pitches. You would expect a guy to go back out there, but again, I get the sense of the cramping, which is not something that we knew right away after the game. I think the cramping was something that probably was playing a role. And then, with Cole Winn, I think probably a product of he's pitching really well. He had been one of this team's best relievers, especially since he was recalled, and we're kind of at the period of the season where you're more willing to stretch a guy if he has been dominant, which Cole Winn has, to help you get outs. And, given that today was likely going to be a bullpen game and, at that point the game was close and maybe it was going to go to extras, they got to consider both sides. They got to consider the now and the tomorrow. And I think they were just hoping that a guy who had a sub-1 ERA was going to be able to, get them a few more outs, and it obviously just didn't work out. It was a good battle with Bobby Witt, but he made a mistake, and Bobby Witt's a good player and made him pay for it. So it was unfortunate, but again, I think this all goes back. I know this is annoying to hear. I think it all goes back to the fact that this team just isn't scoring runs, because this bullpen has been worn down and worn down and worn down, and I think it makes it tough. And there's a domino effect that extends beyond just 1 day or 2 days. I mean, it extends over the course of a longer stretch. How it impacts this team.
Hey, Jared, and I was going to ask you that because, you go through all this and it seems like they've tried everything. They've all different avenues and talked about things and changed coaches and all that. But is it just to the point now where you show up at the ballpark, you try and win games and stuff like that? And is everybody not talking about, hey, what we have to do anymore? Or is it just go out and just try and do your job?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, Brian. I think that there isn't a lot of, and again, this falls into the category of this team is very even keel, all right?
Yeah.
But it's just kind of, hey, we're showing up and we're going to do our job to the best of our ability.
Sure.
And that's kind of their personality. And maybe I don't know what's right and what's wrong, but that's just this group. And the one thing I do know is you can't manufacture that stuff, right? So trying to break an iPad because you think that's what you're supposed to do when something doesn't go your way, or giving a impassioned speech because you think that's what you're supposed to do, but it's not natural. That stuff never plays. So I don't know that it's, these guys just need to do whatever's within them. And the personality of this group is, hey, we're just going to show up. And maybe if they go on a run, then maybe you see a little bit of a different disposition. But right now, that's just, that's kind of what the feel is, as opposed to the major league. We're going to peel off a layer on, the Rachel Phelps stand-up cardboard poster to, get, that's, I don't think that's really the personality of this group.
Well, thank you, Sands. Let's get a couple of wins here and move along. What do you say? A little momentum? You feel it?
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah,
Sure.
let's keep this stream alive.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good one. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. We'll talk to him tomorrow after the day game. We'll be live at Jake's in Fort Worth. Fan Phenom continues. Hope to see you guys out there. Jared, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here. His Ranger updates every game day here in the nation on your home of the Rangers. Shoddy's Presser, some Cowboys news coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, welcome in. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Here's Shoddy up at the presser, Ford Center at the Star.
Guys kind of, push themselves over the edge, if you will. But last night was very physical. I think tonight will be very physical. I think we are definitely, we feed off the energy of the fans. It was great last night to have the fans there. And our guys definitely enjoyed being out there and having the noise and the support and all that stuff.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. You talked the other day about if you had good practices, some guys may not play, might not need to see them. Have you come to a conclusion on who you may not play on Friday night?
Yeah, still working through it. But again, if we practice again like we do, or like we did last night tonight, there might be a few less guys that play.
Jaden Blue hadn't played the first 2 preseason games. Will he play, or do you need to see him out there on Friday?
Yeah, he looked good yesterday. He was on a little bit of a rep count yesterday. But, again, I think right now we're looking at it with limited limitations, and you should see him get some action, and we're excited to watch him play.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. After practice to see Ezeraku with Leo Collins and Tyler Smith as Booker, I assume you're starting to smile over this. When you see that after practice, to see the guys working together, what does that make you think?
Brotherhood, respect, understanding that it's going to take all of us, and that, I love when the young guys, I'm going to talk about Tyler Smith, who was a young guy, still kind of a young guy, but now he's leaning into rookie. And Lyle, who's been amazing, he's putting his wisdom into guys. And what I love about that, again, you guys know me, I'm a little bit schmaltzy when it comes to this stuff, but like we got the legends back today, and I think there's something like 35 legends going to be here today, some Hall of Famers. I hope those guys are leaning into some of our players. And it gets you excited. It warms your heart, but again, there is an understanding from the team that it's going to take everybody. And so to see those guys take time and invest in those other players to make them better, which coincidentally makes the team better, I think is what you want as head coach.
What's your philosophy with captains? Do you have season-long guys, week to week? How will you go?
Yeah, the way we're going to do it, Todd, we're going to finalize it probably after final cuts, is I'm more of you have seasonal guys, and then every game there'll be a captain as well, someone that's deserving, that's been being a great teammate, performing well. But I do believe that you need to have captains throughout the season.
Why is that?
I just think that, again, that's the core of your leadership of your team. It's going to be voted on by the players. It's not going to be voted on by the coaches. They know who they want, speaking and representing them. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. And that's just where I feel it means something to me to have the C on your chest. If you've been voted that by your teammates, it's I think it's pretty cool to be recognized to say, hey, I was a captain in 2025 of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, that's pretty cool.
John Schroeder with The Athletic. If a younger player came up to you and asked you,
Coach, what do I need to do in a preseason game? What are you looking for in the preseason games for me to have a chance to make this team? What would you tell them?
Well, it depends on the position, John. I mean, very, very different. The big thing you hear me say all the time is consistency. Can you take the things that we're doing in the meeting room to the practice field, and then from the practice field to the game field? I think that's really, really important. The other thing I would say, and they all attempt to do it, and you guys have been talking about cut downs for about 4 weeks, so I don't think you guys help. But don't read the numbers, man. Like, why would you read the numbers? Like, this is a physical game, and don't get caught up in that. Well, hey, they might only keep 5 or 6 receivers, and I'm the 7th guy right now. Like, why would you do that? Like, we haven't made any decisions yet. We haven't named any starters, and so just go play. Go play the game that you love to play, and if you play well and you do things consistently and you make plays and you show up on film, I think that you've done everything you can do to make this football team.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. Any injury updates on your 2 tight ends, Brevin Spann-Ford, and we saw Schoonmaker come off yesterday?
Yeah, Brev's doing better. Again, no timetable for his return. He's doing great, working his butt off. And Scooney got dinged a little bit, got a little concussion. I don't think it's anything significant, but he's in the protocol.
Back in 2023, Mike McCarthy had mentioned that Hunter Lipke's last preseason game put him on the roster. Is there any other guys you can think of during your time here who have done that?
No, I mean we have an idea, going into the season finale, guys what we're excited to see, Nick. It's not okay, this guy can do it. Some guys, they do jump off the film and you're like, okay, if you play the way Hunter did in that last preseason game, you're like, yeah, he's earned a right. Again, the bottom line is you want to earn a right. Like, none of these spots are going to be given. We're not giving a spot to a player because of this or that. They have to be earned, and I believe that that's the way it should be. And if you're going to follow your mantra and the central theme of your program, which is compete every day, then, again, it's not going to be just one preseason game. Hunter Lepke at the time was doing very, very well. I'm sure in that last game, I don't remember being quite honest with you, I don't remember what he did, but he was trending that way, to say the least, and it certainly obviously put him over the edge.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. You said before you left Oxnard, going into those last couple of practices, that you wanted your guys focused, and with today being the actual last training camp practice, do you feel like they're still pretty locked in, even though they know that the end is kind of near?
Gosh, I hope so, Tommy. I mean, I think, go out there and perform in front of, a couple thousand fans and, their families. I think if they can't get excited for that, then we need to be looking into our selection process of the type of competitors they are. Again, there's a long way between now and final cuts. There's a lot of discussions that are going to be had. And to me, you get distracted if you focus on other things other than just playing football.
Size of the Athletic. Brian, back in your Seattle days, you talked about the rule of 53. I'm curious, with the rush attempts and pass completions, do you still hold firm to that philosophy, or how has it evolved over time, if it has at all?
Yeah, for those that don't know what it means, basically it's just an arbitrary number that kind of over time, the number you're trying to get is the number of rushing attempts and completions to add up to, we've moved it, sometimes it was 53, sometimes it was 55. I just think that, again, sometimes you're going to go into a game and you're going to have to throw it more than you wanted to because the run defense is either really good or they're committed to taking away the run. But usually when you come out of a game and you've hit that sweet number somewhere in that 55 range, I'll say, it usually means that you're having a balanced attack and you're moving the football, you're scoring points, you're probably owning the time of possession. And when you come under that, it usually is not good. It's one of the top determining factors of winning and losing offensively after turnovers. So, yeah, I do. I think, anytime you're a play caller or you're a quarterback, you need to understand that the power of a completion. Because when you throw a completion, there's not any guarantee that the guys are going to get the guy on the ground. We've all seen CD do amazing CD things when he's caught little slant routes and things like that. But if you throw an incompletion, then you're pretty sure that you're not going to have any positive yards.
Does that number change week to week for you, or over a course?
Not really. I mean, we kind of keep it the same for whatever the year is, how we're looking at it. I know with Sanchez, the number was a little bit higher And again, as Mark got older, we balanced it out a little bit more. I mean, later in his rookie season, we even, going into the playoffs, we were a ground and pound, Rex's term. We were a ground and pound team early on, and then in the playoffs, he played great, and he learned. That if I throw completions, I get to stay out here, and it's kind of fun being out here. And I like playing quarterback when we play like this. So, not really. The number usually it's over time. It's a pretty historical number, and I'm sure we're not the only team that does it.
John with WFA. Brian, on Monday night, Troy Aikman said on the broadcast that the Cowboys, that Micah Parsons has leverage in this dispute because the Cowboys can't win without him. I won't ask you to agree or disagree with that, but to what degree does that statement have some truth?
Well, to me, this is a team game. I'm not going to sit here and say that any player is more important than any other player. I just started out the press conference saying that it's going to take all 53 guys, and that's why Tyler Smith's spending time with Tyler Booker. And again, everybody has their thoughts and opinions and on the Micah situation, but to me, what's going to make us special and what's going to allow us to win a Super Bowl would be when we're all performing. And we all get that it takes 53 plus in this league because you have elevations and things that you can do on game day with your practice squad guys and stuff like that. But again, I think that the ultimate team game, that's the way I've always looked at it, and I don't see this situation any different.
Frustrated by having to answer questions about Micah over the past, it's been like 5-6 months, and that this has been ongoing and still?
No, honestly. I know you guys have to ask the questions, and I respect that and understand that. I think my tone hasn't changed. My answer hasn't really changed. I'm focused on the field. I'm focused on the guys that are working, and the business side of it's going to take care of itself. And but no, I could answer those questions all day long.
Does it make it harder to scheme a game plan, though, as a head coach without one of your top players?
No, because I think at the end of the day, we feel like Mike is going to be out there when we can line up against Philadelphia here in 15 days or whatever it is. And, so no, the answer is, yeah, I feel good about that, yeah.
With or without a contract extension?
I feel good that Mike is going to be out there against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, first year in the head coach's chair, so now you've got game management. What are your thoughts on the new overtime rules and that, kind of like the postseason, both teams are going to get a possession no matter what?
Yeah, I think it's going to be different. I think it's balanced the playing field. It makes it where you actually have a decision. I think you have to be mindful of, number one, you'll go in with a plan. We'll go in with a plan of what our plan would be if it goes into overtime, whether, if you win the toss, what do you want to do, take the ball or defer? And I think it's going to be something that you're also watching during the course of the game. How's your defense playing? How you doing offensively? I do think, I'm big into believing about momentum and things like that. So let's just say, Garrett, that we go down the field and we score a touchdown to tie the game. If you win the coin toss, maybe you do take the ball. But there's an advantage when you get to have the last look and you're now in 4-down territory and things like that. So it will be a weekly thing based on the opponent, where we're playing, what the conditions are, all that. But it's definitely good for football.
Go ahead.
Kathleen Ortiz with the Dallas Morning News. I was going to ask about Andrew Booth and how he's looking and how he's progressed over this preseason.
Yeah, had a great game last game. Played really, really well. I think when you watch him early on in the game, he was playing, given pretty good cushion. And then he was kind of getting his feel for things, but the interception was incredible. He's a guy that was playing great in the beginning of training camp. He got nicked up a little bit and missed some time, and so I think it took him a couple of days to get back, but I think you saw the guy that we think we're getting, and that's a very, very talented, second-round pick that, getting a chance to come here. He's done everything we've asked him to do, and working with David Overstreet and Andre Curtis has been great for him.
Scott Erickson with the AP. What's your philosophy through the years been on playing QB1 in the preseason, and how did that philosophy sort of impact what you decided to do this year, first year as a head coach?
Yeah, I think it's very different. I think, each situation is different. I think, when I look back in my early career when, we had a Sam Bradford or we had a Drew Brees, guys like that, a lot of times those guys were battling for positions. I remember Brees was going up against Flutie, so they had to play. Sam Bradford was a guy that we wanted to play a little bit just because we wanted to get him a little bit of experience. I think it's based on who the quarterback is. And so I've made it very clear. I think, Dak Prescott knows how to play quarterback, and he gets great reps every day against our defense, going back to OTAs and going into training camp and scrimmaging against the Rams. And that's why more and more teams are doing that. And I think at the end of the day, the philosophy is that Dak knows how to play quarterback. The most important thing for us is the timing and the rhythm and things that we're trying to do with our passing game, which you can get that done in practice without playing. And the bigger thing I'd say is when you play your quarterback, it affects everybody. Like if you play your quarterback, you're playing everybody because you're going to play your left tackle, you're going to play your left guard, you're going to play your starting receivers. So it impacts a lot of people. And again, I shared with you guys a story about LaDainian Tomlinson a couple weeks ago. He was going to play, but he was going to run a swing route towards the boundary, and he was just going to keep on going. So to me, that's one way to do it that my dad did, but we look at it a little different.
Yeah. One more question on the Micah situation. Since you feel good about him playing, when do you need him on the practice field? Is there a deadline when he needs to be back practicing with the team to manifest that feeling good about playing?
Yeah, again, Mike is another guy. Again, he takes great care of his body. Again, you'd like it sooner rather than later, but Mike is going to be prepared. Again, I go back to the thing with, each situation is different. And Micah knows his body as well as anybody. And the best thing of him being here, which you certainly know, Clarence, is that he has been able to do some of the walkthroughs. He has been able to be in the meetings. He understands some of the calls and the different packages and stuff that we're gonna use, and that's a huge advantage. And then obviously the physical side of it, usually the players are the experts with where their bodies are.
Just not doing the football things, run up and down the field with his teammates, that lends itself to soft tissue injuries when you haven't done that. And so are you comfortable that he's doing enough outside of practice that's not going to be an issue?
Yeah, I mean, the end of the day, you got to do change of direction. You have to do things. It's not just, getting on a treadmill. We don't do that. There has to be change of direction and things like that. But, yeah, certainly injuries are a part of the game. And, again, I have complete faith in our strength staff, our trainers, and all that stuff that they're doing the things that they need to do for him to go out and perform well. And, Mike is obviously a pretty good football player. So one thing he has not lost the ability to do is rush the passer and make plays.
How many different starting corner combinations would you say you have on the table for week one?
Jeez. Well, really, we don't have that many right now because we have to trim the roster. But like I keep saying, I do think that the evaluation process has been great, Nick, but, I do think we have some help on the way. And, again, is that week one? I don't know. I'm not going to put those timetables out there yet, but I do feel like, we've got plenty there to do what we have to do to win a football game, and that's all you're trying to do. Your focus after you play Atlanta and you make these final roster cuts is everything is all about Philadelphia and getting ready to play them. And whoever we have out there, I feel like we'll be able to put together a hell of a defensive plan with Flus and his staff to slow down a really, really good offense and a damn good football team in Philadelphia.
Does Micah's situation impact how you put your 53 together in terms of you can feel confident he's going to play, but do you need to go heavy at pass rusher early in the season?
Yeah, I mean, all those things will play into things. I mean, the health of the team plays a factor in that. What are you doing at quarterback? All those different things that there's so many moving parts, as you guys know. That's why really, once we play Atlanta and we get through the game, then those days become long because you're not only evaluating your roster and the decisions you want to make, you're evaluating 31 other teams and their roster because there's going to be some really, really good football players that are out there on the street. And I think that's the message to the guys that on our squad that don't make it is just because you don't make it here doesn't mean you don't have a bright future in this league. And so I think that, it becomes long hours and long nights and long discussions, but you love it. And you love it because you have a chance to improve your team. You have a chance to, if you make the right decisions, set yourself up for success. If you make the wrong decisions, you put yourself behind the eight ball a little bit. So I love this time of year, not for the pain and the stress that it puts on some of the players, but just for the competitive part of it.
So,
you mentioned momentum before. How do you address that concept with the team in terms of, when things are going for you and you're writing it, how to keep that going, or when it's going against you, how do you try to snap out of it and get it going the other way?
Well, I think you need to understand it is an important part of the game to capitalize on momentum. We didn't do a very good job of it last game against Baltimore. We had a couple sudden changes that the defense created, and we didn't do much with them. So I think we talk about it all the time, the importance of taking that. We have a operation that we do, and the way we set it up is, the defense goes with Flus, and on offense, the offense gets around L-Dub, the quarterback comes with me, and we just talk through what the plan of attack is. It's a mindset, but there's also huge ebbs and flows in this game. And so whether you come out great or you come out slow, at some point this game, it's the National Football League, it's going to balance up. I mean, it's what the league wants. It wants close games. It wants, these things coming down to the last couple minutes of the fourth quarter, and so you have to maintain the ability to stay calm, whether it's good times, bad times. But there's definitely something that I do believe that you can capture momentum and have big swings, whether it's, we call it doubling up, right? You take the 2-minute drive at the end of the first half, you go down, you score a touchdown, and then you come out in the second half, you get the ball, you can come out and go get another touchdown. I mean, those are huge swings that impact games. Special teams, blocked punts, kick returns. Obviously we're blessed to have a guy like Terp. Those are things that you need to, when you have those things, it definitely gives you a boost of energy and momentum.
Jerry had said this a couple of weeks ago, and now you have repeated it, that you got some guys coming back. Is Mr. Diggs somebody that is progressing where you might see him in September?
Yeah, I think, again, he's one of those guys that's doing a really good job, but I hope and believe that it won't just be Trayvon. But, yeah, Trayvon's doing a great job, and hopefully he's one of those guys.
All righty, there it is, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Practice starting at 6 o'clock tonight. We have the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30 and LA Live at 5:40, and we're back with more sports here with you on The Fan. I want to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
To remember that Uber Eats has roast.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl.
Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We got a G-Bag of the Day coming up here in just a minute in LA Live. It's the Expressway. We go commercial free to the top. Brought to you by the on-time experts. Josh Young is back tonight. Huge game for him. Huge rest of the season. I think we'll talk more about that here coming up right before pregame is it starts at 6 o'clock. But the Rangers have now lost 15 of 21. It's even worse than what I said earlier. They're, I guess, 5-13 in their last 18, but they are 6-15 in their last 21 after winning that 6 straight coming out of the All-Star break. Still cannot win on the road. Usually do not hit with runners in scoring position. Just absolutely crazy. And then one other a news item that I find interesting right now. We got to pick this conversation up maybe a little bit later on in the week. Anthony Richardson's future with the Colts is in flux, and his agent is, reacting with disappointment on the decision to start Daniel Jones, stopping short of demanding a trade, but wondering aloud is Richardson's agent whether the coach's decision might have been predetermined when they brought Jones in, and he feels like maybe he's looking for a better spot for his client. So, that would be consistent with what the Cowboys have been doing, right?
Yeah, depending on what the asking price is.
Milton, Richardson, somebody in the mix here for backup quarterback. Are they all in with Milton? Let's go to the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My dad's best friend, his name is Milton. I always thought that was a cool name, Milton.
First name.
Is that an older person's name, Milton?
I feel like it is.
There's no nickname for Milton, is there?
Mill? I don't know, man. But it's always cool when you see like a young dude named Milton. Old Milton. It's always like a kid's name with glasses.
Yes.
Yeah, old Milton. Yeah, my dad's friend Milton, he had a Jerry curl. All right. G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical. Berkey's Plumbing, AC and Electrical, excuse me. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 2 for this champion audio. It's from the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of those fools is Chop? I'm not sure. Bobby Bell was defending the station and the G-Bags against the evil forces of Scott Braun.
Scott Braun.
And the Infoul Territory Pod.
Yesterday for him to come on Twitter and go, one of our producers who lives in the area sent me a clip from your show the other day. Thanks for that. Because you look at his picture. That's how he talks. He goes, sent me a clip the other day. Thanks for the shout out. It's an honor. Okay, so what are you like? Are you trying to tell him I was I was listening. So just know that I'm listening to anything you say. And I told him, I replied, I said, if I'd known you were listening, I would have said more. So I'll go ahead and say it now. You look like Dillard's cologne samples and Twitter bio pronouns, dude. You are a guy who puts. You look like a guy who puts Emmy winner in his LinkedIn job title and edits his own Wikipedia page. And I only say that because I know that's exactly what you do. You edit your own Wikipedia page and you have 4-time Emmy winner in your stupid bio.
So do I.
Now, I know you couldn't stay in the broadcast industry on your own since you got fired from MLB Network and NHL Network. You're the 2-time fired. So it's easier for you to think it must be because you're not a shock jock, that's why you couldn't stick in the industry on your own. But you don't have a job because you're not good enough. So, and I called around about you yesterday. I got a lot of friends in media too.
I called around.
And there were a lot of people who wanted to talk about you. Okay, so I'll holster it for now because I know you're the exact type of person who's going to go, by the way, it sounds when somebody screen records that S for you again today. And so I'll have it for you with your little passive-aggressive ego because it won't allow you to shut up. But just know, people in the industry talk about you, and I'm sure you know what your reputation is. So take that dorky little chain off of your Twitter bio picture and, grow up and be an adult and do something for yourself instead of, leeching off of AJ Pierzynski.
Leeching.
I didn't see this.
Pathetic loser.
I didn't see that.
Nice.
Dang, Bob.
I co-sign everything Bobby said, except the part about the Emmy. I think I would put that in my, what did I say, LinkedIn? If I had a LinkedIn.
Hey, you earned it, bro. You earned that.
Twitter bio.
Emmy's pretty cool.
Yeah. My man said, I called around about you, man. People want to talk about you. People want to talk about you.
Yeah, full investigative reporting there from Bobby.
All right, my man Zach Wolchuk sent this to me. Quarterback Matt Leinart.
Yeah.
His son doing a little trolling. Asked Alexa about his father. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Who is your daddy?
Alexa, who's Matt Leinart?
EliteSports.com. Matt Leinart was a Heisman Trophy-winning quarterback at USC and a top 10 NFL draft pick, but his pro career didn't amount to much.
Really?
Yikes. Oh well.
Wow, Alexa's rough. Damn.
Damn.
Career didn't amount to much.
Didn't amount to much.
That's good journalism, too.
I'll unplug that, Alexa.
Yeah. Throw that away.
I'll take the batteries out.
Great run, though. I thought he was going to be good.
Did you?
Yeah, I was a believer. Were you a believer, Brian?
In Matt Leinart?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thought so. That guy,
that Notre Dame game?
Man, he
Clutch.
was clutch player. Great teammates though too.
Yeah,
that's
great
what it ended up
teams.
being.
Yeah.
Really good. Carried him.
Should do a segment, Lucius, one day of Ask Alexa about who we are
Hell yeah.
and just see what it says.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
Ask AI, ask Alexa. I'm with that, man. Because AI gets so wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
Marlins rookie, Eric Wagaman. Am I saying that right? Wagaman?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ginger.
Okay. Yes. Eric. He hit a dinger, and his assistant hitting coach is a big fan of it.
Okay.
So he was running back to the dugout, getting high fives from the guys, and listen to the assistant hitting coach. It's not one. But what did he call that man again?
Complimentary ginger F.
Yeah. He's giving a high five when he said it too. He was so excited about this guy. Learning everything I taught you, son.
I do that when Carter has a good day behind the screen in there.
All right, let's
That
see.
reminds me so much of being on sidelines in games. I mean, that mic'd up
Just the
situation-
craziest crap.
Yeah, that sounds of the sidelines. That thing is beep, 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 constantly.
I bet it's amazing.
Yeah.
Have you watched the Cowboy thing yet, Broadus?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you're going to love it,
No,
bro.
I will.
You got to
I'll
watch it.
circle
When they
back.
start winning those championships, I think you're going to get an itch. You might leave us.
Yeah, I know.
You might go back to chase another championship,
No,
bro.
they start winning them, and they're against me.
Oh,
They're going
yeah.
after all those every time
Sure.
they did it. It was like we were
It
doing
sure
something
was.
wrong. Yeah.
All right, we got a door-to-door salesman got himself cussed out.
We still do this?
Yeah, still soliciting. He knocked on the door, okay, and he got an answer. She basically said, I don't want to have anything to do with this, and closed the door in their faces while they were still talking. They weren't finished talking, so they decided to knock on the door again, and she cussed them smooth out.
No, can I help you?
So we're the guys in the area just following up with the notices that you guys got on the Edison.
I'm so not interested. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Just make sure you keep the notice.
Get the off my porch right now. How dare you knock on this door again?
What?
You ignorant ass. Get off my property right now.
Cool.
Get off my property right now.
Yeah, no
you
way.
ignorant fat piece of get the off my porch right now.
You have a flag.
Leave.
Wow.
Smoked them.
Wow. I mean, you don't knock twice.
I thought he was going to say something like, "Here's your mail, ma'am."
Yeah.
Or something, you know, like, here's your.
Yeah, we've got your talco Bell.
Yeah.
Drop this.
Yeah.
Those door-to-door salespeople, they're so resilient, right?
They are.
Yeah.
They
probably
hear
heard worse.
No,
I mean, they're
all
always
day.
coming with that second and third effort as I'm closing the door. I'm like, man, like that's good training, I guess. You know?
You got to be persistent.
The only one I've ever never said no to. I mean, not no. I mean, like the Girl Scout cookie person when they come through. That's the only time I ever say, yeah, sure. I'll listen a little bit, and then I'll say, I'm not interested. Thank you very much. But they tend to go away. But if you're selling like the Girl Scout cookie things, I am totally into that. Just what do you need? Here's my wallet. Give me all the thin
Do you
mints
even
you got.
ever answer the door? I just never answer.
I let my dog scare him away.
Yeah,
they bark at the bottom of the door.
No one's home.
They bark in that
Oh,
shadow,
really?
seeing it move.
I always answer the door.
Never answer.
And I try to answer, and I'm holding the dog's back. Like, what did you say, man? Never mind, sir.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's it, bro.
Okay, is it our champ Bobby Belt teeing up Scott Braun? Is it Matt Leinart with the Alexa kids? Is it Eric Wagaman and his assistant hitting coach? Or is it the door-to-door salesman getting cursed out? That's going to be my vote today, Chief. How about you? I'm going with Bob. Bob's got to vote. Lucius.
Do you say cursed or cussed?
Cussed.
I'll do either.
I think I do sometimes. I think I might code switch on that word. I just realized I might code switch on the word. Damn. I'm going to go with the cussed out person at the door.
Okay, we got 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'll go Bobby.
Okay, we're tied at 2, Brian.
Bobby.
Yes,
By a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Bob Belt from the morning show. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. Bam!
Well, all right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have it. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
We're back in Dallas, and the rowdy van and rowdy wagon is found outside a strip place about 2 in the morning. It just is not the place to have it. Well, there it was in the paper, a big shot of the rowdy van sitting in front of the strip club. So I bring him in, and boy comes in, but he doesn't have his rowdy outfit on. It's the real boy.
The real boy.
And I'm saying, now look, I said, this is twice I've visited with you about an issue of something like this. And I said, do you understand this is getting old, and I want this stuff to stop. You're just right there on the edge, out of bounds every time I look up. And he looked over at me and he said, Mr. Jones, I'll talk to Rowdy about it. Right there, with no outfit on at all. He says, I'll talk to Rowdy about it. I said, son, first of all, I like to have died.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Rowdy was at the Rowdy stopped by and said hello to us, Lucius, in the postgame show the other day.
Was it the real boy?
It was the real boy. It was the real boy.
I'll have a word with Rowdy about it.
Man, I love that, man. I hope y'all still are watching this Jerry Jones documentary, The Cowboys, on Netflix. It is fire. What episode are you guys on? If anybody's watching it, episodes?
I've seen the first one.
You've seen the first one?
I've seen the first 5.
Oh, nice! I would be on 5 too if I didn't run like 3 back. I ran 3 back and watched it again.
Well, okay.
I need to get on it.
The White House stuff. It was funny. The only one that wanted to talk was Mike.
I bet.
Everyone else was like, I'm not incriminating myself.
No, Mike, let me show you something.
Yeah.
This is my autograph on it right
himself
here.
the president.
I still own the deed to the house.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
It's good.
Nah, it's really, really good, man. Chef's kiss to everybody put that
Are
together.
they an hour long each, or are they
pretty much?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, look, they're so good. Yeah, right. I'm at where Jerry is in Orlando, drunk, plotting on firing Jimmy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Edward has the quote of
Rick
the-
Gosselin.
Man, Ed.
Good, bro.
Dude.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
it
gonna
is
fire that in
straight
after.
drugs, dog. All right, this is LA Live for Wednesday, August 20th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Welcome in to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. And shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today. Yeah. She's seen into the future. And peace to the gods. You got to have knowledge of self, son. Get knowledge of self. If you're not paying attention to what's going on today, knowledge of self is reality of self. Now it's time to born that. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I got some fun stuff for you today. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Usually is.
We'll see. I had a question for the Tolos here.
Here we go.
I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook and Threads.
Oh, here we go.
And Threads. They
Threads.
responded on Threads too.
Here we
Shout out
go.
to y'all over there, man. I like that. All right, question for the Tolo is, I feel like a loser when, and you fill in the blank. Now, I'm not calling you all losers. You might not even feel like a loser, but sometimes we do things we just can't explain. Like, why the hell I do that? Like myself, I'll tell you. Sometimes I look down at my favorite sweatpants and I said, how did I get those burn holes in there?
Yeah. Must have sat on a candle or something.
What's going on? I look down at my driver's seat. I said, I'll be damn, another burn hole.
Man, where are these things coming from?
What is this happening from?
You know,
bro?
for me, it was last night in the drive-through line, and I said, and a chocolate shake. Yeah. I was like, man, why do I do this? They're not even that good.
Yeah.
You know, the fast food shake isn't really even that good.
Yeah, no, I get you.
It's like 600 calories, just gut bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, just throw that on top before bed. Should be good for you.
How else are you going to wash down your fried foods and your French fries?
Absolutely. Yeah, and the extra salty burger. That planned blood pressure really lasted a good 36 hours. My goodness.
Sneaking some Zen pouches.
My man said I had a good week.
It's time to reward myself.
Pretty sure just brought it down. I had some water today.
I feel stupid when I get caught not listening, and then, I speak out of turn about something that was already said.
I feel you, bro. Yeah. Makes for good radio sometimes. I get it.
It's so bad it's good.
Yeah. No, man, what'd you say? It's all right.
Please repeat the question.
How about you, Wolcha?
Man, just about every day when I wake up in the morning, my wife says, like, did you not see this? And I'm like, no, I did not see this. And it's like I'm blind.
Oh, it's a chore of sorts?
Yeah, it's like, but also I just think the expectation, it's just very different for us than what it is. You know, for me, this is something that doesn't bother me, but it does bother her. But she has, she always is making me feel dumb about something or other. And she's probably right.
Yeah. I run the dishwasher twice.
Oh, by mistake.
I
already did it. And
I've
I
already did it.
again.
Yeah, like I'll start it. You know, like I'll be doing a podcast, something I'll start it, and then I'll come back at night and I'll do it again, thinking I didn't do it. The first time around.
It's not like clothes where you leave them in the washer too long.
They're wet,
I gotta run it again.
Yeah, but
starts to stink.
I will run the dishwasher twice, and I'm like, damn, and it happens a lot. And I don't know why. I'm always thinking like, oh, I didn't do them yet.
That's weed. That's weed.
I also feel like a loser when I set everything up the night before. Like, I'm going to get my butt up early. I'm going to get to the gym. I'm going to be productive. Got the clothes ready to go. Went to bed a touch early. And then just blow through the alarm and miss it entirely.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, that does make you feel kind of awful.
It's awful.
Yeah,
it's like I would have been better off. I'd feel better about myself. I just never thought about it. Still didn't go to the gym. Still didn't move. Still, I was just as unproductive. But I didn't plan to be productive.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I felt like a loser yesterday when I came all the way to work and didn't realize I didn't have a shirt. I had a tank top. I said, damn, I did all that with just a tank top on. I had to run over there to the Family Dollar, give me some T-shirts. All right. Let's go to what the fans got to say here. Little hump day music. Shout out to the Gap Band.
Never, ever had enough.
Put your back down now.
I feel like a loser when, this Tolo said, when I mess up a four-way stop. When I mess up the four-way stop.
Oh, yeah.
Who was first? I can't remember who was first.
There you go. That's a good one.
Yeah. I feel like a loser when I walk outside and my glasses fog up.
Oh, that's a good feeling, though.
Is it?
Yeah, because that means that room you're in is super cold. And
It's usually my truck, and I step outside, and it's like...
It happens to me all the time.
I feel like a loser when I follow someone back immediately after they follow me on social media.
Why?
I don't know, man. Maybe they seem a little too anxious.
Yeah, a little thirsty.
You gotta give us, a little thirsty. You gotta give us some time. How about this one?
Let that follow marinate a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Like when they retweet some beef on the timeline, some goat, you be like, I'm not gonna follow it yet. I'm gonna save this one. About 2 weeks, I'm gonna follow it. Bookmark this one. I feel like a loser when I tune into the morning show, this Tolo said. Trolling. When my kids beat me in something.
Okay. Oh, you don't let the kids win? I guess if you have sons, it's different. I don't think I would ever win in a contest against a daughter. Would you? Are you going to win? Are you going to beat your daughters in things?
It's you're already losing.
I do beat them, but then it's like I'll get a redo. You know, I like to establish the fact that I am better than you, but then I'll
establish dominance quickly.
My 5-year-old did actually legit scare me the other day, which was pretty unfortunate. Like I knew she was in the room, and then I walked through, and I'm like, I guess she wasn't. And then I walk out, and then bam, she hits me with the and I'm like,
I wish we had that recorded.
Yeah, she
That's
owned
awesome.
me on that.
Hey, hold up.
Vicious hump. You got it. Keep on.
The hump day music, baby, yeah.
Hump it up.
I feel like a loser when I eat chili dogs from 7-Eleven.
Nah, man.
I saw that one on social. That was a good one. Yeah.
I hate chili dogs.
That's one of those guilty pleasures. Chili dog.
My man said, I feel like a loser when I leave the casino. Yeah, for sure.
I can relate. I've never won.
No, I've never won anything. Man, my cousin used to bring some money back from the casino all the time.
Hey,
now he bets real big, like so big it scares you.
Yeah.
But he like 5,000, 8,000. I'm like, damn, 2 times a week.
Ruben comes back on slots as
Ruben
a winner.
can win.
He wins on slots every time.
Well, one time I left a casino a winner. I won right before I had to leave to get on the bird to come home.
Yeah.
Oh,
Perfect time.
Was it Vegas?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that Vegas.